Everybody, how's it going? I'm Benny Gurkman. Welcome back to Circle Cross Squared.
Yep.
This is my guest, Avalanche Jared.
Hi, my only personality trait is that I think I'm very buff and attractive.
Well, it didn't need to go in this direction so early.
I feel like people may think I kind of hate you. Actually, I don't.
On account of all the hate.
Yeah, on account of me like spouting the meanest things possible to you. I feel like some people might think I dislike you, but like it reminds me of that Gobbins tweet where he's like dumping on you for something, and someone's just like, "You're incredibly rude. You know, you should shut up." And that's how I just hope every time I post something mean about you, that's what I'm hoping I get one of those posts.
He's almost always like the first or second comment when a video is live, and the comment is always like, "This guy sucks." And he always gets like 26 replies or something.
Yeah.
Which is
that's my issue. I'm doing it on Twitter where everyone is mean. So I should do it on YouTube where like all they have is porn bots, so they don't know anything.
Yeah. If there's two places where it's really easy for intent to be misconstrued, it's like a stream chat and Twitter. I've yelled at people on both, and then they're like, "Dude, what? I was agreeing with you."
Yeah. No, it's so incredibly easy for something to be inflammatory on Twitter when you're like, you could just be pointing something out that you noticed, or like you said, agreeing with someone, but like we are also poised to fight on Twitter because we're so used to just the dumbest people on there that like even the most well-constructed argument becomes just a mess in the comments.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know,
speaking of which,
it reminds me of the Silent Hill community. I actually feel sorry because someone commented quite a long post and thoroughly thoughtful on our Silent Hill 2 video that I haven't responded to because I'm lazy and it would require like 5,000 words like I like to respond with. But it does have, I'm sorry if you're watching this, it does have this tinge of Silent Hill Reddit on it. Where they're like, you might not have enjoyed the game wrong because you played it wrong, so it's your fault that I didn't engage with the game at the level that they're appreciating it at. But I think I even say last episode, like I mentioned that a lot of people say Silent Hill 2 is Lynchian, but I haven't watched any Lynch movies or anything, despite me having the Inland Empire Criterion on the shelf behind me. So I understand that I'm sort of saying these things, but I'm only saying those kind of things when I'm saying that other people have said it. I'm not making that comparison myself. Like, oh my God, I changed the lighting, and Gobbins mentioned this.
I can see a shadow on your.
It's the sun outside. So give me a second.
You know what? Actually, that's how it was last time too. I remember tracking the time. I like your little networking thing under your arcade cabinet.
Oh yeah, no, I love it. It's
pretty dope.
I broke the original stand, so I like set it up wrong, and then it fell apart one day, and I heard this loud crash of my pretty expensive arcade machine falling to the ground. So instead, I just have all my routers and crap underneath it, and it actually works pretty well.
Yeah.
You know what else works really well?
Works pretty well.
Silent Hill 3. This, oh boy.
I'm very interested to hear this because I haven't heard your opinion yet, and you know my opinion.
Yeah, we didn't talk. I think the Silent Hill 2 episode, we talked a little bit about the game beforehand, but we have not conversed at all. Yeah. And my feeling on this is matched because I have not watched your Silent Hill 3 video like I did with the Silent Hill 2 video. So I can't make broad stroke comments about how shitty your content is this time because I haven't watched the related content. So
there's always next time, though. Don't worry.
No, don't worry. Do you have you have all the Silent Hill games, so I can still.
That is true.
Oh my god, it's
it's a line straight down your face. It's
God,
sick, dude. That would bother me so much too.
Just use. This is your chance to experience this video as an audio podcast.
Audio only for this one.
And turn your screen off. Buy YouTube Premium or whatever, and turn your screen off, and just don't look.
Honestly, the only justification for paying for YouTube Premium that I found is being able to just turn the screen off, put my phone in my pocket, and go to the gym.
So nice. I'm so often
but it should be a feature available to everybody.
Oh, definitely.
Actually, we shouldn't have to pay for it, but worth paying for.
So useful. I'll throw it on. Like, especially I like to sleep to stuff. So like having there was a month like where I didn't have YouTube Premium, and I just had to have my phone on, and it would overheat, and it wouldn't. I would wake up and it wouldn't be fully charged, and it was miserable. So I'm like I've developed a codependency with YouTube Premium, unfortunately. And I can't think of another segue back to Silent Hill 3. Okay, here's what I want to talk about first. We're going to go through the whole story, of course.
Yeah.
But you have made comments in the past, and we talked about them a lot last episode, especially, of this one being your favorite. And we'll definitely unpack why that is, probably a lot more. But I want to know, like, when did you know it was your favorite? Like, did you play 3 immediately and like, okay, this is better than 2, or like, was it a realization over time, or?
Well, it kind of both, honestly. The game hit me really hard at first, so I was already really open to the idea, like, this is special. You know, it felt like special to me. And I think it was because of Heather Mason, the main character. Right off the bat, for some reason, there was some sort of what's the word when you can kind of like see yourself in a character. I identified with her in a lot of ways, even though I was not. I mean, I guess I was a rebellious teenager at the time when I played it, but certainly not a blonde woman, if memory serves me. But there was something about
flowing head of hair, I imagine that you had.
Yeah. Well, actually,
yeah.
Yeah, but I felt something, a kindredship of some kind. She's always resonated with me as a character. So right from the start, she's on the phone with her dad, and I'm in. And then as the game continues, I really start to enjoy it more as a tangible video game, interfacing with it, the puzzles, the exploration. I probably couldn't point out the differences between it and 2 right now if you made me, but something was there that felt like it was more in my wheelhouse.
I definitely feel the same. I think that first of all, I think Heather is just an immediately better character than James. Like James, even by the end of the game, it's sort of it's not the most rewarding character of all time. I think like his story is incredibly interesting, and like the development that happens to him is interesting, but he never really expresses those things outwardly. It's always the game doing it for him. And Silent Hill 3 is more like you kind of vibe with Heather or not, like in the first 20 minutes of the game, whereas James is like, he's not like a nameless protagonist, but he is pretty damn close at times.
Very reserved.
And it's you said like trying to explain the difference between 2 and 3, and my big takeaway, I think, from playing these 2 games, especially back to back, is that 2, I think, is a great intellectual experience. I didn't really like it as a game that much, but like thinking about it afterwards and talking about it with you and watching videos on it and reading things on it, that is where I got the most enjoyment out of this game.
Yeah.
And then Silent Hill 3, on the other hand, I kind of also didn't like it as a game. I think it's in some regards worse to Silent Hill 2. Like, I don't like the puzzles as much.
All right.
I think it tries to do like the running around enemies thing. Like, it forces you to really not fight enemies, but it kind of doesn't understand the reason to run around and not fight enemies like Resident Evil does. And so I think I end up even liking it less than a game from Silent Hill 2, but I immediately dig the vibe and the aesthetic way more than like Foggy Town. Because as we find ourselves in the beginning of the game, we find Cheryl in, I mean, first there's the dream, like the dream she has with the amusement park and going through that.
You've already given away the twist, by the way.
The twist?
Yeah.
How have I given away the twist?
You called her Cheryl.
Oh, well, that's okay.
I
mean, is that a twist though?
Yeah, is it though? Yeah,
I think,
but
we were talking about yesterday in the Avalanche Reviews Discord, available on Jared's Patreon, that like Silent Hill 2 still has, arguably, it's like kind of culturally spoiled. Like, if you're in gaming enough to go play the original Silent Hill, you probably know the spoiler. Whereas, by the way, if you're watching this and you haven't played Silent Hill 2 or 3, we're gonna spoil both endlessly, so go play them. Whereas I think Silent Hill 3, it doesn't have that effect, but the one thing it does have is that, like, Heather is Harry's daughter. I think that's like the one thing that kind of has leaked through everywhere. I certainly already knew it playing this game.
Which does kind of suck, because the reveal after that first major mall area, or actually after the subway as well.
Yeah, it's like
getting that reveal is kind of
2/3 of the way through the game.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. I mean, at least half. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's I don't know. It wasn't. We'll talk about it when we get there, but it wasn't as shocking to me as I think it would have been to someone like Day One. Just through cultural mitosis.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I'm probably gonna call her Cheryl or Heather or whatever, like, back and forth, because I don't know. It's they're the same to me, so I'm just gonna probably end up saying both at some point. But Heather, at this point, we find her in this amusement park. It's a very just like abrupt opening. There's no like cinematic really or anything. You're there. I don't know if we want to talk about this yet, because it's kind of just there to be confusing and like a little weird at the beginning. It certainly has all the hallmarks of a creepy little Silent Hill, said village, but like a location. And then she wakes up in a diner, and it is this incredibly un-Silent Hill cinematic like view of her in this cafe with like the sun kind of like draping her very, very warmly. Something you almost never see.
Of people around. You
exactly. Yeah, it's like a real a place you could feasibly say exists.
Which I think is the first time in a Silent Hill game that there has been a shot where it's been implied that there are more people around.
Other people, yeah, definitely. I think it is. I mean, Silent Hill 1 definitely didn't have anything. I'm trying to think Silent Hill 2, because everything's already once James gets in the town. I think maybe Born from a Wish has some of it. Like,
okay.
In like the opening shot there, I actually can't remember if there's. It sounds like there's other people around or not. I also just realized this makes me so angry that you were too high on my OBS, and your there was a little black space beneath you, which no one's going to care about and notice until I
Oh,
said
okay.
it right
That's
now
yeah,
in the
of course.
recording. But it is now really bothered me collectively for the first 10 minutes when I didn't notice it.
It's been canonized now.
Yeah, that's true. The Silent Hill wiki, it's already on
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
But yeah, there's a certain vibe to this opening of, and really I think the whole mall bit where it's uncanny in a way that the other games don't do. Like they don't even attempt. Like everything in Silent Hill 2 and for the most part 1 is already kind of fucked up once you get there. You know, James is never like in a normal rest stop. The rest stop he's in the beginning of the game is like gross and disgusting and like has this layer of like greasy dust on everything. And then you open Silent Hill 3 and it's like an actual normal mall. Reminds me a lot of what's that? Is it David Cage? The one that's in the mall. Is it Heavy Rain? Is that what it
yeah,
is?
yeah. That's it.
It feels a lot like the mall from that game, weirdly, but like
Mhm.
completely abandoned. Also, weirdly, you
It's
say,
like you said, the word you said, uncanny, is
Mhm.
perfect because there is a portion where you have control over Heather. And as you're moving around, again, you can hear the sounds of people shuffling off and having conversations that's unintelligible. It's just kind of murmuring in the
yeah,
background, which is weird because you don't see anybody.
yeah, it's you have the implication that there are people, but
Mm.
even now you don't actually see people
It has that kind of
anywhere.
liminal space, sort of
Yeah,
off-putting feel.
that's a term I have come to hate through just usage of
Internet.
it all the time.
Yeah.
Um, it's something I'll mention. I mentioned them a lot last time, but the Something Rotten podcast, Jacob Geller. He also he's like he like unlocked my hatred for that word because I'm like, yeah, it's just it's such a blanket term now. Like,
Mhm.
dude, guys, look at this liminal space, and it's like someone's empty bedroom. Like
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah.
But truly, this is a liminal space to me. I
Mhm.
think in the best terms, and a lot of people use Silent Hill 2. They use that term too. I never felt it in that game because everything was already like I said, it was already fucked up to a degree, and you know it already felt like a nightmare from the moment you walked in. And the same in Silent Hill 1. You know you wake up from a car crash in this weird foggy town. So like it's already you're already in there. You're already in the action.
Yeah.
And so it's the first time we see a character outside of Silent Hill even.
Mhm.
Though arguably it's not outside Silent Hill because Silent Hill is now everywhere. As Cheryl kind of walks out of the cafe, looks around, she meets this private detective who's after her for whatever reason. He kind of comes off as a little bit of a creep, as almost all the characters do in this
Mhm.
game. And you know her only option really is to duck away into the bathroom and climb out a window. And again we see like this beautiful like cascading sunset
It's
over
very
everything.
the color palette of the start of the game is very golden.
Yeah, yeah, and no scene in Silent Hill I think before that has even come close to that. It's all blue and gray and dark and dusty, which is a completely new look for Silent Hill now. But you know we come to discover the mall is also now a little fucked up. She goes back into the mall, and there's this. Okay, I don't know how to describe the design of this first monster without describing it. It is almost like it's like a foreskin monster, almost like it has
Mm.
this like piping on it that like I'm not sure if it actually does this, but in my head when I was watching the cutscene, it felt like it was like grabbing on to the person it killed's head and trying to like eat it slowly. Um,
Uh, I think
Definitely,
it has spikes that comes out of its thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually maybe the only creature design in Silent Hill, or like the regular enemy, I guess, design that like actually creeped me out just through design.
Mm.
This first kind of weapon encounter, I don't know if I like that much because we see Heather. There's just like a gun on the ground, and she picks it up and she shoots
As
the
a
thing.
knife.
Oh, is it a knife? I thought it was a
Yeah, but
gun.
you start off with an inventory full of weapons, and the Uzi, I think, at the beginning of the
Do you
game.
no?
But
Because I
she
wrote down, at least when I played, there was just I had a pistol ammo
yeah.
and healing, but that's all I had. I didn't have a gun or anything.
Uh, but at the beginning, I'm almost 10,000% positive at the starting cutscene. The camera is zooming in on her, and she picks up a knife off the ground.
Because I wrote down she picks up a gun and shoots the thing,
Am
the
I
guy.
crazy?
You might be.
You're making me doubt
You
myself.
might be because that's what I wrote
Let's
at
let
least.
let's let chat decide, or at
Chat,
the very least inform us or like the comments,
yeah,
because I'd be interested to see if maybe if you start on a certain version or something like that, it changes.
yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Basically do the work for us that we should have done
If you could
beforehand,
please.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and correct us after this video is done and we can't discuss it at all.
Mm.
But yeah, because I have it written down that like where is it? I just saw it. Yeah, she picks up the gun, shoots the enemy, and she like loads the magazine into the guy, and but like
Oh, in the mall.
in the
I'm
mall.
sorry. I'm talking about the very intro in the amusement park.
Okay,
I'm an
yeah, no,
idiot.
no, no,
My
no,
bad.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, in the mall.
Mm.
The so I guess no one has to go correct Jared.
Yeah.
He's just he's old, dementia. It starts creeping in.
Give me my moments.
Yeah, it's sad to see, but it's
I
life.
will be running the country pretty soon as the president.
Yeah, okay. Jared, president of Japan,
Mm,
very soon. Get him on the ballot. Um, but it's I don't know. Maybe you think differently because I think the actual enemy reveal is good, but
mhm,
it kind of loses me because she shoots it, like fills it with bullets, and then
mhm.
she kind of just stares at it and it stares at her, and
Yeah.
there's this, maybe I like it, I don't know, I'm conflicted because there's this moment where they're just kind of looking at each other and they're like,
Mhm.
what do I
So
kill you
the
now?
feeling that I got from that is there was supposed to be a micro stutter of a moment where she goes, I spent an entire magazine. What do I
Hmm.
do now? And
Yeah,
then it collapses like, oh, thank God.
yeah.
That's how I've always read it. And I kind of liked it in that sense.
I
It,
I think that is the intention, but I think it
mm,
it just happens too, like it takes too long
it
because
didn't play out for you.
yeah,
I gotcha.
I don't know if maybe my game just like actually froze or something, but like they're staring at each other for like a good
Yeah, no,
three whole seconds,
mm,
in like a Marvel comedy sense,
mhm,
or like, okay, what do we do now,
yeah.
that felt a little out of place for what is supposed to be like this terrifying creature she's encountering,
Mhm,
but then it just like falls over dead immediately after. And when you go to interact with things in this game, there is this highly editorialized writing style that I really like, that I think is one of the main reasons I vibe with this game quite a bit. Like
mhm,
everything is maybe actually the most, this is in my notes later on, but like this might be the most realistic depiction of like a teenager and like a teenage girl ever like
mhm.
made in a video game.
Yeah.
a lot of comparisons to The Last of Us, I think, will make this
For
episode.
sure. Yeah.
And I think Ellie in the first game is really funny, and I love Ellie in the first game, but she is annoying as fuck and really not that realistic of a child.
Mhm.
And
She
even
she felt like she had a very, mature sense of humor and
yeah,
and
um,
vocabulary.
it was like humor, almost like not as cringe as Laura from Silent Hill 2, but like it had that same feeling of like this is an adult writing this kid to be funny
Yeah,
for adults. Um,
exactly.
Although I think Laura is just arguably even like the worst of the three, but also she's like what, 6. So I think
Mm,
that's a lot less of a fair comparison compared to like Ellie, who's like 12 around, and then Heather, who's like 17. But even as I'm playing this as like a 20-year-old, and I imagine that you, when you played this originally, it was very in line with like how I would have thought about things
yeah, for sure.
before I like cusp the maturity hill. Like
Well, you
she's
know what it is? I don't know if you noticed this, but this was something that kinda screamed at me at the start, is this is the first Silent Hill game that I had played where the protagonist was r like, reasonably freaked out by their
mm,
situation and not like, I mean, because James was like, "What the hell is it?" When
yeah,
you encounter the first monster,
mhm,
and then Heather, everything you examine is like, "It's too disgusting for me to even look at her."
yeah,
Like,
um,
like, she it felt like she was genuinely reacting to the world around her in a way that was not Lynchian and dream logic
mhm,
to the sense where James and Harry, were very freaked out by what was happening, but almost accepting it,
yeah.
where Heather the entire time is like, "What the hell is going on?"
And I think Silent Hill 1 works for me in that regard because Harry has just lost his daughter, so he's going to
Mhm.
do anything to try to get that back, like even if it results in him dying. It's,
Yeah, and
I
that's all he really
I
cares about,
yeah.
so everything else is kind of auxiliary to him.
And then Harry kind of makes a lot less sense to me because, like, I mean, to spoil the game, he killed his wife. He knows she's
Oh, you
dead.
mean James, yeah, yeah.
James, sorry, yeah.
Mhm,
He knows she's dead. Uh, the fact that like she wrote this letter to him or whatever wouldn't wouldn't be enough to me to like go and try to find my wife I know I killed that is dead. Um, doesn't it kind of, if I think I said it last episode that it feels like it would have been a prank, like someone wrote this to him like
mhm.
as like some like a sick joke or something. And it feels a lot less realistic, but again, that's that's kind of what they're going for, I feel like too. Whereas Silent Hill 3 I think is like a good mix of both, where like
Mm.
it's kind of unrealistic how cool she is with it, but also she's used to these nightmares. So on one hand, she's able to like push herself through because she's basically the only character that has experience with this kind of thing.
Mm.
And also at the same time, she's still more freaked out than any of the other previous characters have been.
Yeah.
And I like it too that it's almost like played for laughs at points. Like there's this once the mall's kind of fucked up, there's this toilet that you can go find that like is just the most disgusting little like gross slop filled thing ever. And as per Silent Hill 2, you wanna go stick your hand in there, find the wallet with the key to the safe or whatever, but she will just not do it. She will like kind of lean over, think about it, turn around, look like directly at the camera and be like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. What are you doing? Um, which is, first of all, such a like a randomly fourth wall breaking thing to
Yeah.
happen. Um,
Did you read about that? I think that only occurs if you have a Silent Hill 2 save on your memory card, or else she'll just
no,
examine the toilet.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Okay.
I'm
Oh my god, I just
I'm not 100% on that, but I am almost positive that is the case.
wow. Okay, yeah, no, I was not aware of that because I figured it was just them poking fun at the second game,
Yeah.
not that it like that's so weird. Okay, because I played on PS3, so I'm not expecting anything to. I'm not even expecting my save files to like actually be seen by the game as it would, but like
Hmm.
it's literally PS2 hardware, so I guess why wouldn't it?
I remember that being the case. Again, someone will definitely fact check me on that, whether or not that's correct. But I remember that being a thing.
Mhm.
Uh, oh man, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
But either
I
way,
think
it's a
so because
very cool
there's
scene.
something that happens later with the mailbox that you can click on that is the same thing that
Mm,
I know that one only happens if you have a Silent Hill 2 save where it's like
mm.
she clicks on the mailbox and Heather's like, well, I guess I don't have a letter from my dead wife or something. Um, but yeah, no, I didn't know. I figured this was because I mean it's just an open door, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it never occurred to me. But yeah, that is cool. I wonder if there's any more things like that that I don't know about because I know about those two, but
Mm, mm.
um, yeah. Oh man, now I want to play this game again. Um, also in the same room, there's this door that you knock on, like in the jail in Silent Hill 2, where you can knock on the door and James is like, "Oh, better not disturb who's in there." This one has the same thing, but they knock back,
Mm.
which at this point I think is maybe like a kind of a little bit of an overdone horror trope of bathroom door, someone in there.
Mm.
But it they've coded it so that like when you knock, the knock in response
Is
happens at a
delayed.
different interval every time you do it. And
Mm.
I sat there. I must have been if someone was looking at me playing this game, I've looked like I'm crazy because I just stood there knocking for like 30 seconds and being like, "Oh my god, this is the best feature ever put in a video game ever." Um, and then they do the stupid ass thing where like when you walk away, the screaming happens or whatever. Which again, I was like, okay,
Mm.
this is a little bit tropey at this point in a way that Silent Hill usually isn't. But I do like that knocking thing, um, and I think it speaks to the kind of how do I say this the development. I guess just the developmental experience that Team Silent has at this point, where like they know what kind of works and wouldn't work. Um,
Mm.
Silent Hill 1 is very basic. Silent Hill 2 is very experimental. And so they can kind of
Yes.
take, what worked as something simple, what worked as something complex. And
Mm.
Silent Hill 3 has a lot of both complex themes and very simple themes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The story, for example, like, I think for the first half, maybe it's almost more vague than Silent Hill 2. You meet Douglas at the beginning, where we're going through the mall. You go through the subway later on, and then you go through the underpass and the sewers, and then you go through this apartment building, and then like 4 hours later, you end up at the apartment where like the second story beat happens.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's a little slow in that regard, which I don't like. But you can see how it's Team Silent like being taking that aspect of like Silent Hill 2, where it's just total confusion for the first, however many hours that kind of breeds your curiosity and makes you want to keep going. It's very
Mm-hmm.
self-driven in that way, where like the only reason you're really playing this game at any point is because you want to figure out why this hotel is or not hotel mall is so messed up, and why
Yeah.
Heather can't get home, that sort of
Mm.
thing, which is
Well, there's also the conversation with Claudia that sets up
mm,
like the main question of who
yeah,
Heather is.
yeah,
And you don't get any sort of and the fun thing about that is though is Heather is also going, she along with you is, yeah, what is so special
hmm
about me? I also don't know.
yeah,
Um, and that they definitely string you on for a while. And you can find files and stuff that you can read that will give you breadcrumbs, but there's no concrete answers in any way, shape, or form up until you get Heather back home, essentially.
That makes me wonder, like, if you're someone who hasn't been privy to the knowledge that Heather is Cheryl Mason from the first game, I think that like the first half of this game would play completely differently, because I'm essentially, to me, I almost checked out at one point story wise, because
Mm,
you get the Claudia thing, but like she's,
mhm.
I don't even know if I want to call it a story beat, because she basically doesn't give you any actual information. The sort of inciting incident is just her existence there
Mm,
as a character. She's not really like feeding you anything that's sort of interesting plot. It's just like, why is the mall messed up? Why is this lady here? It seems like she can kind of control it too. It's her presence is the inciting incident, instead of her guiding Heather to an
mm,
inciting incident. And so it comes off is I don't want to say boring, but like there is just so little, I think,
mm.
for the first, like, legitimately, I think my save point in the apartment was like 4 hours into the 6 hour game.
Yeah.
Or I think my play save only ended up being like 5 hours. So like for me, 4/5 of the
Mm,
game was spent literally, not engaged in basically any of the story.
mm.
Because, Claudia appears, and we'll talk about Vincent in a second, but like neither of them really give you anything but breadcrumbs. And the detective is just like a guy that's there. He doesn't really do
Yeah.
anything story wise yet. And so it's completely self-driven, which I like that they had the kind of the balls to do. But for me, it ended up getting a little grating after a while,
Mm,
unfortunately. Which goes to my like enjoyment of this game as a vibe more than as an actual game. Because the mall at this point is also, it's kind of doing the Silent Hill 2 thing of giving you ammo every 3 steps, but the enemies are so much harder to kill that I essentially stopped killing stuff like by the
yeah.
third room.
Mm,
And it tries to do the like classic survival horror thing of it's better to run around enemies than to kill them. But again, back to like Resident Evil comparisons, Resident Evil understands that you are going to run around these enemies because you in your mind you're making a gameplay choice of, I have a very scarce resource, so it's either using this resource I could use in the future, or
mm,
keeping it, but this hallway is going to be much more dangerous with 3 zombies in it going back and forth through it than
yeah.
it would be without. Whereas Silent Hill 3's movement is like, she's very fast, and she's pretty agile, tank control wise.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to run past enemies, and they have so much health that it's almost not worth killing them, and they don't do much
Mm,
damage anyway. That it is pushing you to not kill the enemies, but not in a way that feels interesting to me. I
mm.
don't know if you disagree with that. That like,
For me, it always felt like, because there are so many more enemies in
mm,
Silent Hill 3 than 1 and 2 put
yeah,
together, it always felt to me like it was a numbers game, and it would just be so much of a drain on my resources in order to do this, that it is more efficient for me to just run past them. So I didn't, I only really ever kill the nurses and those things that crawl on the ground with the weird gas mask things on,
mm-hmm,
because they were so annoying because they
yeah,
knock you down on the ground. But other than them, I really almost never kill anything else, because it was just always, you, really, it might have just been a survival horror thing, because at
yeah.
that point I played so many survival horror games that I would have done that anyways,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, I think, where the game might fail to someone like me experiencing this game for the first time because I didn't. The end of the game basically gives you no supplies whatsoever. And so if you did end up using any ammo in the mall or the later like sort of middle of the game areas,
Hmm.
you almost can't beat the game at the end. Like healing wise, especially by the end of the game, I had nothing, and I
Hmm.
had to do the final boss fight without any healing at all at
Oh,
flashing red health.
damn.
So
Yeah.
like I can see what they're doing, but if you didn't like stack your saves so that you saved
Hmm.
and have somewhere to go back to, if you just overwrote the save every single time, um, I could see how you could just get stuck at some point.
Hmm. Wait,
And
so are you one of the do you stack saves?
yeah, I
Do-
normally I don't like.
Oh, okay.
I usually do like I'll do 3 saves, and so I'll do like save in the first one, second one,
Hmm.
third one, first one, second one, third one, so that like
Hmm.
I can't like go back to the beginning of the game or anything. But if I reach a point that's like
No return.
a soft lock or something,
Yeah.
I can go back to either like a couple minutes before or like an hour
Hmm.
before.
I always make fun of my wife because she'll have like 5 saves going and
Mhm.
she has to like keep a mental inventory of
Yeah,
like
uh, it's man, they have 30 save spots in Silent Hill 3. 30. So I can imagine someone like tactically, I guess you could say, because I ended up with literally
mm,
30 saves at the end of the game, saving in each individual save
like
game.
area.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I mean, first of all, you're going to be able to probably go back and if you wanted to beat the game a whole lot better than I did, but um, I can imagine because every time you load up the game too, it scrolls through all the save spots.
Mm,
And so every time you're loading up to go load into the game, it is just scrolling 30 times past all your saves. Um, I don't know. Do you think people do that? Are there sickos out there that
there
save
have
in
to
every
be.
single slot?
There has to be. I if interacting with people on the internet has taught me anything is that there is no niche unoccupied.
Yeah.
There's nothing so odd that there isn't someone out there doing it as we speak.
I'm gonna launch that. I think I'm gonna do r slash every save
Save stacking.
stack.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Fill the memory card or
yeah, there's just
something.
going to be like, basically a discovery of how little amount of games can we play to fill up 8 megabytes of a save disk. Like if we do Silent Hill 3, maybe another 1 or 2 games that have like 30 save spots could
Mm,
get there pretty quick. I don't know. Um, but back to the story here. That we're so good at keeping on track this episode.
yeah.
Um, we reach the kind of the end of the mall, and there I don't know. Is there anything else you want to talk about before the big ladder? Is there anything you want to talk about with the
So
mall?
the big takeaway for me when I first played Silent Hill 3 at the end of the mall was um I don't think it's ever said out loud, but obviously with people being around and stuff,
Hmm.
I got the impression, everybody gets the impression we are not in Silent Hill at the start of the
Yeah.
game. But like you were saying, all of these things are happening. We're experiencing the other world as if we were in Silent
Hmm.
Hill. And for me, as a big Silent Hill fan, when the game first launched, and somebody who was psyched about playing this game, that blew my mind because we had very kind of hard rules for Silent
Yeah.
Hill going forward. And it was just not something I expected for them to take that experience and extend it outside the boundaries of the town or
Hmm.
Toluca Lake. Which, admittedly, as a grown adult now, it's not the wildest
Yeah.
plot twist, but as a fan of the series and them kind of sticking very true to this rule set to see it now being altered was pretty insane.
I I definitely like it to an extent because it also it makes the sort of shtick almost of Silent Hill 2's stuck in a nightmare feeling actually like an aspect of the game that you could take out of
Mm.
it, where like Heather is now, because she has the nightmare of the amusement park but is still in the cafe, she's sort of waken up into another nightmare. And it was a lot more apparent to me that like or like my brain was much more guided towards the feeling of like this could still be a nightmare, this could still be fake.
Mm.
Whereas Silent Hill 2 I think tries to do it through like its surrealist take on things, makes it dream like, but this
Mm.
one actually feels like Heather is stuck in a nightmare, which is definitely more um, like on the nose, but I do kind of like that feeling better, I think.
Mm.
But it's also at the same time, I wrote down like the more in your face horror of the mall is like way less scary to me. Like it,
Mm.
the creepiness of like the apartments in Silent Hill 2, where like
Yeah.
it is emblematic of a living space, but like you can tell nothing has lived there for a very long time,
Right.
is much more fearful to me than like sort of
Interesting.
immediately messed up mall.
I found the mall to be so creepy because, maybe I am sort of one of those people who are affected by those kind of spaces where I've always appreciated like post-apocalypse
Mm,
media because I love the idea. Like, for example, the Stalker series. Here is Pripyat. Everybody's left for
mhm.
decades now. To see how things settle and how plants grow and how stuff gets messed up by the elements, that has a weird effect on me that I really enjoy. And there's something about the mall that feels that way to me. It doesn't feel necessarily, I mean, it is the other world, but it feels more to me like an abandoned mall,
Mm,
visually. So you walk into a lot of rooms and everything's been cleared out. Whereas when we were running around before, we went into the bread store, there's stock on the shelves and everything is normal. And when you go into like the clothes shop, nothing's on the rack anymore except for like the odd shirt. I really enjoyed that about it. It just felt like all the traces of humanity that you would associate
mm.
with that location had just been sucked out of it.
Yeah.
But I think that might be like a pretty personal thing too, though, because that's always something that hits me hard.
Well, I'm not saying it was. I actually wrote down that I liked it more like thematically, like as a again as the vibe, as the aesthetic. Like I
Mm,
definitely like the feeling it gives more, but it was less. Again, back to my I can't really feel fear
mm,
in basically anything at this
mm,
point, because I'm just so desensitized to it that
mm.
like Silent Hill 2 almost gets there to scaring me a little bit. Whereas
And it was the Woodside's apartments that were
yeah,
like specifically
and
getting you.
Silent Hill 3 just never, it never gets
Hmm.
to that point of like, being close to fearful to me at
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
But I again, I like the liminality of it. I don't know if that's a real word that exists. I just made it a real
Mm,
word.
works.
But it it has a certain feeling, and like you say, the feeling that people were here, but or actually Silent Hill 2 has that feeling of people were here at some point, but Silent Hill 3 feels like there are people like two doors down, and yet
Mm,
this is still happening up
yeah, yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. That's a
And
good way to put it.
they're completely unaware of it, and I can't get to them, and
Mm,
they can't know they don't know I'm here. Um,
yeah.
and like even Heather mentions it a few times. Like there's a lot of times where we're like, we should call an ambulance or call the police or call the cops or whatever. Like
Mm.
they're still recognizing that like this is the real world,
Yeah, exactly.
but they're also aware that they're not going to show up. nothing. You're gonna go pick up the phone and it's gonna be
Mhm.
disconnected,
Yeah.
which I like a lot more. But it's just less fearful to me, I
Yeah.
think.
I get it. Hell yeah.
So one of the things that did kind of creep me out in that like deep down like unrecognizably scary way, where like I don't
Mm.
really know why I'm scared, but it's fucked up, and unnatural feeling I wrote down
Mhm.
is the at the end of the mall. Basically, nothing happens in the mall. I mean, you meet Claudia, but it is another Spencer Mansion sort of backtracking, get the thing to get to the next thing.
Mm.
But then you're at this big, like the center of the mall where it's all 4 or 5 floors of the mall, just this big open area where all the floors are balconies, and it's just straight down this huge like void.
Mm.
And there's this big ass ladder, like Metal Gear Solid 3 ladder,
Yeah.
that you have to climb down into the basement of the mall. And I'm like, damn,
It was
that's
effective.
the one of the things in this game that like was my okay, this is actually the tinge of fear that I want to feel. It's
Mm.
actually getting there.
The sound effects too
Yeah,
of
oh my
something
god.
in the darkness, dude, is
We
so good.
we need to talk about the music for a second, because
Yeah, sound design in general.
oh
Yamaoka
my
took
god.
over everything, and he just murdered it all.
Yeah,
It was
it's
so good.
there's so much that's like I think only maybe Silent Hill 3 sound design only works because we have played the previous games, because there is so much sound design in this game that is just such an assault to the senses that if Silent Hill 3 is like your first Silent Hill game, you'd be like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. It's just pounding drums and banging things, and
Yeah,
this
yeah.
like screeching and scraping noises,
Mhm.
that like it almost sounds like someone just went to the studio and they're like, dude, I check out this sick track, and it's just them like banging a garbage
Like a
can or whatever.
saw on another piece
Yeah,
of metal.
yeah, like, and like
You
this
know what
is
it is?
horrendous.
I think so. The first Silent Hill 1 soundtrack had a combination of like dreamy, airy tracks, and
Mhm.
then most of it was hard industrial sound effects
Yeah.
and pounding drums. And the second soundtrack was more somber piano licks, a lot of like reverb piano.
Hmm.
And then the third game, I think, is a combination of both of those approaches equally. Because
Yeah.
if you listen to the soundtrack, there are more songs in Silent Hill 3 that follow a traditional music format
Hmm.
versus the more ambiance of parts 1 and 2.
I was actually going to mention that, because the at most points in the game, the atmosphere is as far away from music as you could possibly get and still be sound design.
Mhm.
um
Mhm.
where like it is just, again, the most abhorrent noise that you could have ever imagined, but also 50 times louder than anything else in the game, and also you can't escape it because it's in every room. And
Yeah.
like there's an alarm clock that goes off in the hospital. There's just like the most, I don't even know how to describe my anger when it went off. I'm like, please, why are you doing this to me? But then on the soundtrack, and at certain points throughout the game, it has probably, I think, the best music, like actual soundtrack music of any of the games,
Yeah.
that it is both like two sides of an extreme, where like you have the oh, what's it called? Whatever the song that everyone listens to from Silent Hill 3 that's not actually in the game, but it's on the
Oh, the
soundtrack.
intro, You're Not Here.
Maybe, no, is it the rock song that's
Yeah,
the
You're
studio
Not Here.
mix or whatever? Or
Yeah,
no, it's
yeah.
like Love. What is it?
Oh,
Um
my hold on. I want a cup that overflows with love, but not enough to
That's the
break my heart. Yeah,
lyrics.
or what? Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
want love. It's called I Want Love.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Which is like what maybe one of my favorite pieces of video game music like ever
It's
to be
so
written. It's so good.
it's
And
Mary
then
Elizabeth Glenn's singing voice is so fucking
yeah.
unique, good.
And then like also there's like a garbage can beating saw on metal
Mm,
screeching. There's like a one of the rooms has someone just like screaming into a microphone
yeah,
and it's like
yeah,
peaking really hard
yeah.
and like
Or
the
like
gain's
that
way up.
weird like a radio being tuned, so it's like
Yeah.
just nonstop
And
on the track.
it's I think the most diverse game in terms of like
Mm,
what the sound design is going for that I really
yeah.
enjoy.
They really
Um
focused on sound effects in this
mm,
game
yeah.
more so than any of the others because you could think of a few moments like, let's say, Silent Hill 2, when you exit one of the apartments, you hear the scream or something like that. Silent Hill 3 has like 12 of those moments.
Yeah.
Like in the office building right before the apartments where you can hear like boom, boom, boom,
Mhm.
boom. Like that. I've lived in an apartment with someone above me before. That's exactly what that sounds like. And there's no explanation or, and it might
Yeah.
not even happen again. It's so fucking good, dude.
My hypothesis that I wrote down in regards to the music is like Silent Hill 1 is almost like their soundscapes essentially like
Yeah.
kind of very like Half-Life 2 feeling where like everything
Mm,
is this constant it has like a certain musicality to it, but it's very low and um sort of meandering. Like you can't really call it music, it's more
yeah.
instruments being played.
I
um
understand exactly what
and
you're, yeah.
then Silent Hill 2 weirdly is like it's completely different tone but a lot more similar to Half-Life 1 where there's like parts where like there's an actual score being set
Mhm.
to what is happening right now.
Yeah, the
Um,
notes have, like, an intentionality instead
yeah.
of, like, holding one and pitch shifting it
hmm
across an entire,
There
yeah.
there is a melody and there is at points
Mhm.
a full rhythm section and
Yeah, just your traditional song
yeah,
structure.
exactly. That's essentially more of a that film score feeling to the game,
Mhm.
whereas Silent Hill 3 never. There certain cutscenes have like a score to them, but it's almost it's a mix of the two where it's like music, but if you took a song and really messed it up and made it not a song and just kind of like played parts of it at little intersections and like
Yeah.
grabbed it and stretched it out and just threw it on the whole thing, that is a completely different vibe than 1 and 2 has.
Mhm.
Okay, so I think it's time to talk about the mall boss. You go down this ladder. By the way, they cucked me, dude. Team Silent cucked me. I was ready for the really really long ladder climb down into the abyss, like Metal Gear Solid
Mhm.
3 level ladder climb. But then you get
There's an
like
edit out there with, like, "What a thrill," while you're climbing down this
it
heather. There has
feels
to
so
be.
similar,
Mhm.
and I feel like it's definitely probably not intentional, but it's almost the exact opposite of Metal Gear Solid 3 when it happens, because 3 you're climbing up and it's Snake like
Mhm.
sort of this I don't want to say it's sort of not introspective at all to Snake. Like Snake at that moment is probably really not thinking anything except like, damn,
Mhm.
big ladder, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like meta contextually relevant
Mhm.
and meaningful to that game. Whereas this ladder is in Silent Hill 3 is first of all, it's going down instead of up into the darkness instead of on literally onto the top of a mountain.
Mm.
But it's more introspective to Heather, where like it's the entering of her psyche or whatever really kind of like third grade media literacy class or English teacher, high school
Mm.
English teacher kind of reading you have on it that is a completely different feeling to the scene, despite the fact them both being ladders.
Mhm.
But instead of a nice picturesque mountain with a big attack helicopter, you get this basement that has this. I don't know how to describe it. How else other than a big phallic worm, vagina looking
Yeah.
creature thing that is worming disgustingly in and out of these holes on each side. Um, Also, one of those creature designs is this is fucked up. Okay, Masahiro Ito, man, you need some help.
I
However,
always
you,
called it the dick skeleton.
yeah, it's like bony too, like it's a worm, but like it
Mhm.
has
It has teeth,
skeletal
and
features.
the teeth are human teeth
Yeah.
looking,
Oh
and
my
but like
god.
when the teeth come out, they have gums,
Hmm.
and it's like that's too on like it's too familiar and
Yeah.
also gross. It's
It
a very cool body horror kind of thing.
it feels like a sort of continuation of the first monster, where like there's this like dripping uh, dripping
Yeah.
foreskin element to it, and this is like
Mhm.
that sort of like expanded into this whole like what if that aspect of that creature was the whole
Mhm.
creature. um
Yeah. You know,
which
actually, I don't we didn't talk about this when we talked about that first monster reveal.
Mhm.
One thing that really creeped me out about that scene, which I don't know if it was intentional because it also could have been just a video game thing, but the fact that I didn't understand how it was doing damage to this guy's face because it looked like if you could imagine two circles
Mhm.
doing this to each
Yeah,
other, which freaked me out because I'm like, how is this thing operating? How but to be fair, that could have just been a weird video game clipping, Z fighting kind
I
of, you know
don't
what I mean?
I don't know, because I think what it's the the look that it's trying to do is like this monster is trying to like absorb
Mhm,
the thing it killed, like trying to like
mhm,
I said earlier was like eating it, but it's almost like it's it doesn't show this literally in the game, but like it to me what it felt like was it was trying to like melt the thing it
mm.
killed and like drink it in a
Yeah,
way that
yeah.
like um where it's melting together into one bigger abomination that it was trying to
Mm,
achieve. And Heather like just interrupts it. And I think the boss in the basement is very similar. Like I didn't die in this, so I don't know if there's a like a death animation or anything, but like it
mm.
feels like if Heather dies, she is just going to be eaten and absorbed into this creature, into this like
Oh, here's a good question.
mass.
How did you die in your playthrough at all?
Um, I'm gonna mention this a lot later because I have a huge pain in the ass Alessa fight,
Oh, okay.
where I died like 5 times probably.
Mm.
Um, but again, I was very liberally using healing because I
But
figured it was gonna
you
be
know what?
like
However many times you died is not important. Did you see the scene?
the scene.
Oh, you didn't then. You would
No,
know. Oh, fuck, Benny.
I haven't done
All right.
my I haven't done my as much like
Research.
research into this. Like I've
Mhm,
watched some reading and some videos like
mhm.
to help me
So this
understand the
isn't the
themes, but no,
yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so it's so fun. All right. I wish you would have organically come across this yourself because it's amazing. So randomly throughout the game, if
Mhm.
you die, this is it's such a rare thing, but if you die in the game, there you have a chance to trigger a scene where Valtiel grabs your foot and just drags you off the screen from where you
Oh
drop into the darkness. It's so good,
my
and it happens as over such a slow period of time. There's
yeah.
no haste at all. Just
Uh-huh.
like, all right, let's get you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's such an effective scene, and I didn't see it the first time I played it until I
Mhm.
replayed it on PC, I think, or
Mhm.
something. But yeah, you stand a very good chance of never seeing that scene, which is wild because it's so good.
That is, I feel like that's almost vital to understanding the game
Yeah.
to a point, because like after I finished the game, I didn't even see Valtiel at all. Like I saw
Mm,
the guy turning the crank or whatever at certain
yeah,
points, but I figured
yeah,
that was just like many of the things, sort of just not set dressing, but like, because everything in this game is
yeah.
designed to a purpose, but just
It's more like,
another thematic
yeah, you think it's
element. But
world building of
yeah, yeah,
some
yeah.
kind. Yeah.
Um, and even at the end where like Valtiel comes up and grabs Claudia, I never really put together two and two that that's like the same guy doing that
That's understandable.
until
Yeah.
after, and I was looking up stuff. I kind of,
Mm,
again, we'll talk about this when we get to the end, but I kind of don't like his character at all. I think it's
interesting.
kind of stupid, but I do
Mm,
like the the death thing. I think that adds a lot to him that I didn't have before, and that's kind of why I didn't like him,
mm,
because he's like feels a little shoehorned in. Um,
mhm.
but yeah, that's interesting. Okay, that's gonna change a couple of my things I have to say about the game at the end.
All right.
Um, but yeah, so you kill this worm guy thing. This oh my god, maybe one of the only creature designs in Silent Hill that has like actually affected me. This and the flesh lips, both
Mm.
like I'm gonna think about at night one day. I'm just gonna wake up and be like, damn, that's fucked.
Yeah.
um, and then you get out of the mall finally, and she like wakes. I forget exactly what happens. I didn't write enough notes on this, but she sort of kills this thing, and what happens? She wakes up, I think, immediately after that, and the
Mhm.
mall is kind of back to normal, or she's in
Yeah.
a part of the mall that now feels like there could be people.
And this is
Um,
another thing that thematically ties it into Silent Hill 1 is the transitions to the other world are accompanied by a passing out, a
yeah,
sound cue,
mhm,
and a transition.
yeah.
Whereas in Silent Hill 2, throughout the entire game, you were transitioning further and further into the other world.
Well, I think Silent Hill 2 does it a few times. Like when Pyramid Head pushes you off the roof,
That's
um,
true. Yeah,
you're
that's
you're
true.
you have that kind of thing, and also in the
Mhm.
hospital after they all happen in the hospital. After a pyramid thing kills Maria as well,
And
it,
then
it
you go down
shifts
the
back. Yeah. Um,
mm,
so I think it happens in Silent Hill 2 a couple times, but the slow descent is sort of, I don't know. Silent Hill 1, it's very back and forth. Like the siren plays, everything changes. You have,
mhm,
or you do something that causes it to change. And
mm,
then you get to the point, like, or the, maybe it's either the plot device, or you have to go get a
yeah,
certain item or whatever, and it changes back.
script trigger. Yeah.
Silent Hill 2 does that slow transition. Silent Hill 3 basically does the slow transition, but like over and over again with like hard
Mm,
resets where
yeah.
you're in a space, it slowly gets fucked up, and then
Mm,
something happens, boom, back to normal, and she's come taken out
yeah.
of it. Um, which this is when we meet I always forget his name every time. Douglas.
Douglas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most forgettable name in Silent Hill. And again, he's kind of just like this little creep. Um, I'll describe Vincent later on as a little freak. Douglas
Mm,
feels specifically like a little creep.
really?
Yeah,
Oh my god, I
until
did not
later in
get
the
that
game,
vibe
I
from
think,
yeah.
because
That's probably affecting it for me,
to
though.
in the beginning you don't. He says he's a detective, but like you don't really know. It
Yeah.
could just be some guy trying to get her to come over here into my office, or let me take you
Yeah.
for a drive or whatever kind
And
of.
this conversation doesn't do much to really clear up
Yeah,
anything outside
it's
of Claudia paid me to find you.
yeah. um and I think at this point he is, I think his character development, not as a character but as a, in terms of his motivations, is almost like this is the one moment he gets. This is like where he decides that, okay, I've switched sides at this point. Sure, I was paid by Claudia, but after seeing what Heather is going through, I'm firmly in her camp now. Which he drifts a little back and forth, I think, throughout the game, but this is like the one moment where he's like, okay, I'm gonna help this girl out instead of try to go bring her to the cult or whatever he was actually paid to do. And then we go outside, and we're in this. She's heading home, so she heads to the subway. This is the part that kind of started to drag to me once we got to the subway, I think, because we're like 2 hours in, 2 or 3 hours in, and nothing plot wise has happened beyond like these characters existing. Like there's no, it's completely driven by the strangeness, or not the strangeness, the nightmare feeling. And it's not, I don't know. It doesn't feel guided enough to me. Like Silent Hill 2, as sparse as the story is for the first 3/4, there's something that happens at each like 30-minute to hour interval that makes you interested in what's going on and reveals a little bit more. Silent Hill 3 is very, Douglas exists, but he's not really that interesting other than, why is he there? And Claudia is the more interesting of the two, but she also doesn't really have much to say. And so her mystery is also kind of, why does she exist? Why is she after me?
Well, she kind of speaks in what at the time seems like riddles until you replay the game with further context, and then she's telling you a lot of plot points. But
when
which
you're
is
the
nice,
first time through,
but your first time, it is not intuitive.
Yeah, it's not clear, and it's almost not interesting enough to guide you. Again, another fault that I think Silent Hill games aren't the greatest video games, but they're better at writing their story and their aesthetic and their vibe than they are actually like, the pacing of the story and the keeping your interest up, and putting the right things at the right time.
I will say, despite me being just a fangirl for Silent Hill 3, the section that you are talking about from after the mall until the apartments is the part of the game that, outside of a few elements that I really love visually and a few of the sound design elements, in between that section, it's the spot that is not the most fun to play from, because it's a long time without getting any sort of payoff as to who Heather is, who's after her, why Douglas was paid, any of that stuff. So I completely see where you're coming from. I find things outside of the story to really enjoy in those areas. But yeah, if you're playing this on I want this story to play itself out kind of deal, you're not getting in those sections, and that's a pretty significant portion.
I agree with you. Like there are things that, like, level design wise and art direction wise, that are interesting, but beyond experiencing them in the moment, there's nothing driving me to the next one. Like retrospectively, I can look back and be like, okay, I actually really like the office building, and I really like the subway, but I like them now after I've beaten the game and thought of the experience as a whole. I'm really not enjoying it in the game.
My first time with the game, I got to Heather's apartment and I was like, oh, that's right, I forgot we were going to the apartment.
Exactly.
It's a long time.
And I think the mall's okay. Like the mall's not short, but it's enough intertwined to the plot throughout the runtime of the mall that keeps you going.
It's surprising how much just sprinkling a few cutscenes throughout a location really paces it out so well.
Whereas the subway is like doesn't have anything pretty much. There's a kind of a sub story in the subway I want to talk about that has a lot to
Mm,
do with the themes of the game, and there's certain elements of the office building that I really like, as well as a sub story there that I think is really interesting. But
mm.
basically, from when you meet Douglas, or not when you meet Douglas, but when Douglas shows up the second time to Vincent in the office building, that's almost most of the runtime of the game. That's like 2
Yeah.
hours probably, where literally nothing happens
Mm.
beyond trying to get home.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And the subway, man, let's talk about the subway because I like it now again after playing it, but
Mm.
I played this game without a guide, and
The subway can be tough,
it
man.
is
It's easy to get lost in the
just
subway.
so I again, I imagine it's Team Silent doing it on purpose, creating this labyrinth.
Mm.
But it almost, until I figured out that I needed to figure it out, I was just lost. Like I really didn't. I
Yeah.
wasn't having fun, and
When you said that you had clocked 4 hours up until that point, I was like, I bet it's like 45% of that was in the
yeah,
subway.
no, it's the subway and the because you can get through the sewers, I think, pretty quick. But then the
Yeah.
office building and the mall having some story, but not really that much. To
Mhm.
like, I think if the mall had more story, maybe it could drive you through the subway and the office building better.
Mm.
But it has enough going on to justify the mall, and then
Yeah.
nothing else after. And so, especially in the subway, where like the solution ends up being that none of the signs are actually the right signs to go to, and you can actually just kind of, I think you can just go to the where you're supposed to go like in 5 minutes if you actually know what you're doing
Yeah, it's
in
a very
this.
short
Like,
location once you figure it out, yeah.
there's a gate you have to open. There's a door you can open, but I don't think either of those things actually get you to the where you're supposed to go. I think it's just a
Well,
specific pathway you take, and then
it's
you
just
have to.
script triggering.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
first off, when I first entered the subway, I went onto the tracks because I didn't yet realize it was like a whole maze area.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna have like there's no subway here because I went to Bergen Street, the sign that said Bergen Street or whatever. That she's like,
Mm.
that's where I have to go. I went to that subway platform. I'm like, okay, no train is coming. I guess I got to walk on the tracks. So I got on the tracks
Yeah.
and I started walking, and I died. I got hit by the train. So my immediate that kind of taught me to never go on the train
Not go on the
tracks.
tracks. Yeah.
Um,
And then,
when it
you end up having
when
to
it
go on
turns
the
out
track.
you could just walk to the right platform, and then you have to go on the tracks and go to a door that is completely locked and is has nothing
So
in it anyway.
this is something that someone will have to also fact check me on as well. But I think as far as scripting goes, the camera has to show you that that door is there.
Mm,
So if you were to get onto the tracks before you got to that point and run to where the door is, I think the train would still trigger.
okay.
So yeah, there's a lot inside of that level that is not intuitive
Mhm.
and is not fun to explore until you know what's going to happen
Yeah.
and where everything is, and then it's like, oh, this is really fun thematically, conceptually it's an
Mhm.
interesting idea, but in practice, as a first time player, yeah, I spent a lot of time in the subway. But what's interesting though, if now that I am living in Tokyo, it's not so much, I don't think they designed the subway to be a maze. That is just what train stations are like here,
Yeah.
and they're very vertically
Well,
oriented.
it's the same
And I
in
think that's
DC as well. I've been to the only
okay.
subway I really have. Well, I mean, I have experience with Pittsburgh subway, but it's literally
Mm,
we have one line that takes you
yeah,
into
yeah,
the
yeah.
city and out of the city. Um,
Mm,
the DC Metro is like, okay, I'm at the right station, but I gotta go to 2 floors down to one
yeah,
train so that I can cross at that platform to go
yeah.
2 stories up to this other platform to go like a story down to the right train.
Mm,
And it definitely has that feeling to it. So
yeah,
I don't think it's poorly designed in concept. I think it's just poor in execution because
exactly.
it's not, it doesn't give you enough to actually realize what you're supposed to do. In fact, it literally teaches you not to do the thing it wants you to do, which is
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's a stupid or bad game design decision, but if there
We could
was ever one, it's this
we could
one.
call it a mistake for
Yes,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing I do like in the subway, though, and this is another thing another like cutscene I missed. There's a newspaper you can read about a guy that was pushed onto the tracks at some point, and you know he was pushed onto the tracks and just got crushed by the oncoming train, which then immediately happened to me when I walked onto the tracks and got crushed by the train. But apparently, there's a cutscene that can trigger where
Mhm.
you are like placed into this like person that walks up behind Heather and pushes her onto the tracks that
Yeah.
I never triggered for me, which is a shame
Yeah.
because man, that's such a good
It's super cool.
setup and
You have to
conclusion.
you have to read that article,
Hmm.
and then you have to go to that specific
Mm.
platform, or else it won't trigger,
I
because it triggered for me the first time, and then I played the game the second time, and I played the PC port, and I was like, man, the PC port is fucked. They don't even
Yeah.
include some cutscenes.
No, I think for me it didn't happen because I walked onto the tracks first thing and then I reloaded the
Okay.
save and never looked at the
Yeah.
newspaper again because I already read it.
Mm,
Um, and that's ends up being one of the like top 5 most important thematic elements in the game that we'll talk about once we get to the themes
mm,
that I really like, but it's completely missable. Much to the
yeah.
same as the what the hell is his name? Ariel, what's it?
Valtil.
Valtiel.
Mm,
That is sort of required to understand the game almost, but is not. Again, I'm not gonna say it's bad game design, but I think it was obfuscated to just for the sake of being obfuscated. Like it wasn't.
yeah.
It should have just triggered as soon as I walked out onto a platform. It shouldn't have been this like certain steps to make it because it is so essential to understanding the game.
It sounds like one of those, hey, it would be cool kind
Mhm.
of
Yeah,
conversations in a
yeah,
game design meeting. And that's the thing. So Team Silent was a team of very, very creative people who did not work well with other teams in Konami.
hmm,
And it makes sense that they had almost no overhead, like that
yeah,
nobody was saying, oh no, that can't go in the game, or this
hmm,
can. So you do get the good and the bad that comes with having an auteur game
yeah.
design staff that are beholden to nobody.
That reminds me a lot of like Kojima too, because
Yeah, for
like you can see my big hypothesis with Kojima is that the things that made like I think Metal Gear Solid 2 is the best Metal Gear game. Like by far,
sure.
I think it is the best Metal Gear game. And I
Mm,
think the reason why is because it has both his creative mind and his like what if we did this cuz it was just going to be cool, not because it like
yeah.
matters, but like this is sick and it's thematic and it deserves to be in the game kind of
Mm,
approach to game design. And then also the people that are like, okay, but if we want to do that, it's going to take like $500,000 and 6 months. So we can't do that. So we just,
mhm.
it just can't happen. Like sort of a clashing of ideas that makes Metal Gear Solid 2 a perfect mix. And I think for me, Silent Hill 1 is like that perfect mix where you have Team Silent. They're this ragtag group of developers, or however you want to personify them. But also they're still constricted to, we need to make this game. And
well, it's because at first with SH1, the budget wasn't there.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
That was their guiding.
We need to make this game like in a certain amount of time with a certain amount of money. Like one guy did the cinematic, the most beautiful cinematics on PS1. One guy did it because he felt like it, and because he had this passion. And slowly, as each game started getting more, okay, well, Team Silent, I doubt Konami ever actually felt this way or said this, but certainly with Kojima, I think it happened where like people liked the game because of the direction, the art direction and the story direction. And so there was this kind of loosening grip on them. Where, and I mean, certainly Silent Hill 3 didn't have an easy development, but it was Silent Hill 2 and 3 were just kind of allowed to do whatever they want, which ends up, I think, being worse in many ways as a playing experience because of it, where they're not limited. Whereas like Kojima, love him, love his ideas, but as he started getting like full control and being able to do whatever he wants, and you can see it in Metal Gear Solid 4, and you can definitely see it in like Death Stranding, where like it's so like I don't want to say artistic, because I think all the games are artistic, but it's so like extravagant and like like it's like going to a feast and eating everything and just you can't stop eating, but then you feel really, really sick afterwards and you ate way too much and you should have just had a single plate of food and it would have been a much better experience, kind of thing. Like engorged is the word I was looking for, where like it's too far into the other direction. The Silent Hill 3, I fear, starts to lean into that a little much. Case being the subway, where it's a labyrinth, which is great thematically, but like no one sat down and was like, well, who's gonna ever understand this without like a guide? You know, who day one is gonna install this game and try to play through it and have any sort of guiding path of where you're supposed to go.
Which is strange because the next location is relatively straightforward. You can get sort of turned around a bit, but because it's not so vertically oriented, it's much easier for you to pull your map out and just see where you have and have not gone. Whereas in the subway, okay, well, yes, I went down a floor, but did I go down a floor via the left staircase or the right staircase? Because those are two completely different locations.
And they have signs on them that says where they go, but they don't actually go to that place. And when you go up to the map, Heather's just like, I know where I need to go. No, you don't, bitch. You're walking around. You clearly have no clue what is going on. Man, that reminded me of the sort of the guiding that I think Silent Hill 2 does really well, which is like also the Resident Evil thing. And I haven't played many point and click adventure games, but like the way they try to guide you in those, where you where this is apparent in the office building next or second to next, where like you'll see a locked door and then you'll be like, okay, I can't go in there, and then you'll keep exploring and you'll find an item and you'll be like, okay, I need to use this item somewhere. So you look around, you find where you can use the item. That gets you, a key, or it gets you down a floor in the elevator or whatever. And then you can explore, and you keep finding like one thing that leads to another, and you're slowly uncovering where to go.
It's a pretty intuitive process.
Exactly. And the sewer that happens right after this, you can, it is a maze, but it is more of a conventional maze where if you do the like I always do in Silent Hill games, the following the right hand side of the character and just, you know, doing the outline of the whole place, because you'll get to everywhere in the game by doing that.
Yeah.
That works fine because it's a maze, but it's a sort of a traditional maze almost, where like there's routes that path and lead to each other intertwining. Whereas the solution in the subway, it's both a maze, but the maze doesn't matter. You're supposed to like intuitively go to the edge of a platform on one of the levels and go to the end of it and then onto the tracks and to a door that's not really lit up that well. And you can't solve it by just discovering the path in the maze. You just have to know, I guess, what to do.
It's absolutely have to know, because once you do know,
So
when you
easy.
play that level, it's a pretty interesting location, because you can now admire it visually as opposed to like, where the fuck am I going? You know?
Yeah.
But it is one of those scenarios where my experience was the same as yours. The subway was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And when I replayed the game, that was the location that I dreaded going through. But you know, as you're playing, you're like, oh, that's right. Okay, I remember. You have to go down here.
I think I'm going to take a moment here while we're on this to kind of talk about the tutorialization of Silent Hill 3 and how little there is, because I didn't read the manual. So this one, because Silent Hill 3 is so expensive, I bought this game loose. Because I want to own the media, but I don't care if I have the original box or whatever. Like at some point, I'm going to get a box, print out some artwork and make it look nice on the shelf. But I don't care if that's original, but I do want like the disc. I want to own the media legally. I don't know why. I
Just one of those things,
human brain thing, but I didn't have, maybe everything that I have an issue with in this game ends up being explained in the manual, but I didn't read it, so I don't know. But I didn't know in Silent Hill 2 that you could strafe left and right with the bumpers until the last boss fight. I didn't know that you could quick turn in this game until the last boss fight.
No way.
And so, and also in Silent Hill 2, I didn't know you could click left trigger and turn the camera to where James is looking. I didn't know in Silent Hill 3
I would
you
love
could
to see your gameplay footage from that game, because that is such a pivotal.
Oh my God. Silent Hill 2 is so annoying to play through because the camera is always pointed towards James, almost always when you enter a room. And I kind of like that aspect. I think it actually works in Silent Hill 2 because you can't see the enemies. And James is, he's a good enough, he's like the best shooter in any video game ever. Like he's literally better than a Call of Duty hero, because the Call of Duty hero is based on the player playing it who's going to miss shots. James, literal aimbot. He can just target and shoot and keep shooting until it's dead. And so I didn't have an issue with the combat there because of that. Exploration wise, I was always pointed toward James, so I could never really tell what was in front of me, and that kind of added to it. Silent Hill 3, until I discovered that like you can so easily turn around the camera if you want to and look where you need to, until I discovered that, it was just a sort of impossible feeling to know where to go and what to click on. Thankfully, I discovered that in the subway because I was so stuck that I was just like clicking buttons and trying to figure out what to do.
God, I imagine that was a very frustrating experience.
Yeah.
That's
and
wild.
when you go to the controls, it doesn't really explain anything. Like I think it says like, maybe it says turn or whatever, or strafe on the shoulder buttons, and like left trigger is look or whatever. Same with, I didn't know you could block. Like you can pick up the thing if you have a melee
That's
weapon and
actually
block.
a mechanic that even a lot of Silent Hill fans will find out about later on.
Yeah.
I had no idea my first 2 or maybe 3 playthroughs that was possible until a speedrunner brought it up during a stream, I think, or something.
And it doesn't feel very useful, so like I don't care about the block necessarily. Like quick
I
turn.
still don't use it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
quick
God.
turn is
Because
pivotal, dude.
I'm so used to like it's more modern Resident Evil, but I think maybe it happens in the old games. I can't quite remember. Definitely in RE4, where like if you press back on the D-pad and then
The run
cross,
button. Mm,
you'll turn around instantly. So I did
yeah.
that a lot as Heather,
Mhm.
and it actually kind of works because she's running and she turns at the same time.
Yeah.
You just have to manually turn her instead of it just the character just doing it. So
Mm.
I was kind of quick turning through the movement, but it's very slow
So were you
comparatively.
using the 3D? I think
Yeah,
they're
the
called
tank
3D
controls.
controls?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Um, I've again, like I said in the Silent Hill 2 episode, I tried the 2D, like the analog stick movement.
Mm.
Which, by the way, I went back. I'm pretty sure Silent Hill 2 has it, which is really weird. Earlier on, like
Oh,
so
okay.
early on, you,
Mm.
I had such a big issue with it immediately in the HD collection when I tried the traditional movement because of the
Mm.
camera. So I wonder
Mm.
now if I go back and like I didn't play Silent Hill 3 a second time in the HD collection like I did with 2 because I've heard it's broken.
Mm.
But if I went back and played the HD collection and I tried the 2D movement and now knowing how to control the camera, I
Mhm.
wonder if it's going to end up being the best way to control the game. I don't know because I
Might
haven't
be
tried
worth
it.
checking out.
Um,
I would say now that you know what Silent Hill 3 is like, if you get a free minute, just play the first, 30 minutes of SH3,
mhm.
the HD collection. If anything, just to hear the different performances and to see how you feel
Yeah,
not coming from a point of like heavy bias one way or
yeah.
the other.
Um, I, I do want to do it at some point, and I feel like this Silent Hill 3 could probably be beaten pretty damn quick. Like
Yeah,
my
for sure.
runtime without knowing anything, no guide, was under 5 hours,
Mhm.
and probably an hour of that was in the subway.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
3 to 4 hours is probably the where it'll end up. So maybe I'll do that before
Mhm.
I start our next game here.
And the problems with the uh, the third game in the HD collection are pretty interesting. Like there are areas where the slowdown is at like
Mm,
10 frames per second or
yeah, and is
slower.
that on the Xbox Series X too? Still?
So I remember getting visual glitches on the Series X version of it, but I think performance wise,
Yeah,
I don't think you're going to run into
just
any issues.
just through
And
like
they
beating it with
locked it
a
to 30 as well.
okay. Yeah.
Because with the PS3 version pre-patch, it had an unlocked frame rate from
Mhm.
60 to whatever, and it would go from 10 to 60 nonstop. It was
Cool.
always moving around. So with the patch and I think the Series X version, they lock it at 30.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So like my experience with the Silent Hill 2 collection baffles me what people say about it online. They're like, do
Mm,
not play the Silent Hill 2 collection. It will ruin the game for you. It is the shittiest. Yeah, like Konami, they don't know what they're doing. They're such idiots because they put out the HD collection and it's this abomination
yeah.
to this affront to God, which kind of speaks to the deity level opinion people
Mm.
have of Silent Hill 2 original, which I don't
Well,
think is
in their defense, for a very long time, the HD collection was
was
broken
broken. Yeah.
and not supported by any there were no
Hmm.
patches for a very,
Oh,
very long time.
Rufus.
Hey, bud. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, come on. Come on. He's been doing this lately. He'll make you
Mhm.
put him there, even though he
Oh.
wants to go. He's such a little butthole. Um, yeah, I think oh fuck, what were we talking about, Rufus?
Broken Silent Hill
Oh yeah,
HD
yeah.
collection was
So
broken
it
for.
it it, it was broken really bad for a long time.
Mhm.
Also, in your defense, Silent Hill fans were very pissed off at font differences and stuff as well, and pickup sounds being an octave lower than they were
Yeah.
before, or something like that. So yeah, there was people being overly fanboyish for sure, but then there were
Really,
also
Silent
like,
Hill fans.
no, I
I
know
I
you
would
wouldn't
never.
think that.
It's amazing to me in the Silent Hill, like as a series, the
Mm,
dialogue that people have between each other feels like it hasn't escaped like 2008. Like
no,
people
yeah.
act like what happened to Team Silent and the eventual sort of murdering of the themes of Silent Hill in later games. is like this thing that just happened. And,
Dude, that's how bad it hurt, man. Those fucking
yeah,
wounds are still open.
or like Konami is this, Konami is destroying the image of Silent Hill with silent message or whatever. I'm like, dude, no one has given a shit about this series since like Silent Hill 3, really. And arguably, like, some people really like 4, but after that, it's like, there's not many games there that are remembered very kindly.
Playing 4?
Yeah, I know. I want to do every single Silent Hill game. I want to cover it because before, because I imagine we will talk about Silent Hill 2 remake when that comes out and we've both played it. I want to know, like, I want to have a sense of the series and where it's gone and what people have said, because I feel like with how highly regarded Silent Hill 2 is, I'm not going to be able to fairly critique Silent Hill 2 remake without having the entire Silent Hill fan experience through the years.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, like people still have this anger towards Konami that, like, even with the remake, like they're murdering the game or whatever, they're murdering the series. It's like this affront. But like, first of all, this has been the way it has been for 20 years. And also, even at the time, like Silent Hill 1 is very clearly not a project that Konami cared about in the first place. It was this like, well, we have all these employees that kind of suck, so let's just throw them elsewhere so we don't have to deal with them. And
you could argue that's the reason why Silent Hill 1 was good, is because Konami didn't care much.
Yeah.
Zero involvement in development.
And I think one of the reasons Silent Hill 3 starts to kind of falter is because it might have some of that more not corporate guided, but business guided feeling, where like, there's a timeline here, and there's we got to make this good so it'll sell and so it'll be received well, kind of feeling. Like Silent Hill 3 has so weird. There's costumes at the end of the game, and they have costumes that are gaming outlets from back then. Like there's a Game Informer and an IGN and a Game Network like outfit for Heather, which is so weird. And also like very clearly the only reason that would be done is to be like, hey guys, your outlet's cool, come check out our game, we'll put you in the game. Now we've put you in the game, why don't you give us a nice little review there too? Kind of feeling like very morally shadowy, I think.
Very on par for Konami.
Definitely, yeah. Which is why I'm so surprised when people are so angry when like the Silent Hill 2 pre-order bonuses are like these weird funny hats. I'm like, yeah, that's because that works on people and people will pre-order it for that. And Konami likes money. And they are known as this.
We did this when Silent Hill, the big Silent Hill announcement was made with all the movies and games and remakes, and I remember tweeting out, it's like, I have lived long enough to see 2 generations of Silent Hill's gonna be good this time, people, and it's incredible. I've watched 2 generations of people who were born and lived their entire lives unaware of the announcement of Silent Hill Downpour, Homecoming, Silent Hill Revelations, and Book of Lost Memories. And then they hear this same exact announcement with different game names, and they're like, this is it?
Yeah, it's back. Silent Hill's back, baby.
It's wild. It's really crazy.
Actually, as someone who isn't in that experience at all, I think I might end up coming more positively to Downpour and Shattered Memories and
maybe
the other games, and especially Silent Hill 2 remake, because I don't have this like pre-existing anger towards Konami, because in my mind, the way that they act now, as someone who's been a Metal Gear fan for a long time, even though I only played 5, I still loved Metal Gear 5. Knowing what they did to like Kojima, and now coming to Silent Hill with a kind of similar thing happening to it with the Silent Hill after Silent Hill 3 and 4. This I have this understanding of Konami is kind of a little evil. Like they very clearly only care about pachinko machines and money. I have almost because of that, a less biased view of these games. And like, I think everything I've seen about Silent Hill 2 remake to me looks so good. Like other than the animations, which I think look so bad, but that's like Bloober Team and it's a budget thing, so I can't really blame it. And it's not like the original Silent Hill 2 animations are that great. The cutscenes are good for the time, but nowadays going back, it's still an upgrade. So I'm kind of looking at all the bad things that happen to Silent Hill 2 remake. I'm like, first of all, why didn't you expect that? And all the good things that happen, I'm like, okay, this could actually be a pretty solid remake. It's from a team that they're kind of bad at making horror games, but they're really good at making good looking kind of technical experiences. So, you're now putting them on this game that already has really good direction and story and themes and plots. And now all they got to do is make it look good, which is like arguably what they're best at as a studio. This double, like the double A, they make double A games that look like triple A games, basically.
The games that look good for their budget, for sure.
And so I'm looking at like, this is like the best case scenario you could have for Silent Hill 2 in the modern era. Like, it's either the game is forgotten about by most people that are coming up now and starting to, like, my generation in 5 years will be the game journalists and, the people on Reddit, and they will also be the people consuming this media and talking about it. And none of them are going to have played Silent Hill 2. So would you rather no one have played it, or a slightly off version of a game that really can't be messed up, I don't think, unless they change stuff.
So here's where my only argument would be. I wouldn't mind, because I mean, I kind of like you, I don't have the emotional attachment to Silent Hill 2 that everybody else has. So it's going to be a lot easier for me to play the remake and just judge it as a Silent Hill game. I think I'll be able to sort of set some level of subjectivity aside so that I can just play this and be like, oh, okay, here's where it hits the themes really well. Here's where technically it doesn't perform well, whatever it is. But that being said, if there were a modern way to play the original Silent Hill 2, I would say there is no need for the remake if the remake is going to be altered in a way that might change its effect and its sort of emotional performance. If that were going to be the case, I would rather the Steam port of Silent Hill 2 exist, and then people of later generations could play that. That would be nice. But since we do not have a modern, authentic way to play Silent Hill 2, because I still think the HD collections, as functional as they are now today on the Series X specifically and nowhere else, still lack in execution compared to the originals. If you're going to play with new voices, I think
I'm going to completely disagree with you here, because I think the reason Konami is doing these remakes is not because like they're not going to release the original port of Silent Hill. I mean, actually, they might release the original versions of Silent Hill 2 at some point. I think it'll happen if Master Collection Metal Gear Solid, the second volume or the third volume or whatever, sells well. They're gonna finish Metal Gear at some point. Where are they gonna go next? Silent Hill is the next immediate answer. Or like, I guess like Castlevania, I guess they could do. But the reason they're doing a remake instead of just porting the original game is because if they ported the original game, there's going to be a lot of people who enjoyed the original game and play it, but it's not going to have the hype or to to Konami, it won't have the sales potential.
Yeah, for sure.
But to the audience, it won't have. Not many people that haven't played Silent Hill 2 for the first time are going to go and pick up just Silent Hill 2, the original game, ported.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be like, probably a couple 100,000 people. But Silent Hill 2 Remake has the potential to sell like, what did RE2 Remake sell? Like 10 million 12 million copies. You're going to have 12 million new people, or you're going to have a couple 100,000 new people.
Now the big difference there is Resident Evil 2 was a project that Konami financially
Or Capcom.
backed. 100% of everything they had was poured into Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Yeah.
Silent Hill 2 Remake is a effectively low budget release for a AAA series. So the issue there is,
But is it AAA anymore? Like the last game was what, other than Silent Message?
Downpour,
like
so that was 2 generations
years
ago.
Yeah. From someone going now and playing them back, you could, Bloober Team could have made Silent Hill 2 Remake in 2013, and it would have still been the best looking Silent Hill game and probably the best feeling Silent Hill game with the best controls and the easiest availability or whatever.
Well, that's my point. This is the issue, because you get to a point where you're getting, if you are a company who's going to invest in a project like this, you can do harm to the brand by releasing a remake that has not been given the financial care that it needs. For example, the difference between Delta, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater Delta, and Silent Hill 2 Remake is vast. And it's because Konami financially supports one project, and then they farmed the other project out to a different company. And that's where the issue lies. If you are going to make a remake, and you're in it, this is a prime IP for Konami. It may not be a prime money-making IP, but the reason why Konami hasn't sold Silent Hill is because that is a big deal. And it's the same reason Google's never going to sell YouTube, even though it's a loss.
Yeah.
You need that name under your belt. So that's worth money right there. And I think that's worth pouring your resources into, so that you have a Metal Gear Solid Delta, because you've seen what can happen when you take an old school game and slightly modernize its mechanics, because RE2 Remake sold wildly well.
Yeah.
We've seen what can happen. Konami, though, and this is the big issue, is not good at making money for itself in gaming, because it's never had to worry about it, as its income comes from other places. And the only reason we're seeing these remakes is because COVID hit them really hard in the pachinko and gym equipment stuff. So they're bad at business. They make bad business decisions, and nothing they do makes any sense from a financial or organizational point of view. And I think that's what the Silent Hill 2 remake is. It's poorly executed.
Okay, there's so much I want to respond to there. First, I feel like it's slightly disingenuous to this is both to your argument and a lot of people's arguments online that like everyone appreciates Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 to an extent, because it was created with like no budget in, Silent Hill 3 was like 8 months or whatever. Like these games were created under financial and time pressures. That is what made them so great. And so now you have those are the good games in the series. The ones that didn't have the financial backing, didn't have the time to kind of do whatever they want. Like Silent Message or whatever what it was called didn't have to come out that day. They could have released it 5 months later. There was no hype for Silent Message or whatever. I imagine that team had time to at least get it to a state that they wanted it to be. And it still kind of sucked. Or at least that's most people's opinion of it. And so to now go and go to Silent Hill 2 Remake as Konami and be like, okay, well, everyone loves the games that had these pressures on them that were creatively fulfilling because this
Mhm.
team was like, we need to make something good within these limits. And then to
Mhm.
go and say, well, Silent Hill 2 Remake, again, we haven't played yet, is probably going to suck because it has limits placed on it by Konami,
Hmm.
feels a little unfair because that's all that's the only thing that has worked for them in the past. And so it doesn't
So this I 100% I could see why that would appear to be the case, because on the surface that seems like a pretty hypocritical stance to take. But here's where the difference comes into play. Creating an original product and using tricks to, let's say, represent real-time lighting or shadow casting in a PS2 game with not a large budget is incredible. Now, when you have a remake, what you're forced to do is take what used to be an approximation of an effect and use a modern day version of that. And the modern day version of that are very graphically expensive, very resource intensive processes. And for you to now take something that as it existed in the 2000s and bring it into the modern day, it is inherently going to be an expensive process because you're going to have to recreate these things in a modern day. Because this remake, the point of it is to modernize the experience. And we're not modernizing Silent Hill 2 if we're taking last generation tech and applying it to the game. I think it sort of subverts the idea of a remake if you're going to, for example, if they remade Resident Evil 2 with a budget lower than the original Resident Evil 2, I wouldn't necessarily see that as a remake. I would see that as a cash in.
okay, sure, but the I think Konami's response to that would be like, you know, sure, it is a lot harder to create. It's both a lot harder and a lot easier to create a game on a budget. I think
Mhm.
now, like, one person can make a compelling game very easily,
And have,
but
yeah.
to the level of game that Konami wants Silent Hill 2 remake to do, it is incredibly difficult. So much more difficult than like the 20-person team that made Metal Gear Solid 1 or whatever.
Mhm.
But they're giving it to the one studio that has proven that they can do that. Like the one studio that has proven, when we don't have time and we don't have money, we're going to make a game that looks good and performs good, or performs
So I
acceptably.
think, see, I think
And that's
this is
Bloober
this
Team, and that's why they gave it to them.
I think this here is where your disconnect is coming from, because you weren't there when Silent Hill 2 was released. Silent Hill 2 was one of the most graphically impressive things any of us had ever seen before. It was incredible. Just from a technical perspective, the fact that it was per vertex lighting didn't matter to any of us. We were casting real-time shadows. The resolution of the skin textures was amazing. The animations and the CG cutscenes were what sold the PS2. I mean, it was one of the factors. That was one of the trailers that was at every single PS2 event. Silent Hill 2 was a graphical powerhouse.
But I'm
It was the Metal Gear, it was the RE2 remake of its day. And now if you're going to remake it on a budget, so,
but
I mean, I
Silent
would
Hill 2 remake
understand.
is that though. Like, other than the facial animations, which don't look like they're going to be amazing.
I think that
I
there's a lot of tech in Silent Hill 2 that looks like PS4 generation CG, maybe.
Okay, but I'm not saying that Silent Hill 2 the original looks bad. I'm saying more
Mm.
that like Silent Hill 2 remake looks phenomenal though. Like the landscape and the fog and the environments look
Well,
like the single best thing released right now, just from the trailers.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, me personally, here's the thing. If I was going to remake Silent Hill 2, I'd make the fog volumetric.
Hmm.
Personally, I wouldn't make it a mesh. But if I was working with a budget, I would have to make it a mesh
Yeah.
and not some sort of interactable volumetrics. I don't think that Silent Hill 2 remake looks bad by any sense, but I don't think you can also say that it looks like a lower budget modern game. I think that there are games that came out last year that I could point to that, in keeping in mind what we've seen so far, can be highly doctored, real time in engine stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We have not seen it running on a monitor with a person playing it to my degree yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing it at its absolute best. I would imagine once I get it on my monitor, it's not going to be as beautiful as it has been in these trailers. And I think we're going to find that it's going to look like a modern game with a relatively medium-ish budget,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is sort of not what Silent Hill 2 was. Silent Hill 2 had a massive budget, and it was a graphical showcase of the console it appeared on. So I think, I mean, I get where you're coming from. It is an improvement over the original,
Mm-hmm.
but I think when you're remaking a game like how RE2 Remake was, the goal was to recreate its original impact. So, okay, Resident Evil 2 was incredible looking on the PS1. RE2 Remake can't be an okay looking PS4 title.
Okay. I do
You see
understand
where
where
you
you're
see
coming
what I
from.
mean?
Yeah. But then my question to you is like, what would you have rather them done? Like the best looking game this year, I think, is going to be Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. That is a game that
That
had
looked really good, yeah.
I don't think the budget has released. In fact, let me look.
I remember the original didn't have a very big budget. It was one of those AA games.
Hellblade is a $10 million game according to VG247, or the first game, $10 million. So that's amazingly impressive.
Nothing. Yeah.
Not Silent Hill 2. Hellblade 2 though. I want to know.
Oh, your mic. I can't hear your mic anymore.
It's fine on my end. Let me
Still.
I clicked my mouse button. Sorry.
Okay.
My mute button for Discord. I want to know the budget for Hellblade 2 because that is a game that feels $100 million territory in the tech.
It looks great.
And the visual fidelity, and it's also a 4-hour game that uses mostly just landscape and mostly just like stuff that video games do really well very easily, not like an interior apartment or whatever.
Yeah.
And the other best looking games from the past are like The Last of Us Part 2 that had like a $300 million budget.
Yeah.
And Alan Wake 2 looks really good, but it's using, live action tricks to make it look really good. The actual like textures in game are fine or whatever, but like the reason that game looks so good is not the visual fidelity of the game itself. And then like, what was the Ubisoft game last year? The Avatar game like looks amazing in terms of like foliage. But like that was also a very expensive game made by Ubisoft in a licensed IP with tons and tons and tons of money behind it.
Yeah.
So when you're Konami coming to it, where Metal Gear Solid 3, a lot of the stuff in that game is probably based off their already very nice looking pachinko machine stuff, that they wouldn't have had to do that much work to kind of make the rest of the game up to that really high fidelity standard. Silent Hill 2 doesn't have that to back up onto. There's no pachinko, high fidelity pachinko machine for Silent Hill 2 that I know of. So my question would be then like, this is a series that for 20 years has not sold well and even didn't sell well when it was in its prime. Yeah. So as Konami, what do? You can't pump it with $300 million. Konami doesn't have $300 million, and they don't want to pump it with $150 million or whatever, because this is a series that never really sold that well and has the potential to really not sell well now with how fervent Silent Hill fans are. So like, if you're Konami and you're remaking the game, what do you do other than what they have done?
So I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't take half measures, because then you lose everything. If you are to pump a significant portion of income into this, you would want to do it in-house, which would mean you would have Team Silent members on board for development, not for consultancy, which already brings you in a lot of sales from original SH fans, even if something gets changed, which was the the big drama for a while, was that Bloober Team resisted changes from Team Silent, who were in a consultancy role. I think A, in-house. B, you give it the budget that I don't want to use terms like the budget that it deserves, but a project of this level with this amount of cultural hype, if you play it in half measures, you lose your entire investment. Because like you said, this is not going to sell very well. And the reason why it's not is because you created a lot of reservation in the market, because we know you're going with Team Bluebird. This is not a AAA massive dev house. It's not in-house. You do not have confidence in this project, or else it'd be in-house, which has been the problem in the Silent Hill series since 3. All of these factors together mean that if you're going to, for example, I'm going to drive across the US and I have all this money, but I want to save it. So what I'll do is I'll buy an old junker and then I'll drive across the US. If you invest your money in the car that's going to get you far and not break down, you spend less in the long term.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with this remake. If they are pumping it with a very small amount of money and we can all see that, we will go, well, they don't have a lot of confidence in this project. Neither do I. That creates unease. People aren't going to buy it day one. If we end up seeing something like day one review copies not being available to reviewers, you're killing sales by doing that. And if they don't already have confidence in this project like they've shown publicly, I wouldn't imagine that they would change that now.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all things that I would put heavily in the don't do category. In the do category, I mean, either A, don't remake it, which is okay. If you just continue to port or remaster or whatever, that's fine. If the original continues to exist and is accessible to anyone who would want to have it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the remake, you do a bit of a disservice. You do more of a disservice to the series than if you hadn't have remade it, because you're showing that not only is it not very important to you, but it's not even important enough for you to do it. If my channel continued, but I gave it to you, a lot of people who watched it before, even though you would make good content, probably would jump off. And it's because, that it would show like, yeah, no, it's still Avalanche Reviews. It's just a different guy writing and directing and editing and voicing. That's what it looks like to Silent Hill fans. So they're probably it's not going to be a day one purchase for everybody who loves Silent Hill, because of all those factors.
So what would be your best case situation then for Silent Hill 2 in the modern era? Like, a port is not going to get people to play it. Konami doesn't want to back it with a ton of money because they could. In fact, I would argue that them getting Bloober Team to do it is probably their big swing, as much as they as a company can do it. Because if you did it in-house, honestly, it's probably cheaper in-house, I would imagine, to do it.
No.
And so them
be.
going like, okay, we've picked this studio, we're paying an entire studio of people to redo the voice and redo they could have done Metal Gear Solid 3. They could have kept the voices, hell, probably kept the parts of the engine or whatever, and the way the game is played, and the camera angles, like the legacy camera view or whatever. Like, they don't need to update the controls, whatever. They could have done it way cheaper in-house. So them giving this to Bloober Team and paying Bloober Team enough money to for them to make it their big project for the 2 years or whatever that it was in development, feels to me like they're Konami's big swing. Like they couldn't have gone any higher than this. So
I think they could have. I think they could have turned it into a AAA game that could compete in the market in the same way that RE4 despite being a remake, competed in the AAA market as
Yeah.
an action horror game.
Hmm.
What that would require, though, is for Konami to have enough faith in the game continuing. Now, of course, in doing that, they would change fundamentally aspects of how Silent Hill 2
Which
was
is
played.
the biggest issue Silent Hill fans have with the Silent Hill 2 remake is that like the tiniest things that they have changed that literally do not matter, like do not affect the game, they are the
Right.
angriest about. So
Well, no, but there are things that do affect the game that they have changed that even you could argue affect it in a positive way. The only difference being this isn't a big AAA project, and they don't have to do that because they don't need a AAA audience to buy
yeah.
it. You see where that comes from? But, I think in doing so, that if I was a business, this is how I would handle the Silent Hill 2 remake, because I have a property that people have brand recognition with and will buy day one as long as I'm showing them a good product. And so far, there's been a lot of doubt. We'll put it that way. I don't think the Silent Hill 2 remake looks terrible. And I've even said from the very beginning, it's probably going to be a good horror game because I like
I
Bloober
mean,
Team.
Bloober Team is, like I said before, they're great technically. They just don't like they're not very good writers. This is one of the better written games of ever made. So this is like Bloober Team's the best case scenario for a Bloober Team game.
I'm very interested to see the result, but I
Yeah.
think the process in which they have gone through to remake it is not the correct one that they should have done. And if I was a business looking to make money, this is how I would do it. I would take the brand recognition of Silent Hill. I would pump funds into it in order to make a AAA game that could compete in the AAA space that would not only A, make me money, B, get me fan purchases. Because look at Final Fantasy VII Remake. It similarly has kind of screwed over fans, but it's trying to be a game that competes in the
in the
AAA
current
space.
day. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what I would do if I was Konami, which you're right, Silent Hill fans would be upset about, but Konami stands a chance to profit from that move.
But
The Silent Hill 2 remake, I think, probably won't sell up to Konami's expectations, and it's going to kill the series, and people are going to think it's because Silent Hill 2 doesn't sell. But it's like, no, Silent Hill 2 doesn't sell when you farm it to somebody else and you don't give it a budget that would allow it to compete with other games in its class.
I think, first of all, I don't think any of these games that Konami is making is ever going to reach their sales expectations. Like, I feel like Konami is one of those.
I think Delta might.
Maybe Delta. I think like Master Collection had like no money put into it anyway, so like whatever if it doesn't sell well or whatever. But I want to try to get back to Silent Hill 3 here at some point.
Yeah,
but
we probably should.
My last kind of point on this is that Metal Gear Solid 3 is doing exactly what you said you wouldn't do, where they're putting money into it. It is quite literally the same game as Metal Gear Solid 3 on PS2. It has new controls that are probably just basically the design from Metal Gear Solid 5. And then other than that, it's all fidelity based, which is both what people have said they wanted, but also not what successful remakes of the past have done. RE2 is completely different from original. RE4 has a completely different tone and theme than the original.
That's true.
I'm trying to think of other successful remakes of recent Final Fantasy VII. Almost a different game. I feel like most people talk about it.
Well, for sure.
And those are arguably the like three of the best games released in the past few years.
When I mentioned Delta, I'm just speaking just on the fidelity of how amazing.
So do you think
it looks?
But you think Metal Gear Delta will sell well, even though it's not changing anything and not trying to be a current day AAA game?
Yeah, and I think it's because it's Metal Gear, which already has a huge amount of brand recognition as well.
Yeah, and more recent.
Your announcement has been met with nothing but positivity. Outside of, oh no, they didn't have the piss filter, which every announcement is going to have its piss filter.
Actually,
moment.
They still have the piss filter, so that wasn't even.
It's not. I mean, like, I understand that it does, color temperature and stuff like that can play into the emotion of a scene. And I certainly think that that's the case for the original. I don't think it looks bad without it, and I don't think that there's a lot of like scenes in the game that would be made worse with a different color in the
Yeah.
sky.
But I mean, again, they've still given you that option. If you want it,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can apply the piss
That
filter to your mind's content or whatever. But
that entire argument should have never gone further than like, oh, well, I liked it, and
Yeah.
someone going like, oh, I think it looks good without it, and people
Mhm.
going like, oh, fair enough,
And then
because
it
it
ended up-
never needs to go further than
yeah,
that.
and then it kind of makes no sense because everyone was arguing about that for like days, and then Konami was just
And
like,
then,
but
no.
you can't. There is a piss filter. Just
Yeah,
enable the piss filter if you'd like
it's
it.
such a microcosm of Twitter where it's
Yeah.
like one guy has an idea and then argues against that idea,
Mhm.
and then people pick the idea up in defense, like,
Yeah.
but now they've taken this weird imaginary position that doesn't exist, and
Yeah.
and then some guy comes out and goes, hey, you guys know this situation never happened, right?
Mhm.
And then something that started as a hypothetical becomes a huge thing.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about Silent Hill 3 finally. This podcast that we have that's about current events and gaming news, and Konami is going to be interrupted by this talk of Silent Hill 3. So, if that's not what you're here for, I'm sorry.
We treat topics in a very fluid manner
Yes.
here.
I feel like, unfortunately, it'll kind of date this video a little bit. Like in 2 years, if you're looking for a Silent Hill 3 review, like the Silent Hill 2 one's going to be a great look at Silent Hill 2. You can just skip the end where we talk about the remake. This one, you're not escaping it. Okay. So the subway, you do the stupid door thing. The train car almost runs you over. And you've got to run back on the tracks. The train is here. You get onto the train, and now we have, weirdly, one of my favorite parts of this game, the subway car.
Vibe. It's such a vibe, dude.
It's
the handles just swaying, and
reminds
like, the
me,
textures are so realistic looking.
It reminds me so much. Have you played? Oh, that's a stupid question because it used to be your wallpaper background. Persona 3, the train or the subway car fight, like near the beginning of that game, where you're going into each room and there's like this new enemy, and it's like this self-enclosed arena basically where you have to fight them. It has that same vibe to me, and they both feel like you literally had that one as your wallpaper, or a subway in Persona 3. I feel like you could have a Silent Hill 3 wallpaper that's the Silent Hill 3 subway. It'd be a lot different in tone, but
there's a YouTube video where it's just Heather standing in one of the cars repeated for like 2 hours or something like that, and it is primo content.
It's one of those kind of times where you can just stand there and you just want to soak it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Like nothing's really happening, but like just the way the sound effects are designed, and the graphical fidelity level of the game, where it's like the kind of lo-fi feeling. And Heather is a person, which is like this kind of, reminds me of being a teenager kind of feel. It just all intersect into this, like, taking my ride home. And then you have to go fight creatures, beyond your deepest, darkest, horrorful imagination at the same time. There's a boss at the end of this little train section. I think it's what do they call it? It ends up becoming a normal enemy. Yeah, the insane cancer or whatever. And it's kind of played out like this huge, like, sectioned ending boss to end the subway out. But it has that Silent Hill 2 thing where if you shoot it twice, you can just stomp on it until it's dead. So anticlimactic. Like,
well, the insane cancer is just like, it's not even a boss. It's just like a guy.
Well, at the end of the subway, that's what it feels like. You know what I mean? Like,
I see.
You're fighting. You go into the first room, it's like little guys. You go into the second room, it's like I think the little dinosaur thing.
Freaks me out. Yeah, the little sperm walking thing.
Oh, I hate those things.
I think the subway is the first time you run into the big versions of them.
I'm pretty sure.
I remember that freaking me out.
Yeah, it's like this is the adult now. Like you've killed all of its children now, and now it's coming for revenge.
The implication. I was fighting it, and I was like, Oh,
Yeah.
it kind of dawns on you.
But it builds that up because you're like fighting. I think it's
Mhm.
the little crawly guys first, and then it's like those dinosaur
Yes.
sperm things, and then
Mhm.
like the big guy at the end of the training car. It takes 2 shotgun rounds.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Another thing where I'm like, this could have been cooler, or again, I don't know if Silent Hill Team Silent cares about it being cool. You know, like
Mhm.
they have a very specific direction they want it to go in, and be damned if you don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
But that's a moment that I felt that.
Mhm.
And then you have unfortunately a sewer level next. Again, we talked about earlier about it being sort of a maze, but I think this is a better maze than the subway in a few ways,
It's
since
a more
it's
Silent Hill style maze where if you pull
yeah.
out your map and you check the doors you haven't opened yet, you'll be good.
And I say better, but like I really like the subway now. One of my favorite parts of the game, but like in the moment when I got to when I got to the sewer, I was half very angry because we just came out of one maze to another, but another part of me was like, okay, there's something I can grasp at here to anchor me into what's going on. Like
Mhm.
look around for, the I forget what you end up pulling, but like some sort of bag or cup or whatever you need to go get the fuel to go
Oh,
put it
like
in
a
the
wine
generator.
bottle to
Yeah.
put the gas in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
So it made a lot more kind of gameplay sense to me.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Pretty short section, I think, overall. Kind of
Yeah.
forgettable almost, but it's another one of those
Mhm.
like classic Silent Hill places. Also very, very reminiscent. I thought honestly when I was going to leave the sewer that we were going to be in Silent Hill, because it is so similar to the sewer that Harry is
Mm,
in the first game at near the end
yeah.
of it. But no, you come out and you're in this. You got to go through this
Well,
apartment building.
in the sewers, are you aware of okay, so there's some weird things that happen in the
Okay,
sewers
yeah,
that
actually, we should talk
kinda
about that.
take me out of
Oh,
well, not
really?
take me out.
Okay.
It's interesting. I think the puzzle where you have to drop the hair dryer into the water to kill that, thing that's under the water,
Hmm.
something about that to me feels in Silent Hill, a lot of the monsters were never really outright it's so hard to explain. It
Most monsters feel like a human that is like changed into a monster, like it like
yeah, yeah.
slowly develop, like a creature that has become disgusting and filthy.
Mhm.
I could see this monster being like sort of out of the tone of that.
Yeah,
I think a
yeah,
lot of
it
the
feels like
monsters are not fitting of the tone of Silent Hill 3.
mm,
I have a lot of notes about that when we get to like the
okay,
themes
yeah.
part, but yeah, there is the monster that we'll mention later because I feel like it's very
Mhm.
important for the themes there too. Um, I kind of like the hair dryer puzzle.
I thought
um,
no, I think it's a really cool puzzle.
okay.
But I feel like the way that we dealt with that monster just didn't feel Silent Hill. I
Mm,
can't quite verbalize it, but, it's like a
yeah,
vague sort of
it's
idea in my
also
head.
it's a little weird too. It's kind of got that like point and click uh, um,
Like
logic to
adventure
it,
games.
because
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
the outlet is like, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 feet up on the wall, like almost heather height, and
Yeah.
3 or 4 feet away from the big body of water. And I
Mm,
feel like, every hair dryer I've ever owned is only like a 2 foot cable. That thing is
yeah.
not gonna reach the water and go down in there. First of all, so like, come on. Second of all, it's a tiny ass hair dryer. This is like
Mm.
the entire sewer system's worth of water,
Look at you flexing on
dude.
me, all your hair dryer knowledge.
Oh yeah, of course.
Knowing
You
very
know,
insensitive.
earlier today when we started the podcast, I was complaining like my hair looks terrible in this camera.
Yeah,
Like it
yeah,
looks so
yeah.
greasy. And I didn't think about how it could affect
Yeah.
you so deeply, Jared. I
Mhm,
really do
mhm.
apologize. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Um, but yeah, so again, other than that specific thing, which is not really plot
Mm.
relevant,
No.
thematically relevant, we'll talk about. Nothing really happens down in here. There is a body. I forgot to mention this before we go on. There's like when you go to get the hair dryer, I'm pretty sure there's a a body in the water underneath the passageway. And when you go in there the first time, you just kind of see it with the light. It drapes on it, and then you come back and it's gone.
Yes.
Which is another great like Silent Hill. It's got, again, at this point, it's kind of a Silent Hill trope. As I'm 3 games in right after each one another, but it's effective at least.
Yeah. It's an enemy. It's not even just a body.
It is an enemy. I didn't even know it was an enemy. I didn't see enough of it to really get what it was. Does it?
That's
like
dope.
what exactly is it?
It's the things that crawl around.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. It just to me it just looked like a dead random guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like it's weird. It's just mysterious.
Just there.
Why?
Yeah.
And you don't fight it in the sewers.
Yeah.
So it was just it's fucking there. It's awesome.
This is also the part where I mentioned the tutorialization of this game. Horrible. It's all the Silent Hill games. Like this is where I noticed I could block. But again, maybe the manual kind of explains that away.
I've never read it, so I didn't know you could block until years and years after. So,
but even I, as a kid, I would read the manuals like coming home from GameStop or whatever. If I bought it, like especially if I bought a game like biggest one I remember, like GTA 4, I got online. That had a lot of stuff in there with the manual. I think it had like a map and stuff. I never looked at it because there was no car ride for me to be bored on, you know? So I feel like even back then, probably not every single person read the manual in completion.
I didn't. Yeah.
So again, it could have just been.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Did you get any of the secret items, bulletproof vest, the silencer?
No, I got neither.
Okay, so in the mall, once you transition into the other world and you go back to that clothes shop where you first saw that monster and you wasted a whole mag on it in the cutscene, on the rack, there is hanging up a bulletproof vest. And this is it's a really interesting mechanic that just like the blocking, brand new and that you never have to engage with if you don't want to. The bulletproof vest, if you wear it, it cuts damage by 1/4, I think, or something significant.
Yeah.
But you run slower.
Okay. Yeah.
Pretty like noticeably slower. And then in the office building that we're about to get into, there's an area of the wall that looks kind of weird. And if you equip the pipe and you hit it like 4 times, it'll break. And there was a silencer in there that you can equip on your handgun that if you turn off your flashlight and shoot stuff, it won't aggro enemies, but it makes your handgun weaker.
Yeah.
So it's a really cool risk reward thing. All of this takes place via the inventory too. You can just go to the item, equip, unequip, whatever. It's totally, as you can tell, 100% opt in, opt out. You do not have to engage with it.
I think that's a cool thing for like more playthroughs. One of the things
I found mine on my first playthrough.
Really? Okay.
Just randomly clicking on, you know.
I think one of the issues of this game, this is actually all the Silent Hill games, is the environmental interaction. Like, I maybe in the Silent Hill 2 remake, but certainly other modern games, I think it helps that there is like, I don't like when items are highlighted or stuff, but when you go up to something and there is a button that's like, you can interact with this. I definitely think helps a lot because there are, especially in Silent Hill 2, like in the hospital, I ended up not realizing you could click on the typewriter on the desk because I already clicked on the desk. Why would I think you could also click on the typewriter? And I was back through the clothing store multiple times in the mall, just like exploring.
Yeah.
And I never noticed it because it was just on a rack or whatever. And so I think some of the game is back to the intentional obfuscation of things. It's like that for a reason, so that like nothing sticks out in the environment. It's not too obvious, but it also ends up hurting it in the gameplay experience.
Well, those items specifically, the silencer and the bulletproof vest are kind of not secret items, but they are hidden.
I think those are okay. But like in the office building that we're about to enter, there's a drawer that you have to use a screwdriver to open. I clicked on the desk and never realized there was a drawer there. Thankfully, she does actually circle that So that's how I ended up finding it. She circles it on the map.
Yeah.
But like, you don't really need a map for the office. It's kind of pretty straightforward. Yeah. If I wasn't stuck and just looking at the map because I had nothing else to do, I would have never really realized that was even a thing.
I get that. Yeah.
And so I don't know what the right answer to that is. Like, I don't think highlighting things is good for the game.
Maybe better camera positioning in that area, just to center that.
There's definitely a way that you could design
like
the environments.
Have the drawer be visibly partially open.
Yeah,
so
or like
that you want to.
I think Silent Hill 2 does this at some point where like the way forward is like a door. Like there's like 50 doors in the building, but like the right door has like a red light over top of it. Kind of thing. Look, I've been playing through Stellar Blade. It has uses yellow paint. Not in an egregious way, but in a really stupid way. Like there would never be paint there. It's actually not used that often, but that kind of thing definitely takes me out.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's definitely a careful balance where I feel like games
it's hard, man. That's a tough thing to do.
Like Final Fantasy VII Remake is probably too far on the helping you, and this is not enough in the helping the player.
Yeah, there is definitely a middle ground where you have items in the environment oriented in a way that draws the eye to whatever you want them to go to or something.
I think I like the best example is like the Resident Evil remakes, where there's still junk and litter in the environments, but like when you go to a table, if there's ammo on a table, there will be like stuff in the corners of the table, like papers pushed up against the back of the desk and picture frame or whatever. And then but then in the center of the desk there's nothing else, just the item, which helps a lot. And also they do the thing where like when you go up to it, there's a button to press. Like it shows the cross or whatever the button is to pick stuff up. I think that Silent Hill could have done either of those things and it would have still been much better. I don't know if the litter thing works too, because Silent Hill is so much like visual noise almost.
Yeah.
But when your completion of the game is dependent on you able to see things that unlock the way forward, extreme visual noise does not guide you in a way that feels good to play.
Oh shit. I didn't even think to ask you. Okay. When you started the game, in the options menu, there's a video mode. One's called normal and another one's called sharp. Did you change that at all?
No, I didn't touch it.
Oh no. You had the objectively worst time with the game.
Oh god.
It's really I made a video on it, just skimmed through it to that part. But just so you could see the difference between the two. But by default, Silent Hill 3 on the PS2, it has like they call it like a flicker filter, anti-aliasing applied, like a bilinear filter, so that edges wouldn't look so jaggy on CRTs, because it's a higher resolution 3D models than the PS2 version or than Silent Hill 2 had. So they didn't want the aliasing to make it look like it was bad looking. So by default, it has normal mode applied, which is heavily anti-aliased. And it's like, it really affects, but not the worst thing in the world. But now that you played it, try to see if you can't find online that comparison, because it's pretty wild.
Because I see a lot of screenshots online, especially like of Heather, because Heather is just probably the best character in Silent Hill.
She's so cool. She's so
and so a ton of people just have like profile photos or screenshots of her I've seen everywhere. And I figured it was mostly just the HD collection or like a PC enhanced edition, but like I have never seen a screenshot of the game that looked as bad as my game looked the entire time. And part of it might be that probably. But you can't really blame me for that either. Like,
no. And as a matter of fact, I think once you go into options, you have to hit like R1 to access this menu.
Okay.
So it's like, it's really stupid.
That was back to like the the commenter last video who was talking like I ruined my experience of Silent Hill 2 by like taking notes, and you know
No way. Is
I
that really what?
I didn't engage in like I'm saying words like Lynchian even though I wasn't using to describe it. I was using other people's
Yeah,
terms
yeah,
of what they
yeah.
describe it. I was using that term unknowledgeable of ever watching anything Lynch related, and I should watch like they mentioned like French surrealism films before I played Silent Hill 2, and I'm like,
Wait, you didn't?
yeah, no. I'm like, on one hand, I appreciate that the fandom is able to engage with these games at the level that is deserved for them to feel engaged in, and I'm certainly
Yeah.
I'm not past being like, hey, wow, you should go watch this 1940 film in black and white that like 20
Right.
people have ever seen because it'll help you understand this other piece of media. I like stuff like that, but I'm coming here, I'm talking about it as someone who didn't even know the plot twists to these games really.
Yeah.
Like I kind of knew of them, but nothing else. So how is it my fault that how did I miss the point of the game by taking notes and doing this kind of thing? Because there is the intended design, sure, by the developer, but if they do not do their job, which is guiding me to their intentionally designed items and plot and theming, then arguably, no matter how good the story might be, it's still a badly designed game.
Well, I mean, here's the problem is, and especially for things like, oh, you should have done your due diligence and like done research and all these,
And it's spoiled the
like,
game.
I mean, so on day one when Silent Hill 2 came out, we weren't going out and watching all the movies that inspired it and reading all the books and
Yeah.
consuming all the art because we hadn't even created a database for all those things to be in one place. This was all scattered information. Nobody knew anything. So if anything, you had the purest first experience you could have had with a Silent Hill game. And I would prefer what you did over anything else. You go in as blind as possible. You play the game without a strategy guide. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
Yeah. Like I made the effort to use a writing utensil that I couldn't access the internet with, and like I couldn't receive outside noise. My phone was off. All of these, I tried my hardest to make it the best experience possible.
I would imagine at most 99.9% of Silent Hill fans would hear somebody say, yeah, I made sure to take notes with a notepad on Silent Hill 2 and just fucking fedora start tipping at you uncontrollably.
Yeah.
They would love it, dude. So that guy was an offshoot for sure.
I don't want to make this a dunk on the comment because I think he does make some good points, or they make some good points. But one of the things they mentioned was like this podcast feels like extended hours of me showing my age to you and you being like, I'm old, you're young the whole time, which is like
fair.
literally the point essentially of this. Like the reason I'm playing, we could talk about Alan Wake 2. I mean, we did talk about Alan Wake 2. We could go talk about the DLC. We could go, I really want to play Crow Country. We could have talked about that. But the most interesting thing at the moment, and certainly not to say we won't ever do that kind of stuff, but right now the point of this particular section of the series is I'm new coming to this with a modern lens. You're older coming to it with your both an understanding that I don't have going into it and the knowledge and history of Silent Hill, and that clashing in a way that wouldn't have happened when people were playing this game for the first time. So the only chance for that to happen is now.
Yeah, that's inherently interesting to me. Like that topic on its own, I click on that video essay immediately. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
which maybe this
fun.
Sounds like us, like, oh, doing our podcast, so good. It's so good. You know, our idea for this, it's crazy. But I do think
it is.
That is because I don't know, neither of us are the most intellectual person in the room when it comes to Silent Hill. There's people that have made this their life,
Absolutely.
studying these games. And so compared to those kind of people, we're coming in this, even you, a little unprepared comparatively. Like we haven't studied each section of the game.
Yeah.
And so the interesting thing we have to provide is that dialogue. So yeah, of course it sounds like that because that's what it is. Okay, let's talk about the office building finally. So you're in this building and you're going up. I forget exactly. I think do you take the elevator? I can't quite remember. Yeah, okay. You take the elevator up to like a whatever floor. I'm pretty sure. Or no, maybe you walk up. I can't remember.
Well, okay, so you walk up and then you have to pry the elevator
No,
open.
but I thought there was an elevator before that. Whatever. Never mind. You go up the stairs. Because when do you jump? Oh, wait. I understand now. Okay, we skipped too far because there's another office building first that you enter, the construction site.
Oh,
that's where the whatever you mentioned, the silencer or whatever is. And you have to knock down the bed, jump down. I love the way she jumps down. It's so like you were prepared for that jump, and yet you still like fell over onto your like your four legs afterwards, like kind of like we're surprised by it. Also, jumping from that height with some crappy old mattress, there's no way she didn't fall on that mattress and the springs just bursted out of it and impaled her.
Like
there's
rebar on the ground.
like, dude, no way. But yeah, you're in the construction site and you have to kind of escape that. This is where you pick up the mace, which is one of those things that like similar to the Pyramid Head,
the great
knife or whatever, feels a little tonally weird. Like it should be like a New Game Plus thing. Same with like the katana, even though I love the katana.
Yeah, I used
like
the katana for most of the game.
Yeah, me as well. Once I got it, it feels just a little like out of place to me. Where like I like these weapons; they're cool. But like she gets a submachine gun that's like just an Uzi, and I'm like, I feel like it could have been any other regular gun, and it wouldn't have brought me out of the experience. Like it's cool, but it's bringing me out.
Yeah, a lot of Silent Hill weapons feel like something you would come across.
Yeah,
a pipe.
The pipe.
Or, yeah. I get where you're going.
I gotcha. Okay, so now we're actually in the apartment building. You go across the outside of the scaffolding on the construction building. You jump in. It's like this this mannequin studio. You kind of go through. There's this dance studio. There's an auto parts office for some reason in a office building. I don't really get why. Just slowly again. It's another.
It's like one of those office buildings that you rent out to have your customer service arm of your business in or something like
it's
that.
Like
one of those
these rooms are just empty, kind of nothing in them but chairs and desks, and then you bring your people in and they work there because it's not a space built for these companies, it feels like, except the dance room, which is like an actual dance hall. Weirdly, I wrote down like the dance hall has nothing in it. It's this huge room with a bunch of enemies. And they do this multiple times in the office where there's a bunch of enemies in a room and there's literally nothing in the room, no reason for it to be there. Which I don't know if is that them trying to pad the game out? Is that I don't think it's trying to say something. I have no idea. I don't think it adds to the gameplay.
I've streamed Silent Hill 3 multiple times, and I remember when I lived in Florida, I was streaming it, and I went into that room, and then I ran from all the enemies, and then I was like, oh, that's right, there's nothing in this room. And then somebody commented and goes, that's the exact same thing you said last time you streamed this. And then I looked it up, and it turns out every time I've ever streamed Silent Hill 3, I've gone into that room and go, oh, that's right, there's nothing
in here. Yeah. There's a few rooms like that in the office building, but I think a few of them work. Like there's one with a mannequin that it's just sort of standing there in the storage room, and you inspect it. There's nothing wrong with it. You go over to the other side and come back, and there's a scream, and its head falls off, and there's blood everywhere.
Isn't that where you get the katana, that room?
No, 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 no. Because I think there's like one shotgun ammo in there.
Oh, okay. Mm.
The katana's in a room by itself.
Yeah, yeah.
In
You're right,
another
you're right,
side of the building. Yeah.
Yeah, there's ammo there.
And so there's a few rooms that don't really have a purpose but to be a little scare, which Silent Hill 2 did and was fine. I think there was kind of puzzle rooms, supply rooms, and scare rooms, and this kind of has that feel. But now it has like this additional room where it's just enemy rooms, and in the game where you're not really supposed to shoot anything, feels like a really weird. Like if it was in Silent Hill 2, I would kind of understand because there's so much ammo that it's kind of giving you a reason to use that ammo. Silent Hill 3 is a game that really wants you to keep your ammo. So just putting enemies in a room that I don't even have to enter feels like a weird choice. But of course,
that never bothered me when I first played the game. I see where you're coming from for sure for a first time player. I think I found it more like I was kind of engrossed in exploration. So I more saw that, okay, nothing in here, move on to the next room.
Yeah.
I never thought of it in that sense, but I will say the mannequin's head falling off was another one of those things that it just felt out of universe to me.
Yeah,
just kind of like more.
It was like a regular
scare.
horror game scare, not a Silent Hill scare.
Yeah, so that always did bother. I do have criticisms of Silent Hill 3, and I do sound kind of critical because we're going through this, but these are tiny gripes I have with one of my favorite games ever made before. But that one specifically always, it's a cool idea if it wasn't a Silent Hill game, I think.
Also, there's a sort of, I think the reason I hate the rooms with nothing in it are because the game design up until this point in the series has been you explore everything and then you usually find the goal, right? You find the generator in the sewer, or you find, I don't know, the tarot at the end of the game. There's the tarot card door. Like you find where you're supposed to go. And then probably while you were exploring, you missed a few things. So now you go back to all the rooms that like you didn't fully explore or kind of ran through just quickly. And you retrace your tracks and try to find the specific items that you need. In the office building, there's 2 floors available to you. Originally just 2 floors. And there's a lot of rooms on both of these floors. Almost every room is open. And so when you get to the point of, okay, I found the elevator, I need something to, either a rope to like open, to get down there, or something to open it, or I need to find a generator or something to open the doors or whatever. You have your goal now.
Yeah.
And so you're going back through everywhere to look for the items to achieve that goal. And instead of exploring these, retracing your steps through these interesting environments and rooms to try to uncover the items you need, you're just going back to rooms that have enemies with no real other purpose in it. And so it's feeling, it's just way too much to have to explore. It's almost like, again, I said it was padding, but when you're exploring, trying to find the way to fix, or the solution to the problem, it doesn't feel good just to be met with no hints or rooms that matter, not at all. Okay. That break up the otherwise usually good forward direction Silent Hill games usually have.
Really? When I played the office building, I felt kind of the opposite. I thought it was a pretty well directed thing, but I think it was the order that I completed stuff in, because I think I already had the car jack to open the door, and I only had to find the rope, and I knew that I had yet to open up that drawer. So it kind of organically fell in the right way for me.
Well, see,
But
I didn't have the jack. I had the screwdriver.
mm,
I didn't have the jack,
uh,
and I didn't know the drawer existed, even though I was in the room.
that's
So
okay. So
I
yeah,
spent,
that puzzle piece right there
yeah,
would have made
I spent
interesting.
this like 30 minutes to an hour going through
Mm,
rooms that just had enemies in them. Uh,
mhm,
so it didn't feel like a good, it didn't feel exploring. It felt like I was banging my
mm.
head against the wall trying to figure out what the hell happened.
And it was literally just the drawer that
Yeah.
would have
And
completed the entire scenario. That's so
exactly. And so
crazy.
once I was stuck for a while, then I looked at every single room on the map, and then I was like, okay, maybe this circle on the map isn't just her like circling the save room or whatever. I'm going to go check it. That's
Mhm.
when I got the rope, and I was like, maybe I should look at the rooms I haven't been in before again that seem like a little unexplored. That's when I went into the big room and found the car jack. So it came
Yeah.
together in the end pretty quickly.
Mm.
It's just there are these blocks that made the experience worse.
Yeah, I get you.
Once you're kind of exploring there's a fine arts gallery that they have, and I really like once you kind of transition into the other world. It's this bathtub. It fills up with blood or whatever from the drain, and now you're in the Silent Hill 1 other world, but the office building. The Gallery of Fine Arts has this art piece out front by the door that is quite literally just James's save point.
Mm.
And I love that. It was so cool. I don't know if that's even what it was intended or whatever, because it's not really a square. It's kind of a rectangle, and it's a little
Yeah.
gross and disgusting, but like it reminded me a lot of James's save circle.
Mm.
I want to take a second here while we're on that to talk about the saves in this game. If you can try to remember or imagine what you remembered, what do you think you originally thought the point of the save design was in both 2 and 3? Like, did that mean anything to you? 3, it's kind of explained at the end, but like
Mhm.
thematically and plot wise, do either of these save points do anything for you in that regard?
Um, I can't say that I found Heather's commenting about it a lot in Silent Hill
Mm,
3 to be really mysterious, and it
yeah.
added to a lot of what drove me forward to solve what was going on.
Hmm.
Silent Hill 2, I didn't think about it too much, to be honest with you. Um, but yeah, Silent Hill 3, knowing what I know now, I thought it's another one of those cool things that
Yeah.
if you go back and play Silent Hill 3 with more context, but Silent Hill's known for that. But no, I didn't get anything aside
Because
from that.
I didn't get anything from 2 really. I think there might be something there that they
Mm,
intended it to be, but I don't think it's easily uncoverable. Really, like there might be
mm,
some silent lore people out there, Silent Hill lore people
yeah,
who have theories on it.
I hope
To
so. That
to
sounds like a
me,
fun idea.
in Silent Hill 3, it was more just like this is the. I think it was just like the emblem or the symbol that was from the first game. That was like when they were doing the ritual or whatever. So like
Mm,
it kind of made sense to me there. I like what it ends up being, but the entire time in 2 and 3, I was like, none of these are as cool as Silent Hill 1's saving, which was a notepad that he like wrote
mm,
down what he was feeling. And
yeah.
in the first game, he has a save point in a certain room that he you probably saved in before you went and fought the final boss. And in
Mm,
Silent Hill 3, you find that room, and he's written down notes onto a notepad in that room that you can find. Stuff like that that's cool. Or like I like the typewriters in Resident Evil, or
mm,
the coffee breaks in Alan Wake 2.
yeah,
I forget what game does like a phone, like you go up to the phone, or Yakuza, you save in the phone
yeah.
booths. Um,
Parasite Eve 1 and 2 also.
yeah, those are cool. I like that. I don't think it hits as hard with 2, and even the eventual explanation you get in 3, I think
Mm,
are just less cool to me. I like that in universe saving. that is
Yeah.
almost like retconned onto the Silent Hill 3 emblem. Certainly Silent Hill 2 doesn't do anything with it, which
Yeah, I could see
a
that
little
for sure.
disappointing.
Resident Evil's typewriter. It's just something that feels in universe. I mean, I get why the Seal of Metatron would oh no, it was the Ouroboros. I forget which one.
It's not the Metatron seal. It's like
It's the other
it ends up
one.
being like explained as
I forget.
this is like the symbol of rebirth, essentially. So
Yeah, there's a name for it, and I've
yeah,
completely
it
forgotten
makes
it.
sense that you're reviving at these points because this is
Yeah,
the symbol of rebirth and restarting
and just
eternal life.
aesthetically, I enjoy that the red glow from
Mm.
the save point is actual casting light into the
Yeah.
room, and which is cool. I love colored lighting, but thematically, yeah, I would probably prefer something that felt realistic to that
Mhm.
universe of a phone or a typewriter, or notepad,
Yeah.
something.
I feel like you could
Computer with a floppy disk, like how they
oh,
were
that would
gonna
be
do
so
with like
sick.
RE2, dude. Yeah,
Dude,
that'd be
oh,
sick.
if I ever make a survival horror game, it is gonna be this
Mhm.
old ass like IBM computer that like loads up
Yeah.
and you click the button, your WASD, and it like clicks down on the
Mhm.
screen. Oh, makes it so good.
Hell
Um,
yeah.
okay, so in the other world, big thing that happens is we meet Vincent for the first time. He's in this like mental ward uh, spot in the office building, like a mental
Mhm.
health institute. Um, and he kind of comes off as like, um, I, I wrote him down. This guy's a little freak is what I said.
Mm.
It really surprised me that he ends up being like pretty old and he's the father of Claudia. Which is like, so
Wait,
yeah,
Vincent?
yeah.
No.
What
You're mistaking Vincent for Leonard. A lot of people
is
do
Leonard?
that for some reason.
Wait, but I
Yeah,
thought at the
yeah.
end of the game, he was like, this is not.
So he was saying that
Oh,
he watched her father
okay.
abuse
Okay.
her.
I see. Okay. I
Yeah, I
see. I
think
see.
that cutscene probably got you. I
Okay.
saw how he kicked you, made you cry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because my understanding
So
was like
Vincent,
this.
he's the financier of the cult. This
Well,
guy
no, he's the
ran all the
priest
money.
who extorts the cult.
No, no,
No?
he's the he works the books essentially. So
What?
he's the one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
He
he's the priest. That's what I wrote down. He ends up
no
at,
people like he has power in the cults. Like people,
but
there's
there's
a
a note
woman who.
that says like, you know, my role as the priest, like people are starting to discover that I'm like taking money and using the money for myself.
Oh yeah, yeah, he is doing. Yeah, he was worried that people were discovering that, but he's like he's the guy who like uh he's the guy who cooks the books. So legitimate money comes in, and that's what
Mm,
funds the cult.
okay.
And that's why he says at the end, when he's talking to Claudia, I enjoy the benefits of my religion or whatever. It's money he's talking
Yeah,
about.
because
So
to
he
me,
got he his thing is the cult's plans would
mhm,
mean that he would stop making money
yeah,
because he's been skimming off the
yeah.
top.
Because to me, it felt like he's basically he's not like the head. There's no real singular head of the cult,
Mm,
but he
yeah.
is like essentially the figurehead almost. Like he's if you were like there is a you know there is a leader that is guiding us, it's
Mm,
him because he's the priest. He's the one everyone would kind of go
nah. He's
to kind
actually
of
subservient to Claudia.
well, you know, I know that like is the
So his thing
reality of things, but I feel like
his no,
people.
his position in the cult was genuinely like a financier, or not a financier. I'm sorry, like a those people that you pay to like make sure your finances are good, an accountant. So he was essentially an accountant. Now he gained a lot of power through the cult because he was where all of their funding came
Yeah,
from.
and he's
But
like the
he
person who had essentially built the church for them,
no, see
or
that's
got
what he said. Well, like yeah, he provides the illicit income that allows them to do that. So the drug trade brings money into the cult. He makes legit money, or vice versa. He makes bad money, legit money the cult now finances all their stuff. Now he feels like he has some sort of ownership because he has financed all of these projects that they have done. Yeah, his position is actually pretty low technically, but because he
Hmm.
controls money and stuff, he can do whatever he wants, and
Okay.
he's skimming money off of the top for himself.
Yeah.
And the reason why he's in Heather's ear the entire time is because if Claudia goes through with her
Yeah.
plan, now he lives in a world of hell. And
Yeah.
he was never necessarily a believer, but this was a situation where here's this con man, and these people need illicit funds washed. So here comes this guy, and he goes, "Oh well, I'm immoral."
Hmm.
So
So I understand that now, because to me it was more that, not that he was like the head of the cult or anything, but he's ended up in this position of power that has allowed him to use the money coming into the church for himself without
yeah,
anyone knowing. And so there's the
that is true.
aspect of
Yeah.
him like essentially faking being
Mhm.
a true believer.
That's 100%. Yeah.
Okay, but he's not like
Yeah, he's not an actual member of the cult. I mean,
of
like
like
he obviously
the
feigns.
core like 5 or 6 people who like
Yeah.
tortured Alessa and all the things of
Yeah,
the.
yeah. So he
Yeah.
he probably would want nothing to do with that because
Yeah.
in the end, he's just a weasel. He's
Mhm.
not a zealot in any way. He feigns the whole belief structure thing because that's a position that he's taking advantage of as a con man. But that's why you see him working Heather so hard,
Mhm.
is because he needs somebody to do some shit that he's obviously not able to do. He's not a killer.
Yeah.
So that's why I like his character so much, is because he is completely self-serving in a way that you can kind of like, if I came across a cult and I was able to weasel some money out of them, I would too. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like,
He's
he's an interesting character for sure, I think.
there's one of the big themes we're going to talk about probably pretty soon, now that we're starting to near the end of the game, is like
Mm,
the theme of sort of everyone around Heather are basically all men, and they're all using her for their own satisfaction. He is like the pretty much the only character in the game who, yes, he's like using Heather, but and manipulating her as many of the characters do, but it's not for like really a gross reason, like there's notes in the game that are this Solomon, I believe his name is, who like really wants to fuck Heather. There's a few other characters, and the theming of the game that kind of leads you into this basically like men using Heather to get what they want, that is like usually in a very gross way, whereas Vincent is just like, I'm using her because I want to keep the money. He's like
yeah.
this almost
He's
like
very upfront. Yeah.
comically motivated character. He's just like, man, I don't care, that stupid god or whatever, I just need, I want money.
I mean, he tells her up front, he's like, I want her dead. You
Yeah.
want her dead. We could work it.
Yeah.
But he makes no qualms, like, oh no, I care, you
Mhm.
know?
He's like, to describe him, he doesn't really gaslight her. Like he doesn't lie to her or try to get her to believe in a fake events in the world. He just
Mm,
sort of is selectively telling her things to guide her, and slowly reveals, which is still pretty gross and manipulative, but
mhm.
I think he's much less of a creep than we see Heather start to delve into very, very soon. Let's finish up the office building now,
Yeah.
though. You go to the other world. There's a couple things happen. I think the main thing, though, that's memorable is this. There's this guy, or this person that is like absorbed into this gate that is blocking the door from the exit, and you have to like chant a certain phrase from a fairy tale. Is that Does that mean anything? Does that have any reading into it? I can't really
Yeah, it's
figure it out.
essentially a fairy tale that Alessa enjoyed as a child, and we're seeing it the same way Silent Hill 1 was her projecting her terrible nonsense into the world through her pain.
Yeah.
In Silent Hill 3, Alessa, Heather, not knowing who she is, um, her condition, we'll call it, as to
Hmm.
not spoil things for the future, her condition is causing internally all these things to externally be projected.
Yeah.
And even Heather, who's currently unaware of this,
Hmm.
is having subconscious aspects of her psyche projected into the world in order to specifically stop her.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you were going to pull from a resource and you wanted to stop somebody, and you had in your mind a fairy tale you always used to read of a very similar scenario, it's
Hmm.
kind of interesting
Yeah. I like it.
juxtaposition.
And that's one of the aspects I think I like most about the theming and the subtext of the game that isn't immediately readable. Um, but yeah, I do think we have to save that for later because that's
Mm,
a big part of understanding this game that you kind of need the rest of the story. Um, so this is kind of the big reveal of the game. Next, she finally gets out of the office building, and she's able to head home, um, where we have found her apartment, and she goes in, and it's good old Harry. He's dead.
yeah.
He's been killed. Um, there's a very believable sort of aspect to how Heather reacts after this. Um,
Yeah.
that she is almost there's a moment of reflection right after the boss fight that comes with this where they kind of put him to rest and um, you know, she has her moment of, you know, I gotta do something, like his death can't mean nothing.
Yeah.
But then she is also completely driven and subdued by rage and hatred. That it basically, she does not mourn for him until the game is over,
Yeah.
which is I think a great sort of mirror to The Last of Us Part Two. This is where like those games
Mm,
are very similar. Father figure dies, filled
mm,
with rage, and it you know it ends up taking, these games take it in a way that is different in their resolution, but
mm,
very, very similar in
mm.
feeling and concept and emotion. I think
I never really
obviously
thought of that, but yeah.
The Last of Us Part Two, I think, does like the death better. um,
Mm,
like there was probably not any other moment in any video game ever where like pure just like you can't feel your body, you can't feel your lungs, you can't feel anything. You're just screaming on the floor. Like
mm,
that part of The Last Part Two is just like probably will never be overdone by a video game.
mm.
And Silent Hill 3 has pretty good acting, but it's not Naughty Dog.
Yeah,
Um,
it's hard to surpass that, but
but it's
for
still so well done
it's
and
in, it's
believable
incredibly effective.
despite the constraints.
The scene of Heather with her head on Harry's lap crying, it genuinely touched me when I was watching
Yeah.
it as a teen. I was just like, and you know, at the time, I had certainly not come to grips with the more I wouldn't call them more feminine aspects of my
Hmm.
personality, but as a teenage guy, I certainly wasn't as in touch with my more feelings driven side than
No,
as I
yeah.
am now as an adult.
I don't think they're
And it's
necessarily
still
feminine traits, but like
right,
they
right, but
are in the society that
yeah,
even still
not
to this
mhm,
day, they are still considered like
right.
to a certain extent, like you can't cry, you can't show emotion,
Yeah, yeah,
that kind of thing.
exactly. So even in a position where I'm this like as macho as you can get as a teenager, you're
Hmm.
at the height of macho-ness at, yeah,
Yeah.
you know, 16, 17 years old. And I'm still watching this scene of Heather Mason with her head in Harry's lap. And you know, I didn't even find Harry to be the most incredible character
Mhm.
from Silent Hill 1. He was a good character. I
Yeah.
liked him a lot and I enjoyed him, but I certainly didn't have an emotional connection to
No.
him at all. But seeing him dead there in that scene, is seeing how bad it affected Heather, all of that poured straight through to me as a
Mhm.
medium. It was amazingly emotional. I loved it.
I also like the to mirror The Last of Us again. The Harry has done so much for Heather. Obviously the entire game of Silent Hill 1 is his desperate search for her. He goes through many different horribly awful things in that game. Basically
Mhm.
psychological torture to go get her.
Yeah.
And then afterwards has years of trying to protect her from the cult and keep her safe. And yet for a moment, as soon as he dies, it feels like it was just kind of all for nothing. Like, he's done all this and now his payoff is,
Yeah.
it didn't work almost.
Yeah. They
Right.
found her. I'm dead,
Yeah. And I think it kind of mirrors that in The Last of Us 2, where Joel has kind of done everything possible that he could to protect Ellie, but it still ends up being not enough in the end.
Mm.
The thing that I think Harry and Joel both don't realize is that the only way to kind of fix the situation and truly have their daughter figure get both the rest and the ending that they deserve is only possible with their deaths.
Out of the picture.
Yeah. And now I think obviously The Last of Us has more kind of subtext with that because Joel does things that Ellie really doesn't want to happen. And so there's more kind of roughness there. Whereas
Yeah.
I think Heather is never shaken in her love for her dad. But
No.
he does. Go ahead.
Like, I think I didn't really put this together until just recently, but a lot of the emotionality I got from that scene came from, like I said, how much Heather was affected
Yeah.
by it. And I think there's a scene at the beginning of the game that if you just draw a straight line from that to this, you could see why. You hear her talking to her dad on the phone
Mhm.
and just her tone of voice and her mannerisms. She fucking loves this
Yeah.
guy. You know what I mean? It just comes through so hard without her ever. There didn't need to be a narration or
Mhm.
text on screen. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And then from that scene to this one, all she had to do was have a quick 6-7 word conversation with their dad on the phone, and they have fully contextualized this death to where even people who are new
Mhm.
to the series and who didn't know who Harry was, or
Yeah.
people who played Silent Hill 1 when they were 12 and now they're playing 3 as like a 15-year-old or
Yeah.
whatever, they don't remember him, but that probably still had a similar emotional
Mhm.
effect just from the simple contextualizing her relationship with her
And
dad with a phone call.
I like how it's it's kind of obviously tragic in that like she loses her dad, but it is also subtextually tragic because he is also much like Joel is not fully innocent. Like he
Yeah.
considers killing her multiple times because he
Mhm.
knows that'll, you know, it's morbid, but it will save her. She
Yeah.
she won't create
Have to
this
run
god, and
anymore,
yeah,
yeah.
and he also, in a way, is using her much the same as Joel does Ellie, as sort of a reminder of something that they can't have, and they don't really realize that if they want their adoptive kid to actually be
Mhm.
happy, it's them keeping them from that. Not them. It's something that they don't have to do. They just have to kind of step back.
Mhm.
Or Harry kind of uses Heather as this daughter he never had.
Yeah.
In
Well, he had at one point.
Well, not really, because even the original
Yeah.
time that they find her, they're so happy, Harry and
He
Heather's
couldn't
mother,
conceive. Yeah.
because they couldn't have a child.
That is true. Yeah.
And so even what would that be?
So the
24
daughter he
years
never
before.
had was taken away from him, and then he got the daughter of the daughter that he never
Yeah,
had.
yeah. Definitely some Silent Hill story going on in that like, if you were to describe that to someone. But same with Joel is he actually did have a daughter at one point, but he's still back to the theme of like men using Heather in this game. Even the one person that Heather has, and I don't doubt that they both loved each other like completely unconditionally at the point of the game, but he's still using her for himself, not for like what he should be, which is trying to make the best life for her. He thinks he is, but he's misguided. But yeah, so we find him dead. There's that great, like, just emotionally gut-wrenching scene of her laying in his lap. And now she has that rage, so she goes up to the rooftop. We find Claudia. This is finally where we get some answers. This is where we discover, really, I think if you didn't know it up to this point, I think you could maybe even miss it with Harry's death. Like, because you can't really see his face that well, and you might not really know, but this is where Claudia's like, we need you. You are the newest form of Alessa, and we had to do this to motivate you to come to Silent Hill, basically, and make you angry enough to come to us, because we can't just force you there. You know, she's essentially, in religious terms, pretty much a deity. You know, like she is birthing a god. She has that power. She might not have godlike powers herself, but it's a very
the god has the powers, and it is within her.
Yes, and she's the only one that can unleash. She is the only way to unleash that power, and so by proxy, she sort of has those powers because she can hold it over people. Yeah, and this is the first time that we're understanding kind of why these things that have been happening to Heather that don't really make sense. Like everything that happens to James in Silent Hill that's Silent Hillified, like the other world aspects, really makes sense because whether you know it at the beginning or not, it's because he killed his wife. And so everything is a manifestation of that. There's a lot of weird things that happen to Heather that she's sort of just not scared of or doesn't really care about. She's sort of nonchalant about some of these things. And we find it's because in a way, it's really not her fears totally that are being replicated in the other world. It is both her and her previous self and the previous self before that, and an amalgamation of those that has created this thing. So like there's some things that really unnerve her, and then there are other things that don't really matter to her. Like she's kind of cool with it. Just keeps on going, which is interesting that the nightmare for the character isn't really that scary for the character.
It's not her nightmare.
Yeah, she's almost living someone else's nightmare. In a way that I don't think I've ever seen anything else do. Which isn't, I think, an interesting plot point. And then you have to do this boss fight. Okay, Claudia's like, come to Silent Hill or whatever, and leaves. If you want to get revenge, I didn't really kill him. This thing killed him, and it's this like regular guy with knives, basically, like really tall guy with knives is this boss. Doesn't feel very Silent Hilly, I would say. It's just sort of like, I think it's time we should talk about some of these enemies. Okay. I don't think this game has the greatest enemy design.
Interesting.
I think thematically this boss could fit the themes of the game specifically, but I don't think this boss is very Silent Hill feeling. Same with some of the other things in the game, like the little creatures, the little dinosaur looking things, sperm
Mhm.
things.
Yeah.
They're creepy and weird, but they're also just kind of, I don't know. Silent Hill 2 has the feeling of these are humans that have been turned into something else.
Mm.
Um, these feel just like little creatures.
Alien.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like aliens, I think is a good way to describe it.
So this is something that I noticed much later on. Um, every Silent Hill game sort of has a theme to its
Mhm.
enemy design. Um, Silent Hill 3 had a theme of shape and like the shape of like so the really tall enemies with the long arms that crawl. It's very that to me is really creepy for some reason. I
Yeah.
find that weird. But it's proportions that they messed with in
Mhm.
Silent Hill 3. So you have the insane cancers who are incredibly fat and have to wobble around, and then you have the oddly shaped little sperm things, and everything in Silent Hill 3 has a theming of shape to it,
Mhm.
like the worm boss and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think the butcher guy at the top of the apartment, when I first fought him, I just didn't think he looked very cool.
Yeah.
But I did find his design to be thematic in the sense that he was very weird, gross. There were aspects of his like face that were obscured by
Mhm.
like tumorous kind of
Yeah.
growths and stuff, which Silent Hill is very good at concealing facial features and making you feel weird because of it. Uh, but yeah, I think Silent Hill 3 has some of the best and worst designed enemies in the series, probably.
Yeah. Because I do like the boss in the thematic sense. Like it's very masculine, like sort of all of the characters are an exaggerated version of something that Heather would be scared of, just like Silent
Mm,
Hill 2. Like I don't really understand the sperm dinosaur things. I didn't really get that playing through it, but like
mm,
the insane cancers kind of just flopping around is just like grabbing and like flopping on top of Heather,
mm,
and this boss being like sort of a all of the exaggerated features of a man who in a sort of like cliche way you think would like be some sort of abuser or something along
like
those
a
lines.
stranger coming
Yeah,
at
like
her
just some
outside.
guy on the
Yeah.
street just coming to
Mm,
do terrible things to her.
yeah.
I like it in that sense, but I think
Mm,
in the moment it's just it's too normal almost. Like it,
okay, I get
yeah.
that.
Um, okay.
I like the snarl that it makes, though. It makes like a kind of
I
snarl.
again sound design so good,
Mm,
so
yeah.
good. Um, I also don't like the way you fight it. It feels very
Mm,
video gamey. That he can just like block stuff with his arms.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and there's no explanation for it. Like the Alessa fight later on, she can block stuff, but she's not really real. This is like
Mm,
a guy basically. Um,
blocking shotgun shells.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, weird. Um, anyways, Douglas, of course, the detective from before, when she kills the boss, he's there as well, and he feels partly responsible for this because he led the cult to her. So, he's kind of on the train, on the Heather train now.
Mm.
They go to Silent Hill, and this is where
Well, hold
they.
on. We have to
Okay.
just, at the very least, there is a quote because it's a really, really interesting scene after you kill that boss. Douglas helps Heather get Harry's body into his bed, and
Mhm.
they cover him with the sheet and give him a sort of ceremonial style
Yeah.
of burial. And there's a conversation that takes place between Douglas and Heather, and I'm going to paraphrase it a bit, but Douglas is like, "What are you going to do now?" And like, it's so badass what she says that it gives me chills, the delivery. She almost looks at the camera. She's looking at Douglas and she's like, I'm going to go to Silent Hill and I'm going to kill her. Just
Mm.
matter of fact. No, it's almost like there's zero emotion. It's
Yeah.
like a robot.
Yeah.
Step one, go to Silent Hill. Step two,
Kill.
assassinate Claudia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just the way that she delivered it with a lack of emotion and just so much anger that it boiled over into just pure numbness.
Hmm.
I was like, "Oh," like, Heather already is just the best video game character. I vibe with her so much, but
Yeah.
the delivery of that was like I couldn't dream of in my years as a bouncer of a more intimidating threat than what she said in that moment.
Yeah. Um, I think it's also worth to kind of examine her more. I described it as the Leonification of a Silent Hill protagonist, where like she's really quippy a lot of the time. Like she says these things that are like only, first of all, only a teenage girl would think that's cool. But second, they're really funny. Like when she looks at the cameras, like, why the hell would you make me do that? I'm not doing
Yeah.
that in the mall.
Who on earth would ever do that
Yeah.
or something like that? Yeah.
And the way she calls stuff like gross or weird or, or in the apartment building or not apartment building, office, there's a vending machine. And she's like, I don't think I really want to drink something that's from this place.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like things like that kind of make her both way more unserious than any other previous Silent Hill character, but then clashing with the rage that she starts to feel at this point that are butting up against each other. Like every time she does something, she either is going to scream and break down, or she's going to say a one-liner and put on the sunglasses and walk away from the explosion type thing. And you can tell that it's fighting in her a lot. Like this sort of desire to be cool almost, the very teenage, like self-conscious way that the player is going to look at her and be like, oh, well, that wasn't, grow up or whatever. Versus that now she's so focused that she starts to lose some of it, but you can still see it fighting back is a really well done aspect of Silent Hill writing. But of course we get to Silent Hill now. I wasn't really sure. I didn't have subtitles on until this point. And this is the point where I was like, okay, I really need subtitles because I have no clue what this guy just went to go do. The detective.
Douglas?
Yeah. What is he? Because she goes to the hospital because it's like they find her father's map or whatever.
Yes.
And she's, I imagine they were going to make it the Silent Hill 1 hospital, or maybe it is the same hospital, but just Silent Hill's changed a little bit or whatever.
No, it's two separate things. Like one's one has like a mental institution component to it, and the other one, Brookhaven doesn't, I guess.
Okay. So why, I guess I need your help here. Why does Douglas go where he goes, and why does Heather go where she does?
Well, so Douglas, because he's a PI, he's like, okay, I'm going to go and try to track down Claudia using my fucking detective stuff. And I would assume he had met up with her before. So my interpretation was always like, okay, I'm familiar with how I'm going to meet with this person.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can't get them out of hiding. You stay here. And then when he tells Heather to stay there, Vincent shows up and gives her the push in the direction that she needs to go in order to get what she needs to make sure that she can do what Vincent needs her to do.
Okay. Yeah, because when they're when she's leaving the apartment, he's like, "I just met your friend" or whatever, and it was Vincent. So that makes sense to me. So she's going to find Vincent, he's going to find Claudia for her, basically. Hospital, man, I love the hospital in this game way more than even Silent Hill 2. First of all, I think the theming is a lot scarier to me because it's got that the mall feeling where like it's a very normal looking hospital for a portion, but just like, and there could be people there, but like it's just a little off versus Silent Hill 2's like, ironically, despite the fact Silent Hill 3's horror is much more in your face, Silent Hill 2 is much grosser and more environmentally in your face than Silent Hill 3. But oh man, the nurses in Silent Hill 3 are just my favorite enemy, I think, ever in a Silent Hill game. Though most of them are pretty normal. They're a little bit different than Silent Hill 2. They're they have a much kind of more lungy feel, They're a lot more normal looking too. They're more human, so it feels like you're killing a person more than Silent Hill 2 ever felt. But the Silent Hill 2 nurses kind of had this zombie stagger, like Walking Dead feel.
Yeah.
Silent Hill 3, I can only describe them as like dancers almost. They have this like soft step to them, but also this lunge, like this again, zombie like maybe, but like they're very intent on reaching Heather.
Yeah.
But it also feels like they're kind of very carefully choosing each step towards her.
Yeah. It's a really it's creepy because they do look recognizably human,
Yeah.
and they're moving in a way like, you
That
know, when you
isn't
look
human.
up like when you look up videos of like, you know, skinwalkers on YouTube and you see something and their legs are bending the wrong way,
Yeah.
but they look humanoid,
Mhm.
like it messes with some part of your brain.
Yeah.
The way they move is just off-putting because
Mhm.
it's like this very recognizably human thing moving in this like slinky kind of
Yeah.
weird ass
And
way.
man, there's one of these nurses has a gun.
Yeah.
The way she shoots it is so, I don't know how to describe it. It internally it felt like illegal. Like they did what? She just did what? Because first of all, the nurses having a gun is like, never thought that would happen. They all have like basically pipes in the first game or like scissors, things like that. So one,
Wait, there wasn't one in the first game with a gun as well?
no nurses with guns in the first game.
Really? That's like an
Yes.
implanted memory for me.
There
That's
is
crazy.
no, at least from my
Wow.
playthrough, I don't think I ever ran into an enemy in SH2 that
Okay.
had range at all.
Okay.
Silent Hill 3 though, she has a gun. It does a lot of damage too. And the way she shoots it is like, it almost is if, this is my weird explanation for this.
Okay.
Like on the box, when you like go buy a gun, right? They usually have like some sort of person like holding a gun or, you know, whatever on the box that's like, you know, some hunter or whatever that they did a photo shoot where he's holding the rifle, and that's the image on the box. It feels like the nurse got the gun, saw that image, and that is her only reference point for how to shoot a gun. Because it's this like, she's holding it, but it's like outwardly, and her arms are like weirdly like almost like she's hugging someone at the same time. And she kind of does like the 1980s like cop thing of like points it up and then down and points it to Heather. Like nothing that, you know, someone who actually knew how to gun would do or how to use a gun would ever do. It's weird.
It's almost like machine like.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I see on the box, this is how I have to hold it. But she's never seen anyone hold it out or use it before.
Just a kind of exaggerated sort of posture.
So creepy, so good. Okay, the hospital, Otherworld, I don't know if I'm big on. It feels kind of needlessly like retracing the steps of Silent Hill 2 when like I know the point of this part of the game is like she's going through Harry's experiences in Silent Hill 1. But I don't know. I like the hospital before the Otherworld. I just think the greatest parts of Silent Hill 1's Otherworld are when it's a place that looks completely normal when Harry first visits, and then it deteriorates into something that is still a previous shell of itself, but now has this like gross fleshiness applied to it. The Otherworldly Hospital just feels like a version of hell that happens to also be hallways, you know? It's almost too overdone, I think, to me, to be
So
frightening.
sometimes I come across, now I don't feel that this is the case in the location you're talking about, but oftentimes in my videos, I'll describe a location as feeling like a horror movie set, like someone specifically set these things here in order to produce a scare.
Yeah, and
I
I
see
don't
what
think I think they're still attempting to do kind of a slow burn kind of fear,
Mm,
like a this place feels wrong. I just
mhm,
think it's so overboard that
mhm. I got you.
it ends up kind of losing the fright. Because like my favorite part of Silent Hill 2 was the apartments that felt
Yeah.
both lived in and like no one has lived here in ages.
Right, right.
And my favorite part of Silent Hill 3 are the parts where it feels wrong, but there could also be
Mm,
someone like real people, normal people just behind this door and
mhm.
I can't get to them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whereas this is like so far deep into it where
We didn't even really talk about it, but the feeling that you're describing, I get so hard after you leave the construction site and and you get to the street to
Mhm.
get to Heather's
Yeah.
apartment. The cars parked on
Mhm.
the street and the construction
Yeah.
taking place down the way. It's just, oh my God, it gives
It
me that eerie, uncanny feeling.
it's like multiple times I felt both in Silent Hill 2 and 3,
Mm,
I felt like I was playing Yakuza 1
mhm,
because the cameras are actually kind of very similar in both games and it's both
mm.
PS2 trying to be realism
Yeah,
sort
yeah,
of
yeah.
fidelity to it.
Right.
Uh and so there are a lot of parts where I'm like especially in what's it called? Heavenly Nights. I'm like, this feels just like the bar from Yakuza 1 to
Oh,
me.
Silent Hill
Or
Heaven's Night.
yeah, Silent Hill 2, yeah. Heaven's Night, where I'm like,
Yeah.
this feels just like the bar, Serena's bar from Yakuza 1. Um,
Mm,
and so playing that and going to this, where it's like the mall and the outside street, where it feels like this could almost be in a Yakuza game,
yeah, yeah,
but like it's still like Yakuza, like 100 people on the streets anytime you walk around, and there's noises
mhm.
of hustle and bustle, and
Yes, yes.
um, it's also this weirdly exaggerated like um, you know, some guy walks out into the street and very anime like, dude, I'm gonna kill you, and then you
Mhm.
do this stupid fight where you throw him against a bike or whatever. But then it's like thrusted upon. But what if that was scary?
Yeah.
That works so well, and that Silent Hill is known for, and that's the part of Silent
Mhm,
Hill I love most. And then it's especially the end of the game, which I very much dislike. It just
mhm,
feels like normal
mhm.
normal horror game stuff, like with the mannequin. Um,
There was a lot of Silent Hill 3 that, the visuals were meant, to be very emblematic, and to give you a certain feel, but in doing so, they definitely do have an intentionality to
yeah.
them, a designed feeling.
Hmm.
Like when you were in the office building, you go into the other world, and then there's that weird piece of art with the smile and the ears
Hmm.
and stuff like that,
Yeah.
which is creepy as all hell. And there is an explanation for what you're supposed to feel subconsciously from it,
Yeah.
but it does look like something that somebody would have produced on the set of a horror film or a psychological thriller of some kind.
Yeah.
So I could see where you're coming from with that.
Um, it's at this point, again, another thing that'll be important later in the themes. We start getting these notes from Solomon. He's like, "I love you, Heather. You came here to be with me. Why aren't he leaves this creepy little doll for her and so why aren't you taking my doll? Do you not like it? I'm sure you'll like it. Just pick it up or whatever." And a very kind of stalker vibe feel from
Mm.
him. Whatever happens to him, is there any real payoff? Because there's another character we're introduced to, which is Leonard, who calls Heather on the phone, and
Nope.
no,
I was gonna ask you about
what?
that. Yeah, you got those 2 mixed up.
Wait, so who calls her on the phone?
That's a very good question. That is literally debated to this day, but it's not Leonard.
But the person on the phone is like, "Hey, I'm in the second floor hall in this doorway,"
Yeah,
and you go to that
and
doorway, and that's where how you eventually get to Leonard.
yeah, but it's not Leonard. It's somebody who knows, it's somebody who they our best guess is a mental patient that they describe in a note nearby,
Hmm.
who has not multiple personality, some sort of disorder, but it causes they talk about how this person obsesses over the nurses or the people in the hall and will become incredibly obsessive and possessive and
But
stuff like
that's
that.
I figured that was Solomon because he talks about the nurses like that.
That's who people think is on the phone. But everybody, and even myself, when I first played it, thought obviously
But
Leonard, right?
when she goes down to the basement, that it's as
It's a
if they have
different
talked
voice.
before.
It is, but I think
So how
it's
does that?
through. I think it's through their shared relationship with Claudia or something. But
Mm,
we'll have to look this up afterwards when we're not having
yeah,
an
when we
active
do our
conversation.
real research
Yeah,
after
yeah.
this is done.
And again, if you're listening to this, put it in the comments because I do want to see. But
Yeah.
I have seen the arguments in the scene, and people are very undecided. Some people do think it's Leonard,
Hmm.
but there's a really good argument for a lot of the stuff that he's saying that doesn't follow Leonard's character or what he says afterwards,
Yeah.
and that kind of follows the personality of this guy that they described in the notes.
Okay.
Um, that makes sense to me because he's so obsessed with Heather, right? But there is no payoff
Well,
for
the guy
that.
on the
And it is,
phone isn't obsessed with Heather.
well, he like knows her birthday, but he's thinking of Claudia, I
He
think.
knows her birthday.
Yeah.
What?
He's like, happy birthday, the guy on the phone.
When like the first call that she picks up that I thought was
Yeah.
from Leonard, he talks about I didn't even know he talks about her birthday. Because
Yeah.
the first time I remember
Happy
her birthday
birthday.
being mentioned is when she gets called by some other guy on the phone and who sings her happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, but I didn't take that as the same guy. They sound completely different.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right.
Because
Okay.
I don't think the
A lo-
first guy on the phone mentions
mm,
her
yeah.
birthday.
Okay. A lot of people think that those are the same person. I
Okay.
was gonna see
Okay. Okay.
whether or
Okay.
not. Okay.
Yeah, because to me, how it felt like was like this is Leonard. You know, he's stuck down there because he's this
Mm,
another little freak,
yeah.
and because he seemed like he honestly wanted to help Heather, and when
Mhm.
she gets down there, he seems like he still would have wanted to help Heather. He was just kind of misunderstanding what she wanted, also,
Exactly. Yeah. He thought that
which
they were on the same side
yeah,
until she gets down there, and he's like, "Oh, wait, no." Like,
yeah, which makes sense, but it doesn't make sense if he's a different person than she talked to on the phone,
no,
because
no,
then
yeah,
there would have been no understanding between them prior to
yeah.
her going down in
I
there.
I misunderstood you. I thought that you would make the two people who were on the phone,
Mm.
a lot of people assume that they're the same
Okay,
person.
okay,
Like, I
yeah,
think it was a widely believed thing that they were the same person, and then uh but the second phone call,
mhm,
there's no
yeah, 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 yeah.
confirmation, there's no
Okay,
resolution. It just happens. It's a weird, creepy thing.
mhm.
But a lot of people, for some reason, when they even me, I thought the two phone calls were from the same
See,
person.
I thought the happy birthday was from Solomon,
Mhm.
um,
Okay, so that was the
some
right note.
other like thing I haven't been introduced to. Like I
Yeah, yeah,
never connected Leonard
yeah. Okay.
and the happy birthday.
Right, right, right.
Um,
Okay.
Solomon, by the way, now that I'm thinking about it, you've talked about that where like people
Mhm.
think they're the same. I could definitely see like one, it's one patient who has this mental disorder that might believe to be Solomon and Leonard, and the happy birthday guy, and they're all the
Mm.
same, one and the same, because
Yeah. Yeah.
someone is following behind Heather the whole time.
Mhm.
Um, putting the notes there, who we imagine is Solomon.
Mhm.
Someone is also, Leonard on the phone is like, "Hey, you're in the hospital.
Yeah.
Come get me in this room." And I think they call a
Mhm.
second time, and he's like, "Okay, here's how you get to me," or whatever.
Mhm.
Um, and so Leonard on the phone kind of knows somehow where Heather is. Um, and also I don't know, the
I
happy
like
birthday
this
thing is just
theory a lot.
unexplained,
Yeah, it is. It's super unexplained.
other than maybe it could be the same person that
This is a
did it.
cool theory. I like this.
Yeah. I don't know. Part of me believes that is a possibility.
Mm.
But I sort of like that Leonard was kind of just a normal guy also who just wanted to use Heather for himself. Like
Yeah.
thematic makes sense, but also I don't think making them all into the same person really changes that
I
either.
don't think it does to me, at least.
Yeah, I don't know.
If they're unaware of each other's
Yeah,
existences
yeah, yeah.
inside. Yeah.
Probably something that deserves deeper look, but I feel we're already 4 hours in to Silent Hill 3. We can't spend another hour on
We
that.
are about to eclipse the runtime of the video game.
Actually, I was done. I did 4 hours 58 minutes was
Oh, there we
my
go.
my end run time. We were at 4 hours and 5 minutes of unedited recording. So it is,
We can make this work. Yeah.
we still have like probably the biggest part of the game left. Definitely possible. Okay. So she goes down to the basement. Leonard ends up not being just this guy who wants to help her. He's like this. Have you seen what's the new Wes Anderson movie? Asteroid City. Have you seen it?
No.
Okay, there's this. Look it up. Little green alien guy from Asteroid City. Looks just like him, I think, to a certain extent. Like they're very similar, except one's a little funny guy and this guy's a big freak. But boss fight takes place. Again, I don't really like this boss fight. It feels like a Metal Gear boss fight almost, the way he like dives under the water and you have to come back up. It reminds me a lot of Vamp in Metal Gear Solid 2. I don't really like the boss fights in this game.
That's understandable.
But from him, she gets this thing called the Seal of Metatron. What a terrible MacGuffin, like crappy little piece of this game. So it's sort of explained later once you get to a library, but it ends up being useless. And they act as though in the last cutscene that the seal is very important. Like Heather thinks it's very important. It's going to save her. But Heather also knows that like, it's not really going to save her. The thing that's going to save her is her necklace, which we'll talk about then. So it's got this weird vibe where like everyone treats it as though, and even Heather herself treats it as though it's very important. But then everyone also knows that it's not important at the same time.
I think what it is Vincent is the one who thinks it's incredibly important. And Vincent's like, you need to, and Vincent, that's why Vincent sent Heather to to talk to Leonard, is in order to get that, because she knew that obviously there'd be some sort of violent confrontation. He was confident in Heather because she had proven herself. But then we will talk about that last scene, but that is it's so Vincent, that moment. It's great.
And so, as you mentioned, we go back to the hotel and once we leave the hospital, there's a scene where Vincent and Claudia are talking also in the hotel room for some reason. I don't know why. But he's like, I sent her to the hotel, or not the hotel, the hospital. And they have this conversation about, he doesn't mention it to Claudia, but first they talk about like his disagreements on God and the whole thing that's happening. And then once Heather comes back, he's like, I sent you to a hospital to get this thing or whatever. Then he's like, okay, listen, your detective friend, he found Claudia, got to go to the amusement park. And the amusement park is quite literally the same set piece and environment is from the beginning of the game. So it all comes full circle or whatever. It's also very indicative of the first game. Harry goes to a hospital. He goes through the amusement park to find the big reveal at the end, although backwards, I guess. He goes through the motel too. I didn't even think of that. There's a motel in the first game. Kind of a Metal Gear Solid 2 kind of thing going on.
But, it definitely is. Yeah.
I think not as well executed because it also kind of doesn't matter to the plot. Whereas like that's like the main thing of Metal Gear Solid 2. I mean, I can also understand that that's really not what that wasn't the main focus But
No, it definitely
it is
wasn't. But
cool.
it's
Yeah.
Easter egg
Mm-hmm.
status. Yeah.
So she goes through the amusement park. Kind of nothing interesting happens there. You got to do there's a roller coaster that she gets hit by in the beginning of the game, that you have to now turn off, and to walk on the tracks, you find the key to turn it off. But this time it turns back on. So she still has to jump off anyway. I don't see why she can't just jump off when it comes to go hit her, but whatever.
There's something the same way with the climbing down the ladder scene and the sound effects, running on that track, no music whatsoever, with this
All the
the
creatures
sounds that are,
below.
but the sounds that are being made aren't even the sounds of creatures that are in the game, which makes it way
Yeah.
worse because now you don't even have a mental image of what's making the sound.
Yeah.
Oh,
There
it's
could
so
be anything underneath the
yeah,
tracks.
it's almost prehistoric. It feels like just are just alien creatures beneath you
Yeah.
and you can't see them and it's so dark out and their voices are echoing. You can't pinpoint. It's so good, dude.
I love it. Although I don't love the roller coaster part specifically because of it's so easy to fall off.
Yeah.
You have to kind of walk very slowly, and I died twice, and that was annoying. So I got angry at it. So I hate it.
Interesting. It's kind of random for you to actually fall off. Most of the time, she just catches her feet.
Well, yeah, I knew that, but I figured that you would always just fall off the roller coaster.
No, sometimes she just goes, whoa, and then like comes back. But it's just like, I don't know, it's a dice roll. It's the same thing with anything. Like in the mall,
Yeah.
when you go to the very top of the escalator and there's a cutoff, if you keep walking over it, you'll just randomly trigger a chance to fall off of it and die.
I thought it was like if you keep holding forward, she will fall off. Like if you stop quick enough, she won't fall. But yeah.
Yeah, like I think it's just random.
Okay. That's weird. I don't know if I like that either. I don't like the randomness of Silent Hill feels like
I've ever fallen off of the roller coaster thing too.
Yeah.
I've like teeter-tottered over the edge of it so many times.
For a game series that is so based in intentionality and artist direction and like meaningful events happening in a certain way that only matter because they happen in that way, I really don't like how so many of things in this game are like randomized.
I kind of like it. It makes it such a unique experience between each
Is it
person.
though if you miss stuff because of it?
Well, the thing with Valtiel is it's not necessary for the story, and it wouldn't make sense unless you already beat the game that Valtiel would even be doing this anyways. So it's a fun Easter egg that has a random chance at sometimes executing itself. I could see where you're coming from with the deaths, though, especially because I don't know if there's a save point inside that roller coaster operating room. So
no, you have to go through the amusement park again.
Yeah. So I that. For sure. I can understand. They shouldn't have made it as easy to fall off of the roller coaster track.
So she jumps down for some reason. She couldn't do it before, but now that she turned it off and it came back on itself,
with the knowledge of the nightmare, she was able to
but she still doesn't have the first time I got hit by the coaster and didn't turn it on because I didn't see it. She still had the knowledge of the nightmare from before. So, whatever. She falls down and she wakes up in this, right next to this haunted mansion.
Poorly haunted mansion.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
It
has
this. Here's the thing. I like it as a atmospheric, fun kind of horror ride type of thing. It doesn't feel right in the game.
No, it's like the what was it? The elevator.
The radio broadcast.
Yeah, the like game show thing in Silent Hill 2. Like
that's what I was talking about.
This is a cool idea.
When we did that, I was like, wait until you play Silent Hill 3. There's a moment, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Cool idea, but like doesn't belong here. Especially like the red gas.
I will say I like the red light chasing you. I liked it because it's just so disorienting and weird. But again, it feels out of place.
Yeah. Because it's almost like comical, like, I mean, parts, the guy over the speakerphone in the haunted mansion is literally telling jokes, which feels a little out of place, but Like
He's around. He's hanging around here
yeah,
somewhere, and then the
a
body drop.
body appears in the window that's hung. Yeah. I don't know. It's just
It's good in and of it, as like if you were to take a little section of it and give
Mhm.
that to somebody and have them play it, they'd say, "Wow, that's kind of fun
Yeah.
it's
And
pretty cool."
weirdly,
But
not having played Silent Hill 3 before, that
mm,
experience, that room, is what I thought the whole game was. Because the only thing I had heard about Silent Hill 3 is the amusement park. And so I kind of thought
interesting.
the whole game was an amusement park. Um,
Mm,
and you're just, like kind of like Crow Country, actually. That
mm,
like that's where the game takes place, and everything is done through the idiom of the amusement park. Uh,
hmm.
and that's the expectation I had going into it, and it obviously wasn't that. Um,
Yeah.
so metacontextually, almost it plays with that, but I don't think that was their intention, and I don't
Mm,
really like it.
yeah,
Um,
I get it.
anyways, we get through the. Oh, yeah. My next mode is wait, dog. What the fuck? You can quick turn in this game? Why did no one tell me this? Um, and also
Oh,
my
man.
other note that when you're walking through the haunted mansion, there's like a wrong way you can go that doesn't open, and there's a
Yeah.
body that falls from the ceiling, and the guy
Mhm.
in the speakerphone's like, "Oh, sorry, that was Danny," or whatever, and I'm like, that one actually scared me. That jump scare got me. It just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Um, anyways, a little bit. This actually happened a little bit before, but I feel like it matters now. When the detective finds Claudia, they have like a little argument. Um, again, more of just kind of the religious cult kind of stuff that I do not care about in this game. Like
Hmm.
why she feels it has to happen, and he feels like it's not going to work or whatever. Or it's stupid. It's needless. Stuff I don't think really adds to the game that much. Um,
Really? I love it so much. That's
I my
crazy.
least favorite part of Silent Hill 1 was the cult, and
Everybody says
my
that.
least
I don't
favorite
get
part
it.
of Silent Hill 3 is the cult. So
Yeah, everybody that's so weird. Everybody has that universal thing. I'm starting to think that I might be a little weird.
like I like actually let me change my mind on that, because I do like it in Silent Hill 1 up until the
Hmm.
end, where like it becomes the entire point of the story. I really
Uh,
like the little nuggets of information, like about the drug
okay.
trade and all that.
Yeah,
It's in
yeah.
Silent Hill 1. But like it being the big evil, basically, and Claudia being the big evil, and I sort of like the stuff with the god and Alessa, but I
Mm,
don't know. It just feels it's another one of those things that's like this would be the plot to like a B tier horror game,
mm,
not the writing skill and knowledge. I know Team Silent can write a damn good game. They wrote Silent Hill 2. So why do they now
mhm.
have to fall back on this very kind of in your face but also needlessly complex thing about the cult? I just I don't care, and I don't like it.
Man, that's so crazy. I mean, like everything that you have said so far, that is a very, very like those ideas are pretty common.
Yeah.
And it's so crazy to hear you organically just come to them because that is such like a big thing. And it's like a perspective, obviously, but even me trying to come from a point of understanding and being like, okay, well, let me look at it from that. I can't do it. I love it so much. The
Okay,
cult is so
let
cool to
me let
me.
me try to explain it then.
Okay,
Why I don't like it. I've never
let's
put
see.
this into words, so this is going to be a lot of
Mm,
umming and ahhing. Um,
mhm,
but I think Silent Hill 2 is able to tell its story with nuance, right? There
mm,
is, like how we talked about a lot in the Silent Hill 2 episode, there's many different readings of things going on.
mm,
Um, my Maria theory is not, I don't have a big theory for Silent Hill 3. There's nothing, there's no
mm.
straws to grasp. There's no, other than Ariel, what's his name?
Who, Douglas?
Xavier, no, the turn in the
Oh, the
crank
crazy
guy.
guy. Yeah, yeah.
No,
Valtiel.
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 Yeah. Other than him, he's
Mm,
kind of unexplained. I
mm,
feel like the cult storyline is like this. It is like a very almost overwritten plot. Like
mm.
it demystifies a lot of things, I think. Like the
Okay.
reason
Okay.
why Silent Hill is messed up is because there's this cult who really wants to revive this god, and
Right.
to get the god, they have to get this girl and torture this girl to get the god out of her or whatever. When like I really like Silent Hill 2's take where it's kind of just like Silent Hill is this town that has this power to
Mm,
draw people to it and
yeah.
um, put them to rest, or to some people read it as punishing them for past sins, or
Mm.
to
Or potentially absolving them
yeah
for
to
past
to
sins.
to
Yeah.
absolve them, or to bring them some sort of healing to their trauma, like for
Mm,
Heather.
yeah.
I love that. It doesn't need explained. I like
Mm,
the kind of there are a lot of bodies in the bottom of Toluca Lake, and the power emanating from all of those lives lost, and the trauma has created that.
mm,
That's interesting, but it's like a one line thing on a plaque that you see in the park.
yeah.
It's world building for why this the unexplainable has
Mhm,
happening. Silent Hill 1, especially near the end, and Silent Hill 3, basically for the whole runtime, is
mhm.
explaining everything through the cult, like it is, the it makes evil have a face, I guess.
So
Like,
I see what you're saying for sure. And a lot of people do tend to agree that they like the nebulous sort of uh, the idea of Silent Hill 2. Uh, the town's there, the power's there.
mhm,
It doesn't really matter why. Here are the results of these things coming together.
yeah,
And I understand why you would like that, but I think the problem is in Silent Hills 1 and 3, they're only explaining the top layer of the mystery, because the bottom layer is this spiritual power pre-exists the cult. And Silent Hill has always had the spiritual power that emanates from Toluca Lake. It was corrupted when the cult uh, discovered its existence and then used it for their twisted reasons.
yeah,
And ever since Alessa, it has essentially been a scar of that scenario. And
mhm,
even the events of Silent Hill 2 couldn't have happened without the spiritual power of Silent Hill being corrupted in that way. The explanation of the cult is explaining why the guy who moved into the house ruined it,
mhm,
but we still have no idea who built it, and all that. I
yeah.
think all those things still exist. But I see what you're saying, though. It is always more kind of terrifying to leave it up to the reader in order to like build that thing in their head. What potential reason?
I don't think it needs to be unexplained.
Hmm,
Like, I think you can have the god, like I said, the god, the parts about the god being born and the rebirth and the spiritual power emanating in Silent Hill are what I like
hmm,
best about the cult
yeah.
plot. But it feels as if, like you said, we are getting explained the top level of the game,
Hmm,
and we have to infer the bottom level.
yeah.
Silent Hill 2 is much more giving us the bottom level, and now we have to infer the top level. Um,
Yeah.
and so that comes with it as a game that is hard to understand, easy to sort of research and like delve into. Silent Hill
Mm,
3 comes off as a game that's easy to understand, hard to
mm.
actually get the reasoning behind why
Uh,
and everything. And I'm much more interested in the
Interesting.
why. I don't care about Claudia. I don't care about Vincent.
Uh,
I kind of care about Heather, um,
mhm.
but that's because I've spent this whole game with her. Um,
Yeah.
there's no real reason Claudia is doing any of this other than
Well, I
religious
mean, see that
fervor
But that's what well, also Claudia was her and Dahlia were like brought up
Yeah.
in the same organization and stuff, and they were like, I don't want to say sisters, but I think
They're
religious
kind of,
sisterhood.
they're
Yeah, you know,
almost like two sides of the same, not two sides.
yeah,
They are the same thing in different appearances, you know,
yeah.
like Dahlia
Well,
is
she,
Silent Hill 1's forget her name,
what?
Claudia. They're like
Yeah,
Claudia and Dahlia are the same. They're just different
yeah, for
at
sure.
different points.
But her motivation is, well, this person caused the death of someone who was very close to me that I grew up with and stuff. So I mean, and she even says that when she kills Harry. It's
Yeah.
like, why'd you do that? It's like, well, for one, you
Yeah.
know, for Dahlia, but for two, and you know, I never asked you this because the way that you described the reason why they needed Heather to get so angry, um, uh, now you said it was to get her to go to Silent Hill, but you know, there's something deeper than that, right?
Well, I understand that it's so okay. On one hand, I think it is the same kind of thing that revolved around in Silent Hill 1's plot, where you need this sense of like hatred or dread and misery and this tortured emotion
Mm,
to bring out the god at its most
yes.
powerful.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah. So that Claudia was trying to operate as an agent to cause
yes,
Heather to go through that.
but I feel like the thing that creates that out of Heather, like that
Mm,
specific part of agony and greed, could have
mm,
been created through her experiences in the church leading up to the end of the game, like everything she has to go through with,
mm,
you know, the doing the ritual with the blood bag in the hospital to,
yeah.
you know, the nightmares she's been having in the amusement park
Mm,
to the gross, disgusting things she has to get through at the end of the game, and the trauma that would bring upon her. It is basically being tortured. You know,
yeah.
she is slowly pushing forward through things that are going to. I mean, Heather's a badass, so you know maybe she'll be fine afterwards. But like, this is going to be
Mm.
PTSD for sure for her.
I
I
think
think
it's
that can
really,
do that part, but you
yeah.
need a reason for her to make herself go through all that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't think they killed Harry to create that in her. I think it
Oh, no.
was them killing Harry to make her go through all of this stuff in the end.
Well, so the intention is so the god inside of Heather thrives and feeds off of crave, like it gets sustenance from
Mhm.
negativity, anger, hatred,
Yeah.
and it needs the rawest, most pure form of it. So Claudia has Harry killed, A, because she already has a grudge against him, and B, because it'll gestate this thing that obviously has not grown or done anything because Heather's never experienced any issues with it
Yeah.
before. So Claudia has a very interesting role because it's in the sense of a martyr,
Mm.
because Claudia has to become the lightning rod for Heather to hate,
Yeah.
and it's supposed to be the emotional climax of the moment that Heather finally gets to kill Claudia, through which this thing will have the hatred, the sadness, the terrible feelings it needs to manifest itself into the world. Like this is its food essentially. And
Mhm.
Claudia goes into this, and you can tell through her dialogue if you go back and listen to it with that knowledge. She is very much, she's like, no, I can't even live in the paradise I'm creating.
Yeah.
She says that, you know, stuff like that. She understands that I need to die in order for this to happen. And the way in which she goes about it, I don't know. I find her to be such an interesting character because of that.
Okay, two things to respond to that.
Mm, okay.
First, I think I don't like her character because she is interesting in a top level sense, like her being a martyr and The sense that, you know, everything she is doing, like she even mentions later on that like she's seen all the bad in the world. And so it makes sense that, you know, even if she has to go through terrible, terrible things to get this paradise to happen,
Yeah.
you know, she's, in her view, she is like the selfless hero.
Hmm.
But there isn't really any reason, any super compelling reason that she feels that way, other than that she's a member of the cult and there are bad things happening to people in other places.
Yeah, well, yeah, she thinks that
It just,
the same way that like you know you would vote on certain policies to make the world a better place to help homeless people. She thinks that the only way for people to stop suffering is to bring about this
but
paradise in her
why
religion.
does she care that much? Like it's well, I mean, I know why, but
Mm,
it doesn't. It feels like an easy explanation to be like, you know, she sees the answer to world suffering through the cult, and you know she's
mhm,
been brought up in this cult, so this is what she's going to believe, and
yeah.
the cult has made her into this, but you know that's infinitely less interesting than any of the
Mm,
characters in, like even Eddie had a deeper reasoning behind why he has become the murderer that he ends up as. She
mm.
ends up becoming the you know, essentially the antagonist, just because she was in a cult and that's how she was brought up thinking.
I
It
kind of,
it
yeah. I
feels
mean,
less
you're not.
tragic and deep to
Yeah, I
me.
mean, you're not wrong for sure. That is the crux of it. But I kind of find religious zealotry to be a really interesting character stuff for enemies. Did you ever watch Stephen King's The Mist?
No, I have not.
Very similar character in that movie when you watch. I assume you will. It's like one of
Hmm.
those you got to watch it kind of movies, and you're working your way through that
Yeah.
list. Hard recommendation. Very good stuff. But there's a Claudia S character who I was also really interested in, and I kind of like the idea of well, you know, I grew up in Miami, but I spent a lot of time in the Bible Belt growing up,
Hmm.
and you kind of see people who were born into sort of zealous religious fervor and how it sort of affects them and how they operate. Um, maybe that, yeah, it's exactly
Yeah.
precisely, buddy. Maybe that I have a bias in that sense that makes me see it as super interesting.
Hmm.
But man, I've never been able to understand the whole not like the cult, and the cult is so cool. I love the
Because
cult.
okay, well, I was also essentially raised Catholic. Like my
Mm,
family isn't very religious, but I think it kind of just so happened that the the easiest church for me to go to and the one that they could sign me up for preschool
mm,
and everything was Catholic. So I ended
yeah.
up growing up Catholic. Um, and I have seen people that are, this is such a stupid way to say it, but man, they are lost in the sauce, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot, especially in America, there's so much religious fervorism that like to the point where they kind of don't understand the entire point of the religion anyway.
Yeah.
Um, like a lot of, you know, the most hateful people I know are all hateful because of God, right? You know,
Yeah.
they're they're both the meanest and the worst people, or worst to other people,
Yeah.
people that I know, and they do it through the sense of, well, they deserve it because you know I'm better and I believe in this
Exactly.
religion or whatever.
I mean, if you're a hateful person, the best thing in the world you could find is some sort of justification for
Yeah,
it, real or
but
otherwise. You know?
Claudia doesn't feel like, I don't know.
Mhm.
I feel like it's just too easy of an explanation. Like I
Yeah,
can see it
fair enough.
happen in
Fair enough.
real people. Um,
Mhm.
but also there are a lot of terrible people in real life who are terrible because of their past life experiences, and their past life experiences aren't killing their wife and murdering a dog and shooting a guy and you know
Mm.
intense, you know, like lifelong sexual assault, right?
Right, right.
These stories are I don't want to say exaggerated, but they are the worst possible situations you know,
Yeah.
that these characters could have. And Claudia just seems like, well, she was religious. You know, that's her reasoning. I want more. I want it to be a
Okay.
deeper message behind it.
All right.
And my second thing to respond to whatever you said earlier, I don't remember, so we're just going to move on.
Yeah.
We're basically at the end of the game here. Obviously, there was that part where the detective and Claudia were talking, and they were having this religious disagreement. We find the detective, and you know, I'm guessing Claudia, you know, stabbed him, or you know, some monster came up and did something. Whatever. Anyway, his leg's broken. He can't move on. This is where we find out that he had a son, and the son died in a bank robbery. So very similar to Harry, where he feels like he can't have this child-like figure, and that's probably the reason he has been helping Heather so much, because he first saw the torment she was going through, and you know, now he feels like he can also, much like Harry, use this unwilling person as his daughter to make himself feel better. But he's still a good person. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like I saw him motivated as from the guilt of setting this situation up, and then
well, it's twofold.
Through the process of going through this with Heather, he developed a bit of a that sort of obvious approximation to his own kid.
Because he's certainly, I think, maybe the morally leaning best character in the game, but it is kind of tragic that he is still using Heather for himself mainly, less so for her own good, more for him, but in a way that kind of ends up being overall positive, I think. Okay, right after this there is the Alessa boss fight, and I alluded to this earlier. Goddamn, this is what I've been waiting for from this game, for me to feel any amount of resistance to just going around and blasting things. And I feel like they overdid it. I feel like it's way too hard. Because at this point, even though I hadn't really used much ammo, this boss fight required me to use every single bullet that I had and every single healing item.
Damn.
I played on hard because Silent Hill 2 was so easy. Maybe if I played on normal, it would have been better. But like 90% of the game still wasn't hard. I wasn't able to kill things as easy, but I could just run by them. This destroyed me because I died probably 4 or 5 times, and the last time I beat it, I was like, "Fuck that!" I beat it. I'm flashing red on health. I have no healing items and no ammo, but I finally beat it. I just can't do this anymore. I have to move on. And so I ended up entering the back end of the game with, you know, if I'm hit by anything, I die. And there is no healing items until basically a room before the last boss fight. You get like 2 ampules. So man, I was fucked up for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And
wait, did you try the sword?
So I used all my submachine gun ammo and all of my shotgun ammo. So I still had a bunch of handgun ammo, and then I kind of used the sword after that. But I think less so than the ammo, because they don't really give you any other. I don't remember picking up any special ammo after this boss fight. Like I think it's all handgun ammo after. It was the healing that hurt most. You know, like I was able to defeat the final boss with the hand. It took a long time to kill it, but it was the healing that hurt, not the ammo necessarily. So maybe if I, only used the katana or whatever, it would have been easier. But
that's usually how I do it.
Just wrecked me for the rest of the game.
No, that's cool though. I mean, that's survival horror at its best. You finish with your last bullet. Now you gotta figure out how
I like this boss fight for the boss fight contained in itself. Like it's finally making me both something that is difficult and something that is straining my resources, and a boss fight that it feels like it's important plot wise, all wrapped
Right.
up together, which none of the other boss fights have.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that it ruins so much. It makes me so angry for the rest of the game that it has retrospectively made me hate that boss fight more and more and
I
more
get it.
as I
Yeah.
thought about it.
It's a cool idea conceptually too, because it's the aspect of Alessa that is aware of its own
Mhm.
existence, trying to protect Heather's psyche
Yeah.
from this terrible knowledge and remembering going through burning your entire body,
Yeah.
third degree burns, you
It
know?
is essentially the final step in Heather and Alessa's relationship in be kind of maybe almost an understanding between them is made after this boss fight of like,
Mm,
Alessa wants something, or Alessa wants an end to the pain, but she wants it through essentially suicide or just death as quickly as possible, to end it for her finally. But Heather is more driven because of her dad to instead end it by killing the people responsible.
mm,
So there's like the easy way out and the hard way out. And Alessa's trying to make Heather come to that understanding, but it ends up being like, hey, this is my decision now. I am the version that is in power.
yeah.
So we're gonna do it my way, and that's killing
Mm,
Claudia and finishing this, so it can never happen again. Okay, the church. This is the. I've said I don't like the subway.
mhm.
I've said I don't like the Alessa boss fight. If there's anything in this game I'm going to have the biggest issue with, it is the church, because it goes on for so long, it feels like, and you have
Mm.
no healing, no ammo, nothing that is.
Damn.
It is
If you would have only had some resources, it might have been a different
yeah,
story. I really like that
it
location.
is so harsh.
Mm,
And again, I like it. In my reading of it thematically, is that like this is what's causing her the dread. Like she's trying to get revenge, but not being able to, and being stopped every single step of the way by everyone and everything. Like
mm,
even before we enter the church, the detective kind of points his gun at Heather and is like, I could
yeah.
end this right now. This would literally be the easiest
Mm,
way, much the same as
yeah.
Alessa feels.
Mm,
And that like essentially everyone is trying to stop Heather. There's no one
yeah.
truly on her side. Even herself isn't on her side.
Mm,
And having to go through this extended, long backtracking back and forth gameplay section is also indicative of just her inability to get the revenge she wants.
yeah.
Works really well thematically, but again, gameplay wise, it just isn't. It doesn't hit for me.
Mm,
I feel like I don't know what they could have done differently. Like, do you not have a big, like, hard, difficult gameplay section at the end to like first gameplay wise ramp up the difficulty, and to
yeah.
show Heather's suffering? Like, there's no other way you can really do it.
Mm.
But maybe it's just how heavy it's spiked for me, because I
Yeah,
had
it
nothing.
was your situation for
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, that definitely
which
contributed.
again is another my biggest takeaway almost from these two games is that it's like, execution versus direction, whereas like the
Mm,
direction's really strong but the execution isn't fully there. Why can't there just be a first aid kit in one of the rooms? Like, why can't they just give me
it's a very good
some
question.
shotgun shells? Like, make it harder. Sure, that it's already
Mm,
harder by design because every room has tons of enemies and you almost can't
yeah.
navigate between them. And you're already throwing less supplies at me, but
So wait, here's the question: did you
yeah,
get caught in the mirror room?
no. What mirror room?
Oh, okay, it's such a cool moment. Fuck, I wish you would have just experienced it because it's so
I
fun.
don't remember. There's a like a pane of glass in the office building that you can like see into
Mm,
this other room that was really creepy. I liked, but I don't remember
So at the very
a mirror.
in the final area, there's a room with an entire wall that's just a mirror.
Hmm.
And when you walk up to it, Heather's like, yeah, it's just a reflection. It's no big deal, whatever. And then you go to try to leave, and the door's locked.
Mm.
And then you run back to the mirror and you examine it, except for the mirror reflection of you starts to develop this weird stuff crawling all over you.
Oh.
And it starts very small.
Hmm.
And then it starts happening in the environment, but it's only in the mirror.
Yeah.
And you keep examining it because you're like, what the fuck's going on? And Heather goes, it's just happening in the mirror. It's not in real life or whatever. And there is a point where you can leave the room and everything is fine. You
Mm-hmm.
could go back in it and everything's normal. But if you stay too long in the room, what happens in the mirror image starts to happen in the real version of you, and your reflection in the mirror freezes and stops moving. And then all the lights turn out. And then eventually, if you stay in there long enough, your body gets covered and it's an instant death.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's cool. I never ran into that. There's a room that I ran through that like did what you're describing, where like everything slowly grows like on the walls
Yeah,
and
yeah,
on
yeah,
her,
yeah.
and she slowly gets fucked up. But that was a room
Yeah.
with enemies that I just had to run through. So
Yeah. Oh,
I never saw a mirror or anything. I guess you have to
you're like,
inspect the. It looked way too dark in that room for me to see. Like I literally couldn't even see the door. So
if you stay in that room long enough, that's what happens.
okay, yeah.
It's
Because
super fucking cool.
every time I went through the stuff just started instantly happening and devolving, and so
Yeah.
my instant response was I got to get out of here, not kill
Which
the
was
enemies,
right.
look at the mirror or whatever, you know.
Because if you hadn't saved it in a long time, it's fucking frustrating.
Yeah.
But as like a interesting little thing, and it does give you a way out, so you
Hmm.
can, conceivably not suffer a
Yeah.
death for no reason. But if you're like me, when I first played it, and I was like, yeah, let's see where this goes. And it's pretty cool because it takes place over a decent period of time,
Mm.
and you are literally trying to run around and see what you can do, and you're past the point of no
Yeah.
return. You can't leave anymore.
Mhm.
It's solid.
You know, I definitely didn't have. I think I would have remembered being stuck in a room, and I don't
Yeah,
remember that at all.
everybody knows the mirror room. If you know,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, so this is kind of the point we're going through, delving deeper into this like fleshy sort of. It's like the other world, but worse. This is the part that I like in terms of design, like art design.
Yeah.
They do the same thing in the hospital, but I feel like it's too early and it doesn't really work. This is where it does work for me. You know, like there are bodies like that are covered in blood, and blood is like dripping off of them, and they're like on racks, and then it's covered in a gate, and you can just see like, you can't really see, but like you could imagine the infinite expanse of these bodies just like tied up to these racks and bleeding, and there's like in one of the hallways there's like this woman crying, and you can't really find her, and you never see her, and you don't really know why. Yeah, totally fucked up. I do like it art direction wise. I just wish I was enjoying it more gameplay wise. This is also where we find the library, and this sort of starts to explain some things. We get a little bit of, one of the books is like I think a background on like the occult, and sort of this guy trying to research why Silent Hill is so messed up. There's another one I believe is about the tarot cards. And I'm one of these three isn't in the library, but it's like similar area. There's also a book that's like explaining the there's a guy trying to
creation theory.
No, the Metatron thing, the seal.
Oh, the seal on
Explaining
Metatron,
the seal, yeah. So there's like a couple of things you can read. Vincent comes back. He's like, I don't quite remember what he says exactly, but this is like the height of his emotional manipulation, where he's like really playing Heather to get what he wants. But of course, we kind of start to figure out, okay, this is all leading up to the big moment, the story moment that really matters is this big final room that we're about to get to. To get to it, we gotta solve a tarot card puzzle in Alessa's room, very similar to the first game. This is where that Harry note is, where he would have saved in the first game. There's also a room that is just his bedroom that you can find down here. And it has his diary, where this is where he explains that, like, you know, he's doing this out of a love for Heather that's born in his own greed almost. And he feels like maybe if he does this, he's doing a disservice to Heather. And so he tries to kill her multiple times, or thinks about it and ends up not. I think a touching moment, especially as she heads right into the end of the game. There's also Claudia's room that has like her diary, but again, I don't think it's enough the way she's explained. Vincent's room has a cassette player where it's him and this other lady. Again, this is why I thought he was like kind of lead of the church, because she comes to him and is like, I need
confessional
to talk to you as a confessional. Yeah. And I imagine probably he was like to most of the members in the church, like one of the leading figure to go to, because there's all these other people that are like have more important things to do or whatever.
He was an authority figure for sure.
It's just that, he not only is he himself kind of living a lie just for personal gain, everyone else in the church seems to also slowly be getting losing faith in the actual leadership of the church, where like that,
thanks to the events of Silent Hill 1.
Yeah. Like this is, this is going kind of too far. This is our religion. But like, if you, a God-fearing man, walked into your local church and your priest is doing a blood sacrifice with burning a baby to bring back, Jesus or whatever, you're probably also going to be like, wait a minute, this is way too fucked up. This is not the point. Yeah. And
which is, by the way, that's when Vincent started to develop his doubts about the church, is when membership got low enough to where he didn't have as much money to skim.
That's funny. Yeah. People leaving the church, good for him in a way that, like, all this fucked up crap isn't going to happen, but now he's losing his power. So it kind of has to be this balance of, the cult needs to exist, but these certain people that are doing these things to make the cult's goals come about need to disappear, so that he can run this cult himself almost as the head. Okay, let's talk about the ending of the game. First of all, this happens a little bit before, but we learn the symbol that we've seen throughout the game is, the symbol for reincarnation, essentially. That's how, if you want to view it as Heather actually coming alive, and actually you might be able to view it as Heather coming alive with the Valtiel? Valtiel. You say he like drags you away, probably to a save point, I would imagine, where he can, rebirth you. So probably it happens every time, I'm guessing. That's how she comes back.
His role is kind of like a caretaker for the god. So as this game has been going on, even I think the implication is, even after you're dead, Valtiel will probably take your body and try to excise this god from you.
Although, like, I don't think that would work. Like, if she's probably dead. Not. So I feel like him taking her to revive her at these save points, I think might be.
I mean, it's cool as shit. I'll give you that.
Yeah, like in the way that, like, have you ever played SCP Secret Lab, or not Secret Lab, Containment Breach, the really old one?
Yeah.
Where, like, at the end of the game, I think if you go to the Chaos Theory ending, they're like, they treat the player as an SCP because they've been able to reload and keep trying all these things over again and just have perfect, there is a canon run of the game where she does not die at all. There's a canon event of SCP where the prisoner does everything perfectly, and the first time they somehow just know everything. I I kind of like that read of Heather, that she's able to do it, because I think there would be some of that power in her from this god. Because certainly the god wants to be reincarnated, and the only way to do that is for her to get to the end.
Is the symbol called the Floros? The
I don't
Flowers?
know.
Is that the symbol? I've been trying to think of the symbol for so long. I always forget. Is it the Flowers? I forget it. I really like the Flowers. It's the one with like the snake head thing on it.
The Halo
This
of the Sun is what
Halo
the
of the
save point
Sun,
is
that's
called.
what that is.
Yeah.
The Floros is the thing that contains the okay. Halo of the Sun, thank you.
Yeah. Again, I like it because it retrospectively turns all the save points into the dialectical kind of thing I like from other games. I just wish I knew that earlier. Almost like you could have just put it in a newspaper and be like, this is the occult section of the newspaper. That's what this means, rebirth or whatever. Because it's not really. It doesn't have to. It's not a reveal that needs to wait until the end of the game. But of course, we walk into the place of sacrifice finally as we open Alessa's door, with the seal of Metatron in hand. We see Vincent and Claudia in the final room here, and they're again arguing as they kind of always do. But this is like this is we have the feeling this is where shit is going to happen. Heather walks in. And he's sick of Claudia. He's like, dude, just come on, kill this lady. Come on. And
Heather, go ahead and kill this bitch.
yeah. Love Vincent. Such a stupid little guy. Like, obviously he's a terrible person, but I don't know. He's
an interesting character.
He feels like he's manipulative in like almost a non completely morally evil sense. Like he does bad stuff, but like it's just so he can have some money, Then of course Heather and Claudia talk, and while they are, Vincent turns around, talks to Heather, and Claudia stabs him in the back. So he's we imagine out of the way now. Finally, they have their little argument. Of course, Claudia explaining that Heather has been brought here, giving you all the plot that you really wanted about the cult, and how this rebirth is going to happen, and that it was all necessary, etc. Vincent's like, dude, you have the seal, use it. Ends up being nothing. It's just a red herring.
Even Claudia's reaction is like, oh, the seal?
Yeah,
that
like
doesn't do
it
anything.
doesn't do anything. Which makes me feel so bad for what was his name in the hospital?
Her dad?
Yeah. What was his name?
Leonard.
Leonard, yeah. I feel so bad for Leonard because he kind of did nothing really that wrong. He was just a little guy in the sewer. And Heather kills him to get the seal for what? He could have just kept being a little guy in the sewer.
Yeah. That's true. It was not necessary.
But yeah, so this is where the big boss fight happens, you would imagine, between you and Claudia. But if you shoot her, you immediately die, which was great for me because I didn't save before going into this last room. So I had to do about 30 minutes of stuff again with no health, and I died again and had to do that again. So more complete anger for me. Thankfully, though, you find two ampules in Alessa's. You find Alessa's hospital room from the first game, and there's two ampules in there. And so I was like, I need to save these for the last boss fight. But then I was like, oh, I can't. I need to use it so I can just get through this part and get to the end. And so I finally did that.
Yeah.
Turns out the necklace that you've had the whole time, Silent Hill loves making little objects in your inventory very important. You have to use that. I came to that realization, I've noticed pretty quick to other people, like as far as I read online afterwards, because I was mainly looking up stuff about the different endings. People were really confused. Like they just didn't kind of click two and two together. But I was like, okay.
Yeah, I had an interesting situation. So I figured mine out the second time as well. But the thing is I figured you can't just shoot her
Yeah.
because like you can't shoot anybody else that's in the room with you in any of these games.
Yeah.
So I didn't even raise my gun. I was like, oh, okay, running around the room thinking there was a puzzle, or whatever.
Yeah.
And eventually you do just give birth to the god.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
like
really?
the
That's
idea.
cool.
Yeah, eventually the timer runs out
Yeah.
essentially, and you die. But I like the idea that you killing her kills you because as soon as that happens, the
Mhm.
cycle completes. God gets birthed.
Yeah.
It's a super interesting idea. But yeah, I kind of, I mean, it's in your inventory, and you've been scrolling
Mhm.
through it for hours at
Yeah.
this point,
Same
and
with the
you
house
you
key,
might,
because that happens on the
yeah,
first half of the game, and
mhm,
when you can't go on anymore, the only place you can go is use your key for the or for
yeah,
the
yeah,
apartment. So like,
mhm,
it's got to be the other thing you had the whole game.
yeah. I felt like I was a genius when I figured it out
Yeah,
for the second
I bet.
time, though. I
I
was
bet,
like, "Oh,
dude.
smart, dude."
Yeah. Um, but it ends up being like, I don't really know what exactly it is.
It's a Glophitus from the first game.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, because it's, I mean, kind of contextually, basically just like an abortion pill, basically, because the god is this like fetus inside of her, and she kind of throws up this fetus onto the ground, that is supposedly the baby about to turn into the god,
Mm,
but it turns out that Claudia can also do it, because it's now outside of Heather, so it's out of Heather's control. Claudia can now birth this
ingest
god,
the fetus
and she does it by swallowing the baby
orally.
whole. Oh my god, dude, that's like,
And the way that the voice and the graphics for
hmm
the scene,
yeah,
it's done in a way that's gross enough to like it
it
gets
sells it.
across.
Yeah,
Yeah, it sells it
um,
really well.
and oh my god, uh, she's and it takes a long time too. She doesn't just like throw it in her mouth
No.
and a cutscene plays. It's like drawn out. She like almost considers it whether she's gonna do this for real or not, and then does it, and it takes a while to like get down inside of her. Oh my god, just disgusting.
It's really gross.
um, Not much like unsettles me, like blood and gore or whatever, and
Mm,
like Dead Space is not gross to me. Like I can tell it's gross, but like I'm not grossed out by
yeah,
it ever.
right.
And in theory, some of the Silent Hill enemies are like gross, like the little worm penis guy in the mall. But like I don't feel disgusted watching it. This I like. I needed to take a moment.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I
and
get that.
she ends up birthing this god, Valtiel.
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 A lot of people say Valtiel as well. It's
Okay,
like Tiel,
yeah. Okay.
but I think the way it's supposed to be pronounced is like teal,
Yeah.
like as in Tiel, but it's fast.
He comes up from underneath the ground and sort of grabs Claudia with the god fetus, brings her down into the depths of the church, so she can erupt into this sort of. I imagine because the fetus was like just thrown out of Heather's body in the middle of birth, it is now
It's like imperfect.
gone terribly wrong, yeah, and is fused with Claudia, and she sort of becomes this weirdly mechanical looking creation, but like exposed ribs, but like a metal looking mask almost, and armor, which I think is just the sickest looking like boss in the Silent Hill games. Again, this boss fight, like actually in gameplay, I only had the pistol, so it was a lot of it was actually pretty easy. I was very
It's not
scared.
bad.
I was very scared of it, but as long as you stay really far back and just keep shooting it and move every few seconds back and forth to escape the fire that'll slowly inch towards you, you're gonna have it done in a minute.
I've killed her katana only as well.
Katana only. See, I tried that at first because I was like the pistol is gonna take too long, but it just like I can't. It was like belly flopped onto me, and I'm like, okay, I won't do that.
Yeah, it takes forever. You can only get 3 hits after the fire attack, and then you have to retreat, and that's the
Okay,
whole
yeah.
thing.
But of course, Heather is victorious in the end, kills the god, ending
Kicks it.
this what I would imagine ends this cycle over again, because Harry does kill the god in the first game, but through Alessa splitting herself and creating the baby, there was still an essence of that original god before the god we see transforms in the first game. So it's like the god was split in two, which makes sense why it was so easy for Harry to kill it. It wasn't full. And now this other half god had wasn't birthed correctly, and so now it is also fucked up and isn't the full deity creation.
Yeah.
And of course, all of the big players now are essentially dead. Claudia's gone. All the people in the first game were killed back then. So, finally a little bit of closure on this chapter of the Silent Hill book. Heather, man, I love her. She walks out. She talks to the detective, who's thankfully very much still alive, just kind of sitting there waiting. And she like walks up to him very angrily with a knife and is about to stab him. And he almost like accepts it. He's like, holy shit, this girl's crazy. She's about to kill me. And she's like, I got you. I'm fine. Let's get out of here.
She says like, there's only one thing left to do or something like that.
Yeah.
It's so good, dude.
And so kind of a happy ending for her. She looks right at the, doesn't look directly at the camera, but she's like, okay, time to roll the credits or whatever. Yeah. And then just breaks down. All of the rage that she has been wrapped up in is finally allowing her to mourn now that it's over. In I think one of the better endings of Silent Hill so far. And then ruined by the credit music not being Want Your Love. 0 points there, because that would have been the best ending if they just... I don't really like the credit song.
It's awful.
I didn't listen to it. I heard the first... I liked the Silent Hill 1 theme or whatever being played.
But the vocals is so bad.
I didn't listen to much of it, so I don't know how bad it is.
The voice is like, that hellish down. Like, I swear to God, I'm not even exaggerating that.
Yeah, no.
You should listen to it one day. It is comedy gold.
It's I think a good wrap up, Yeah. Okay, that is the story of Silent Hill 3. We have eclipsed the runtime of Silent Hill 3. How much time do you got? It's time we talk about themes.
Well, here's a more important question.
Yeah.
Where would you rank the 3 Silent Hill games you played so far? Like, which ones would you say that?
Man.
Let's break it down to 2 categories: video game and field.
I was literally gonna say that. That's how I want to do this. Video game, I think 1 is the best.
Okay.
I think 1's like the only good game. Like it has the right mix between horror and gameplay and ammo scarcity and fighting things, and the puzzles are amazing in Silent Hill 1. And I love Harry. Harry, I'm never pulled out of this story because Harry is instantly believable, because his daughter is gone and he's going to stop at nothing to save her. And I think maybe the cult stuff gets too wrapped into itself by the end, but it's also kind of that weird PS1 horror game thing of like, this is just, most of these games are horribly written anyway. And Silent Hill 1 by the end is just, does the kind of Kojima thing of explaining itself for 20 minutes when you could have just said, they're evil. That's why they're doing this. And that would have been good enough. I think as a game, Silent Hill 1, by far, best of the 3.
Okay.
And then I would say 3 is second. It's, again, I think maybe I fucked myself over by playing on hard. Maybe normal difficulty is a better way to do it. But Heather controls so well, and by the end of the game, once I realized you could quick turn and you could strafe left and right and you could block and everything, her moveset opened up so much, and the camera control is so much nicer.
Yeah.
Silent Hill 3, I think, controls the best. It's just executed a little poorly at points that are points that pull me out that Silent Hill 1 doesn't really have. And Silent Hill 2 is just a shitty game. The combat is completely thematically incorrect, and there was no puzzle. The puzzles either made no sense and didn't have a clear solution, or were way too easy. You know, the surrealist take on the story, I think, is great for examination, but for a first-time experience, isn't going to be as immediately interesting. Like, I'm glad it exists in that form, but you know, it's not going to end up on my like top 5 games list because, you know, I was never fully invested.
I mean, there's cinema like that where watching the movie isn't necessarily entertaining, but it is good for analysis and appreciation.
And my kind of thing is like people being like, well, that's the point, is that it's surrealist like that. So, you know, you not enjoying the game is because you weren't on board with the surrealism. But I don't I disagree with that, because Alan Wake 2 is extremely surrealist, and if you want to use the term Lynchian, it's very Lynchian. And that was that is my 4th favorite game of all time. And that was immediately upon finishing it, I'm like, this is a masterpiece. You know, this is one of the best games I've ever played immediately after playing it.
Like, period, the end, if it's for a vibe or not, if it's to the detriment of the mechanical satisfaction, the mechanical interaction of the video game, then whether or not it's on purpose, the outcome is negative.
Yeah. You have to, part of the job of a game developer is to both create the meaning and the moral reasoning behind things, but then also create it in a way that allows the player to understand it. Because, you know, the writers of Silent Hill 2 could have just made a book, you know? They didn't have to make a video game, and it would have been a pretty damn good book too. And in making it a video game, they kind of focus too much on the parts that you would put in a book instead of the parts you would put in a game, which, you know, as someone who's a big proponent of games are art, I kind of, I'm disappointed in myself almost that I didn't enjoy Silent Hill 2 that much. But, you know, I've kind of come to the realization since playing it that, you know, video games are maybe the hardest art form, because you have to both create compelling story, create meaning, and then create it in a way that's understandable, you know, because you're playing for 8 to 10 hours with gameplay. A movie, you know, you can have a surrealist movie that's 2 hours, and I could watch it 5 times and gain that knowledge. And if I don't really click with it, I can just, it's 2 hours I lost, whatever. And it's also the only thing that you have, you know, is the story and the characters.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you bring that up, that you kind of feel bad for not liking it more than you feel like you should, because because sometimes I can be hyperbolic, but without being hyperbolic or insulting to Silent Hill 2 fans, I think that probably there are a lot of people who are in that boat, but not maybe quite so honest with themselves that they would say out loud, I feel bad for not liking this.
Yeah.
And that
it feels like
it
feels like a game you should like, you know?
Culturally. Yeah. It's been sold as like, if you appreciate artistic things, this is
and it's sold as like, this is peak art, you know? When like, really it just does a good job at that sort of thing 20 years ago. You know, the harsh edges of it hurt a lot more now than it did back then. Which oddly,
and of course, like, you know, then the whole point of this conversation is your context is coming from. I grew up with modern video games. I'm looking back at retro. So you're jumping in from a completely separate perspective than I could even ever comprehend. For me, every Silent Hill game of the classic trilogy has played like a Silent Hill game, and that style of gameplay has always really clicked with me. So all 3 of them, I find to be really enjoyable to play through. That being said, I find 2 to be the least fun for me to play, the most boring
Yeah.
of a game to play through. Um, it's cool that with completely different reasons we've
Yeah.
arrived at a kind of similar
Yeah.
conclusion.
So yeah, I think 1 by far the best. Like 1 is going to be one of my favorite games for the rest of my life, because it has both sides of the coin.
Mm,
Maybe actually a little less so the below level of plot and themes and
mm,
seriousness and the artful qualities to it. But
yeah.
if I'm making a list of instead of best video games, best art, and I'm rating
Mhm,
these games or the vibe or the aesthetic or the experience,
yeah.
I think 2 by far the best of the 3.
Mm,
It's just the deepest, and it is the most thoughtfully told story, and it is the best directed. So much so that it ruins the rest of the experience of how good that game is
mm,
as art, that it ruins the game part of it.
mm,
And I think to 3's credit, it ends up being in the middle here too, where it is both in the middle on gameplay, in the middle on the kind of
artistic.
subtextual, artistic
Yeah.
elements of it. Where
Mm,
I don't think it's as good. I think it focuses too much on the actual intricacies and plot of the cult, and not enough
mm,
on psyche and the themes we'll talk about here in a sec.
mm,
But it does it enough that it ends up being meaningful.
yeah.
And so if you're someone that like really likes Silent Hill 3, I can completely understand that because it's like the best of both worlds, you know?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is.
I will say for me, Silent Hill 3 has the best story out of all 3,
Mhm.
and it is just characters. It's the only reason I
Yeah.
say that. I mean, I enjoy Silent Hill 3's story, and I like the intricacies of the cult. I found myself sort of wondering about them in part 1, so part 3 was such an awesome
Mhm.
experience for me to be able to find that stuff out. But more than anything, I loved Heather. I really liked Douglas as a sort of at first he's like, yeah, I guess I'll go. I mean, this is my fault. And then,
Yeah.
towards the end being like, yeah, no, we have to get this done.
Mhm.
I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah.
I found Claudia her through her voice and the way that she spoke and an almost it doesn't matter that you're here. I'm speaking through you. It's like
Yeah.
I'm trying to organize this other thing right now. I enjoyed that. So for me, it was a very personal thing, and I always ask Silent Hill fans that question, like, okay, so how would you rank them? Just because you get an interesting read on the person
Yeah.
by where they would put, the 3 Silent Hill
Mhm.
games.
I think 3 is also the best told. Like you said, the
Mhm.
characters are actually, they're not fully there. Like it's not Naughty Dog, but they
Mhm.
are believable and they have great voice acting. Silent Hill
Yeah.
2 has a few specific points where I think are it's a great performance, but the the Silent Hill 3 is good the whole way throughout in terms of voice
Mhm.
acting and character. Um,
Yeah.
and
I've always
so
agreed with you. Silent Hill 2 was always seen as like the pinnacle of voice
yeah.
acting, and I'm
hmm
like, I'm sorry, Silent Hill 3's
Yeah.
performances are just
I think
fucking
maybe it's technically better, like in terms of execution, because of what 2 is trying to do. Like it is a harder
Mhm.
thing to nail that feeling, right?
Yeah.
It is a lot easier. A good actor, I can go on stage and
Mhm.
I could do a role in Silent Hill 3 pretty well. I was the
Mhm.
lead in multiple plays in high school, whatever.
Mhm.
It's not difficult to act as a realistic character well.
Mhm.
I think even bad actors are able to do good performances, and people that don't act can do good performances.
Mhm.
2 is like something I couldn't really attempt without really good direction. And I
Mhm.
don't think any actor even is
Mhm.
really going to be able to nail it without all sides of the coin being there ready to do this specific
Yeah.
thing.
Mhm.
But it leads to 2 being more interesting as a text and less interesting as a game. And
Mhm.
1 is way more interesting as a game than it is a text. It's not that deep. And 2 is a
Mhm.
good, or 3 is a good mix of both.
Hmm.
So I definitely understand the people that are like 3 is my favorite because it has
Yeah.
everything for you.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about that. Why 3 ends up kind of being um it's so much deeper than 1, despite on the face of it not being so. 1
Yeah.
is pretty simple in its execution, mainly due, I think, to technical limitations. You know, you can't
Yeah,
have that
for
much
sure.
story going on. You can't have that. The models can't be that detailed.
The voice
Yeah,
acting takes up a lot
exactly.
of space on disc, yeah.
So I keep saying this in your Discord because I think it's so funny, and it'll piss off the right Silent Hill fans so
Oh,
much.
good.
Silent Hill 3, what a woke game. This game, oh my god! Like, unironically though, like, it is same weirdly with Silent Hill 2 as well, especially with Angela. These
Mm,
games, even though they're not written by women,
mhm,
I don't think they are. I don't even know if
yeah.
there are women on the team of Team Silent, and if there
A
were,
few, yeah.
probably wasn't that many. Um,
Mm,
they encapsulate this sort of, I don't want to say they encapsulate the experience of being a woman, because I have no place to say that, but
mhm,
they are these in an industry that is so often objectifying women, and
mhm,
even when women are believable, they're sort of just used to support the men of the story. And
yeah.
like, even the best, most, believable women in games are still games that are, they exist for the progression and development of the male main character.
Mm,
These are games that, somehow, I don't know what the secret sauce is, but they can get a right mix of, showing what society, I guess, the expectations that society puts on women,
mhm,
with the real life kind of risks of being a woman that are just inherent with it,
mhm,
uh, and still not telling it in a way that's like, like Silent Hill 2 could have really easily been like rape bait, like,
mm.
look how bad it is. We have this cutscene of terrible things being done to Angela. Don't you feel bad? Don't you feel bad?
Right,
Um,
right, 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 right.
and they're able to, they're knowledgeable enough, and they write well enough to not
Mm,
enter that territory, but they're still not scared enough to make it the whole point of the game.
yeah.
We mentioned it quite a bit. Like, the single overwhelming theme of Silent Hill 3 is just male overpowerment. Like,
Mm,
the every single character, every single side character in this game, except for Claudia, who I think is a different beast altogether. We'll talk about.
mm,
There is not a single other female in this game. It is all men who are manipulative. Most of them are evil. Most of them are trying to get something that is self-centered, and they are using Heather as an object to get whatever power or release that they feel like they deserve. And almost all the men in this game feel like they deserve Heather.
mm.
Harry, I don't think he's a terrible person, but he is like, I was given this daughter because I couldn't have one myself. I was given this, not she was given to me so that I can help protect her. It's, I was
Mm.
given a daughter because I couldn't have one, and now I'm not protecting her from the cult necessarily to make her life better. I'm protecting her from the cult so she is still alive, and gives me the daughter I really need in my life.
I don't know about that one, dude. That's
I
I
don't think
felt
it's
like
I don't think it's Harry's like I don't think he's consciously thinking that, like, I don't think he's
no.
he's setting out to be sort of morally
I'm
corrupt in that way.
I
But
think I think you definitely are touching on a thread there because for sure Heather is manipulated throughout because I mean I wouldn't even necessarily say it's gendered the manipulation because Claudia's act of killing her dad and even showing herself to her in the mall
well,
was also in order to manipulate her to act in a specific way as well.
but that is
Um,
because essentially the cult has created this situation that has forced that to be who she is. You know, she
Yeah.
not of her own will. She is also manipulated. You know,
Yeah.
it is not
And in
at the
part,
crux of it. It is not her manipulating Heather. It's someone manipulating Claudia to manipulate Heather.
I mean, for sure, yeah, you could definitely point.
Because like
I feel like
if we run down the characters here, Harry, of
Mhm.
course, I do think at the base of it, you know, the entire the axiom of his love for Heather is from, you know, I really wanted a child, so this child, you know, is mine.
Yeah.
Even Douglas, who is probably
Mm,
the morally best character in the game,
mm,
is kind of only helping Heather to a certain extent because one, he feels bad, and two, he also doesn't have a child figure anymore, and so Heather is going to fill that void for him in a way. Vincent,
I think with Douglas's the loss of his son, it's a different story because it's a very, very old event, and he's
mhm,
lived like most of his life
yeah,
without his son now. I think more that just kind of shows you he was trying to give a backstory as to why he became a private eye and what he didn't want to deal with anymore and stuff.
yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say that he saw Heather as a surrogate for that.
Well,
And
okay, let me rephrase that
go
because
ahead.
I don't feel like
Okay, go ahead.
he's using Heather as his daughter. I think he's
Mm,
using Heather as a way to because he likely feels bad that his, you know, he's become a private detective, so he's on the good side of the law. His son
mhm,
died in a bank robbery on the bad
mm,
side of the law, and so
mhm.
he likely feels guilt for how his son's life ended up. You know, maybe if he
Yeah, okay.
parented differently or you know,
Right,
kept
right.
a closer eye on him or whatever, um, that is, you know, maybe his son would still be alive now.
Mm,
And Heather, he sees Heather going on this, you know, revenge streak of death and destruction. And I was like, well,
mm.
you know, when that happened to my son, it ended in him being horribly killed in a bank robbery.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, yeah.
This happening to you, it could end in your death. I need to be there to make sure this doesn't happen.
Mm,
That would weigh on my conscience just as much as my son did, because it's like I'm seeing what happened to him in front of me.
mm. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's impossible because these were writers who sort of were not writing the kind of stuff that you typically were seeing in video
Yeah,
games at the time.
yeah,
And that is certainly a narrative that, but I don't think it necessarily needs to even be taken to that extent. I think what it is they wanted to write a story about they wanted to finish the story of Silent Hill, and the only characters left would either be Harry, Sybil, or Alessa. And writing a story about Alessa sounds really interesting.
hmm,
And I think the writers of Silent Hill 3 did an incredible job at humanizing Heather because, unlike most female video game characters, she didn't necessarily need to slot into a traditionally masculine role
yeah.
because Heather is throughout the entirety of the video or the entirety of the game. She is Oh, okay. Sorry. My webcam does hand gestures to switch to different modes, and it started blinking when I did this. Um, anyways, so throughout the entire video game, Heather is able to take care of herself without a
Yeah.
problem in a way that's not like Sarah Connor from the Terminator.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh man.
She's not she is a badass. Heather is a fucking badass, but not in a way that you would typically say as an action hero.
Hmm.
She's a badass in the sense that here's a teenager gets her hand on a lead pipe and is able to go to town the way she needs to.
Yeah.
Um, she acts like a teenage girl and she reacts to things in ways she is not as constrained emotionally as maybe Heather was in part 1 or something like that, and she feels like a genuine person. Her reactions
Which
are real and believable, and they feel like something a teenager would say. And because of that, she comes across as like the greatest character for just being a pretty believable teenager, you know?
Yeah, no, like I said, I think the her writing is emblematic in a believable sort of mindset that Team Silent would have been in. Like they're it, like you said, I think at the beginning when they're starting development, they're like, you know, we're gonna continue this story. What do we have, right? But
Mhm.
they are able to use these pieces that they have,
Mhm.
and still not. It doesn't feel like these pieces are just put together because they were the only pieces left. You know, like
Mm.
this
Yeah.
is a story that is so focused on specific thematic elements that it feels as if they set out and like, we need to make a game about Heather, you know, like this is
Mm.
what we want to do, and we're going to try to encapsulate a lot of these
Mhm.
themes that really only matter to a teenage girl. Like there's a lot of abortion kind of imagery, like the
Mm.
even the end of the game, like literally is her
Yeah,
aborting this god fetus,
absolutely. Yep.
and there's a lot of voyeuristic things going on, like
Mm.
there's a certain scene which I don't think this is like intentionally made for that reason, but a certain camera angle that's like behind a lamp in one of the rooms, and that's one of the
Mm.
first times when people always say in fixed camera games that like it feels like they're watching something they shouldn't be because it's fixed
Yeah,
camera. I've
voyeur.
never
Yeah.
felt that. I felt it
Mm.
in that moment. There's that
Mm.
cutscene in the subway. Like subway is a usually the kind of place that bad things happen to women, because
Right.
it's just
Teenage girl
so
for
dark.
sure.
Teenage girls especially,
Yeah.
and you know, the mall is another one of those. That's like
Mm.
creep station number one, and that's where Douglas
Yeah.
shows up.
Which is really cool thematically too,
Mhm.
because that would be a place where Heather's character would also feel though she her knowledge of the world would be similar to ours, and she
Yeah,
would also know these places are to
yeah,
be kind of.
and
Mm.
like again, I don't think Team Silent set out and we're like, this is the, you know, we want to encapsulate the teenage female experience, but
Mm.
they're just good enough at their job that they
Yeah.
they know that in order to tell this right, that's what you have to
Yeah.
do.
Like if our main
Um,
character is going to be this type of person, we have to
yeah,
write something that's
hmm
believable in that sense. Yeah.
because there's also a lot of, like I said, with like the all the men around her manipulating is like a very like traditionally both in real life because it ends up happening a lot, but like in media that is sort of the norm, I think,
Mm.
especially like pre-modern day,
Yeah.
where like in like 50s and 60s in a movie, usually the women are just there
Yeah.
for the main character.
Mm.
And so this flips it on its head where like all of these men, especially like Solomon too, that's like the
Mhm.
most blatant one where he's like, you know, I need you because it's going to make me happy, and you know, you're in love with me. I don't care what you actually feel. It's what I am forcing upon you to feel is right.
Mm.
That they kind of took that and were like, they've applied it in a lens to almost every character.
Mm. And you know, interestingly too, and I would have to look this up to see if this was the case, but in Japan, abortion is kind of something that nobody talks about,
Mm.
but a lot of people tend to, they use abortions a lot
Mhm.
here.
Is it
Uh,
legal?
yeah.
Okay.
Um, it, Somebody will have to fact check me. I'm
Okay. Yeah.
100% sure almost
But
that,
it's
yeah,
still
it
like
is.
a
But societally,
taboo
it's
to talk about. Yeah.
very taboo, very taboo. Drugs here as well. Drugs are zero tolerance,
Mhm.
but even just mentioning weed in mixed company will put people off. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? The same way as if like me and you were talking and some guy comes up and is like, "Yeah, I was freebasing, heroin the other day." That how that
Yeah.
would put us off a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's like in
Uh-huh.
mixed company in Japan if you mention drugs. But anyways, with the abortion, um, with the pill, obvious that had
That's
to be a
so.
very
Yeah.
intentional imagery. Um, that could have been something that societally was kind of creeping up in Japan at the
Hmm.
time of development. At the time, um, women's liberation was sort of still an issue. Women spending more time at the workplace,
Yeah.
spending less time in traditional child rearing roles and stuff like that. That is something that kind of happened in Japan much later on. I know in the late 90s, I would assume going into the 2000s, it would have been an issue that continued to be on people's minds. So what we could be seeing is sort of like our foreign lens on interesting Japanese societal things that were going on, and this
Yeah.
is what these people were living in at the moment,
It's
and
like
it worked itself through into their art.
they're, even if they're telling it through issues that are would have been big or like important in Japan at the time, it's still applicable to American culture. And
Yeah, sure.
it's still going to be applicable to Japanese culture and American culture probably forever. Like civil rights is a thing that most people like 100 years ago would have said like that's like the big civil rights moment, right? That is when sort of all of these things came to a crux, and this issue was, you could say, solved almost.
Right, yeah. And it's been
But like
continually.
but it hasn't been solved, like that was like the start of it, but there is still a lot of racism today.
Sure.
And so it's like one of those topics, much the same of like Eddie's fat phobia and Angela's sexual assault storyline, that like even if they're
They remain kind
emblematic
of
in the time, yeah, they will remain timeless forever, most likely. I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully in 100
we
years,
achieve some sort of
there is actual peace on Earth, but I gotta doubt it.
yeah.
I also really like the way that, because of the writing is so strong on Heather, that it almost feels like the player is not Heather. She kind of she literally makes her own choices with the toilet in the mall, but she also she kind of chooses her own actions, right? Like you are guiding her, but she is choosing her own actions. And
yeah, she feels like her own character, and we're all just kind of along for the ride.
You're watching her. You are not actually her. And metacontextually, that could also say something about the kind of controlling aspect of it, because like you said, I don't think the manipulation has to be male focused, but I do think that is intentionally male focused because that's the easiest way to apply it to the game. But also she's a child, and that happens to children all the time, with parents trying to force their ideology onto kids.
Absolutely.
And so us kind of basically doing that to Heather is also an interesting thing that I think maybe someone somewhere has already talked about a lot, but something I would like to kind of get into more as my relationship with this game continues into the future, and get into some arguments on Reddit with it.
This series is you could just do this. We can just have a fun conversation of how a game potentially plays into modern day social politics and not be so far off from the mark that it's ridiculous.
I think as long as you treat it with a certain level of respect, it is never going to become problematic. If you are going into like, we need these characters to be real, to or feasibly exist as real people, even if society has moved on from that sort of thing, it's still going to be human. The human experience diluted into this video game. Which, I mean, I think Silent Hill 2, many people say it's like, hasn't aged at all or whatever. Like it's aged, but the one thing that hasn't aged is the story and the elements. And I think it's the same with 3, with the the way they kind of create this. Not only, I mean, first of all, very rare that a female would be played this deep as a character that early on, especially like Angela's storyline. I can't stop thinking about Angela's storyline in Silent Hill 2 and just how like respectfully and well done that was for the period, and even nowadays. But they somehow they took the two easiest things to mess up, which is a woman in a video game and a kid in a video game,
Yeah.
and like, what's her name? Stupid face, Laura.
Laura, old stupid face.
Like, she's like too young to kind of even have any emotions anyway. So like, I don't
Yeah,
blame
yeah.
them, but like, she is like stupid kid writing. You
She
know,
is that. Yeah, for sure.
that like, and that could have very easily been Silent Hill 3.
That
It's
same approach.
one of the best written games of all time, in my opinion, or maybe I often, as the shill I am, consider it the best game of all time. Or like, this is the video game. Is The Last of Us Part 1. And Ellie is still, even in that game that I hold at such a high regard, is still not that believable of a kid.
No.
She's certainly a step up from like Laura, and she's she's on the way to being as good as Heather, but she's not fully
She
there.
does feel like she gives you, like you said at the beginning, it's that feeling of an adult writing a kid, like Diablo Cody, her stuff with what's his name now? I've forgotten his name. He changed it. Damn it. Used to be in Juno, dude now. Christ. I can't remember when he was a she, her name. I've completely forgotten it. But anyways, it's this writing style where it's an adult giving you their concept of what a teenager would sound like. And it's this idealized, like, I'm familiar of references to Morgan Freeman despite being 14 years old and, absent of any of his movies ever, that kind of thing. There is an element of that to The Last of Us for sure. And it's a service to how good of a character she is and how great her voice actor was at executing those lines, that it never, ever became an issue.
Yeah.
But for sure.
It's somehow still outdone by this game. Like, what would that have been? 15 years before, in terms of writing. But I mean, again, different game, trying different stuff. Like, I don't really fault The Last of Us for that. But
and to be fair, Ellie might not have been as captivating as of a character had she have been more of a realistic child.
Because part of the point of those two games is that she is such this weird, funky little funny girl, and then all of this horrible shit happens to her, and then she's still sort of taken advantage of by Joel, and like it's just never ending for her, and then she loses him, and it's like, all of that happened for nothing. And that is the story that game is trying to tell. But yeah,
outside of Silent Hill 3, can I just say, for some reason, everybody always points to the intro of The Last of Us as being the emotional hit moment. When you're Joel and you save Ellie, or Ellie saves herself, and then Joel just shows up, and that moment of their embrace, her crying. I mean, really and truly, I think if you're a man and you watch that, even without any parental, because I don't have any kids, and I'm potentially never going to have any, but there is a portion of inside of me that immediately becomes a father in that moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like, the fuck, it's furious and sad, and like, I am so sorry you had to go through that, you fictional character that doesn't exist.
Yeah, like maybe we should do a Last of Us episode at some point, because you've never, you still haven't done a Last of Us Part 2 episode. Like, I paid for on your Patreon that you have never done.
That is the Avalanche Reviews guarantee. We will deliver one day.
But yeah, that moment because you're talking about with in Winter, when she and I forget his character's name. Is it Sean?
Honestly, I totally forget.
I can't remember. Whatever.
Really
guy
great
that tries to either eat her or rape her. It's not really 100% clear. Maybe both.
I think it seemed to hint to me to both. Yeah, for sure.
Especially, like, I think first it's very sexually coded, and then he becomes angry, and angry is like, well,
post-apocalypse, a group of guys. It's like it's a bad look,
And that moment is just like, every time I play that game twice a year, I just break down and sob, like, as when she picks up the machete and just starts hacking at him. Like, oh my, That
And then
is
it's incredible. Like that's some of the very best
I'm
emotional
tearing up
video
about it
game
right now
storytelling.
just
Yeah,
thinking
yeah,
about
yeah.
how good it is.
It's crazy. It's
Yeah.
wild. Just Joel kind of holding it, and all he can do is like, "It's okay, I'm here."
Yeah.
That's all he could say because she's already done the work.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all he can do now is give her that spot where she can now process the
Mhm.
entire it just explode
And
with all
then
of it.
just so tragically, the end of the game for that. Okay, we shouldn't talk about this, but like
Yeah.
this whole episode on itself, but like
Yeah.
him deciding to save her is like
Yeah.
also like kind of spitting in the face of everything that happened there and before,
Yeah.
and oh my
It's
god,
not good. It's not bad.
so good.
Yeah, it's just
What a
it
good game.
is. No, it's
Um,
incredible. I love it.
and also, like I mentioned earlier, I think one of the best depictions of like how this game does with her in Harry's lap is that moment in the cabin in The Last of Us Part 2 of just like, you know, it is like someone ripped away your skin and your senses and everything, and you are just stuck in this like between existence almost kind of feeling of just what I have witnessed is so shocking and
Mm.
sort of tragic that I am almost not a person anymore. I am just
Yeah.
a an astral creation that is being forced to live through this moment repeatedly in my mind. Like, damn, you know.
Yeah.
Now I need to go play
No,
Last of Us.
yeah. Well, I'm glad you got that feeling, bringing it back to Silent Hill 3
Mhm.
for that moment in Silent Hill 3, because that's always been, I hold it in that same high regard
Yeah,
as that moment in
that's
Winter in The Last of Us.
to
It is
me
very good.
that is like the best depiction of dread uh, chronologically in the canon of video games until The Last of Us Part 2. I don't think I've ever experienced something that hits that note quite
Yeah.
as nuanced and as well
Mhm.
before it and after. Like, I mean, I haven't,
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm 20. I haven't played that many games, probably a few hundred at
Mhm.
most. So there could be others, but man, certainly out of all the ones I've played, it's
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
just so good. Okay, well, man, that really covers Silent Hill 3 longer than
And a
Silent Hill
lot of other
2.
stuff.
Oh, well, yeah, that's I think it's kind of unfair to call this episode Silent Hill 3 review. We've reviewed the Silent Hill 2 remake, Konami as a
Mhm.
company, Metal Gear
Yeah.
Solid also 2 and 3,
Mhm.
Last of Us, The Last of Us Part 2, um,
My cat,
and
apparently.
Rufus. Man, just okay. I don't want to make this go on for full 6 hours, but do you have any other big notes about this game that you kind of want to get through?
No, but I have a statement.
Okay.
I will say that I think the same way that you were fine. What am I trying to say, Rufus? He wants to get out so bad right now.
Oh.
What you're trying to do right now, I think, is perfect. You're
Mhm.
jumping into Silent Hill, and you're not allowing a lot of the auxiliary bullshit to stop you from how you feel. Silent Hill 2 didn't hit you the way it seems to hit other people. That's okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I'm never
Silent Hill
gonna.
3.
I I I have many controversial opinions about video
Mm,
games and media, and I don't
yeah.
care. I will say them. I don't, like.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
not.
I have
Um,
found that to be the case, especially
yeah.
with, come on, Terminator 2
Well, I
or
haven't watched
1?
Terminator 2.
1? Okay,
I don't like
Terminator 1.
Terminator
Yeah,
1,
yeah,
man. We can talk about it if you want. We can add another hour to this podcast, and I
yeah.
can rant about Terminator 1 if you feel like it. But
I feel
yeah.
like we can save that for another one, but I think you're doing it the right way though.
Mhm.
You're approaching the situation, hey, zero information. Here's how I feel at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're
don't come
not
at me.
allowing, yeah, you're not allowing the nonsense to kind of influence your opinion. And in the same way with Silent Hill 2, you're even at some point like, I feel like I should feel more like these people do in a way.
Yeah. But I
But
unfortunately don't.
it's good. No, but it's good though, because you're having your own experience. And when you talk to genuine people who enjoy sound, like actual human beings and not the Silent Hill elites, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Then they'll
Yeah.
see that and they'll go, "Oh, that's so interesting. Here's how I feel." And
Mhm.
this same dialogue that we've had here today can happen all over the place with people who want to do what you're doing. I think a lot of people tend to go into Silent Hill and try to adopt the current the current ideas that everybody tends to have in the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we get a lot of people who argue with someone like you who, have an opinion about Silent
Yeah.
Hill 2 or whatever.
I think there's the common joke of like Silent Hill 2 fans, the biggest Silent Hill 2 fans have never played Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
I don't think that's actually true, but I think it
No.
does speak to the feeling that like a lot of people have kind of played that game, and not through like a conscious decision on their own fault, but they have come to adopt the industry-wide stance on the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I know that for certainty because I feel it, I'm like,
Culturally, it's
why
very
shouldn't
strong.
I, like,
If you appreciate artistic things, because some people don't, and that's fine.
yeah,
But the
some people view
that
video games as like just the video game part. How do I show me the
Right.
gameplay, and that's okay.
Call of Duty, and that's
Yeah,
it. There's
yeah.
nothing wrong with that. But the people who do tend to look for more artistic gratification through video games are kind of told, like, if you are that person, it's got to be Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
And, and I think it's perfectly reasonable for a person to be a big fan of video game writing and artistic expression through the medium, and then also look at Silent Hill 2 and go, I didn't feel that too much.
Yeah.
And that be okay as well.
That is like the crux of art critique and discussion. There is no discussion if no one disagrees,
Yeah.
that is what makes, like, I don't think Silent Hill 2 would even, if everyone appreciated Silent Hill 2 for what it was, like, immediately, I don't think it would have as big of a this cultural icon as it would now, because we'd have all accepted, like, hey, that's a really good game, damn, and then that would be it. But because it took time for people to kind of uncover it and look at it, that is why it is so revered now. Oddly, it took people to not like it for people to like it.
So actually, interestingly, I should have brought this up at the beginning of the thing. So Silent Hill 2 did not sell up to Konami expectations.
Yeah.
Especially, they poured a lot of money into the tech, so it's very visually impressive. And a lot of people say, I don't know that there's been confirmation, but the reason why Silent Hill 3 finished the story and returned to the Silent Hill cult plotline is because it was believed that Silent Hill 2's status as sort of a side story is what nerfed the sales.
Well, I've read some writing on it that's like, Konami, especially at the time, maybe less now, but at the time this is especially true of like Nintendo, and a few other Japanese companies, where they kind of don't care if their games sell well or not. Like, that's not really the point. They're looking for a sort of acceptance and positive reception from the Japanese gaming community, and the reception in Japan is. I mean, that's honestly, if I was making a game, I would be way more focused on if my group of people likes it, like my people like me, people I talk to. I'd be way more focused on if they like it than if it's going to make me a $1 billion or whatever. So, like, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it is the fact of the reality that that is something that has happened to some of these companies. And I feel like it would be very feasible of Konami to be like, since if Silent Hill 2 wasn't really received well in Japan, and Silent Hill 1 was, no matter how well it sold, Silent Hill 1 was received well, Silent Hill 2 wasn't, we got to go back to Silent Hill 1. Because I feel like the switch from telling the story of 1 to not telling the story again when 2 was being created was probably out of a sales look at things. Like, Konami would have been like, yeah, well, people liked Silent Hill 1, but it didn't sell well, so we got to find something else that will. And then Silent Hill 2 ending up selling, like, actually bad, kind of like, well, I guess we'll do the first thing. But which,
I mean, regardless of the reason, I'm happy that the combination of factors happened so that we got Heather as a character. It's just in terms of video game writing, I feel like I have a richer personality now, having seen how Heather reacts to stuff, and just trying to orient my life just a little bit in the direction. Well, what would Heather do in this scenario?
I think honestly, this last year for me specifically has been really good in in that sort of aspect. Like everyone always talks about the literally me characters, and it's usually
Hmm.
like Patrick Bateman, you know, or
Yeah, right, right.
like I love Ryan Gosling, but Ryan Gosling in Blade Runner, kind of a nothing kind of guy. Like
Yeah. I
his
think he wasn't supposed to be a
yeah,
character.
no, and there's certainly interesting things that happen to him by the end of the movie, but like he doesn't even have
No,
really a personality. Um,
no.
Heather in Silent Hill 3, Rufus, um, especially, and
Especially
um,
Rufus.
man, Furiosa. Have you seen Furiosa yet?
I haven't seen it yet,
Oh
no.
my god,
Is
um,
it good?
the best movie I've ever seen in theaters. I think.
Really?
Yeah,
I really like the
I
first
haven't seen
one.
Fury Road, uh,
Really?
but it's
Interesting.
not required at all for Furiosa. It is like
Okay.
it's a prequel, and it's like actually a prequel. You know, like
Well, I mean, I like that world, so
mhm.
any excuse to kinda see more of it.
And it is also one of those pieces of media that's like, even though it was made by George Miller, it also has that like I kind of understand both uh, the feminine experience and also children. You know, like it's not
Mhm.
neither of those things are played for
Oh, so she's,
laughs
like,
or
that young in the
whatever.
movie.
Yeah, she for most of the
Oh,
movie she is literally a child, and then I think
ah,
kind of by the end of it, she's maybe like 20 something in lore,
okay, alright.
like still
Mhm.
pretty young, like you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
about my age probably. I would say five more or less the entire runtime of the movie, so it still feels like I'm gaining something. Um,
Mm.
and I don't know. I don't want to say like I feel seen because that's kind of cliche, but like this has been a good year for stuff for me that like makes me understand myself at a deeper level. That like you know
Yeah.
I'm not gonna feel from watching Terminator 1 and seeing Arnold Schwarzenegger go
Gotta
destroy
bring it back.
stuff. Yeah, whatever.
No, I get where you're coming from, though, for sure. There's a lot of introspective stuff that could happen inside of you that just comes from seeing somebody else handle a
Yeah.
situation and getting an idea for what an appropriate response could be in X scenario versus Y or
Hmm.
whatever. And then afterwards, uh, you just come out a more robust person
Yeah.
now. You know, you can respond to things in a way that uh, doesn't have to be negative. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? You get a lot of inspiration, and it sounds weird because these are fictional characters,
Yeah.
but they're fictional characters written by people who are expressing genuine
Hmm.
emotions, and we can kind of see an idealized version of how maybe those emotions could be expressed or handled in a way that I don't know. I find video game characters to be like infinitely interesting in that sense.
Yeah. It's that actually made me think of something because like we've talked here about the kind of um, the respect of which is given to Heather because she's a female. But
Mm,
I think that's not me just being like, oh wow, you know, this game is woke and we need everything needs to be about women or whatever, or like
mm,
it's all the men's fault or whatever. I don't want to come across as that
mhm,
because I feel like it's even though so much media still even now is so this is for men created for
yeah,
men,
mhm,
by men for men, essentially,
right,
and usually white men. Um,
mm,
it, it, I don't really feel like a part of that kind of group most of the time.
hmm,
Um, I don't. Most of these games, I think, don't even respect their male characters a
yeah,
lot because it's that kind of classical thinking of the man is supposed to be this like emotionless head of household kind of
mhm,
figure. Like they decide everything, and they also can't show emotion. Um, and
yeah,
they're this like this husk of being. And so I don't want to fault all of this media for doing that because
mm,
that is a way a lot of these people likely grew up to. And also, I feel like the reason why I don't like I always pick a female character in any game. If there's a possibility between female or male, I'm always picking female.
yeah, me
And
too.
I way more usually enjoy and gravitate to feminine characters than I do male, just 100% of
Mm.
the time almost.
You know, there's not it's not necessarily I find like not in a sexual way, just the feminine form on screen, something like slim that can move fast is
Yeah.
like aesthetically attractive to me in a video game sense. And I really like, I love the idea, the power fantasy of a girl that can like do a cartwheel on top of your head and then twist and break your neck like Cammy. You know, that's just too. It's always cool. Like,
Yeah.
and if I'm gonna watch like a super, there was a while on the internet where idiots were like, oh, you know, a 120-pound woman could never do that. It's like, of course,
Dude,
Keanu Reeves
yeah.
couldn't actually kill 600
And
people in
it
the
can't
city of New York.
dive between bullets, you know? Like,
No,
this is not
obviously, and
reality.
it's
It doesn't have to be
fun.
reality based.
It's so fun to
Yeah.
think of, like, I mean, because my wife's a pretty big badass, and the idea of her coming in here and doing like a capoeira kick, and like, that's fucking cool. I
Yeah.
don't care who you are. I find that to be so. If I'm playing like a power fantasy game and I
Mhm.
have the ability to be like a woman, like a fighting games, I always choose
Yeah.
female characters because they just, I really like the idea of like a slimmer than a guy,
Mhm.
obviously, form on
Well,
screen that can be like manipulated sort of swiftly.
I
I mean,
think
you don't always
it's
have to be the, you know, the stealth sniper
yeah.
character if you're a female. I love the power fantasy stuff, but I just find female characters to just look better in video games as far as how they fit into their environments,
Mhm.
what I prefer to see, you know.
I think it's unfortunately um, due to such an objectification usually that we see of women in media,
Mm,
that like there has been much more intentionality placed on making women more real in these games, that
mm,
unfortunately I think hasn't happened to men in video games, because you know,
mm,
if you're thinking about the power dynamic of you know this sort of straw man game that I've you could create is what gaming was, with the powerful
yeah.
man and subservient women that are kind of sexified for the men, and they exist for the
Mm,
man, which again isn't like, probably not. I mean, there probably is a game that is literally just that,
mm,
but it's the sense that you get and the feeling through these games that is
yeah.
what they have done.
Mm,
I worry that because it was so just blatantly terrible for women and people of color as well, like just you know every character is white no matter what,
mhm,
that there was almost no. They were so focused on making the women and the you know the characters that were not treated with respect respectful, that you
mhm,
know these creators kind of forgot about making men believable too. I
mm,
think as a fault of that, because like I think that's part of the reason why I don't like playing as men, because
mm,
all of the games I've played have made them to be these big dumb, like powerful,
mhm,
uh, flawless creations, that
yeah.
is bred from a sort of misogyny, but ends up kind of forcing unrealistic expectations on them.
Mhm.
Like,
I really like Joel as a
mm,
character as far as a good representation of you're just average guy
yeah,
working a job, taking care of a kid,
hmm,
um, you know, starts out sort of as an anti-hero, which I think most men put in a situation where they're kind of physically strong and able to do what Joel can do.
I mean,
Pretty
Joel
easy
is
to fall
also
into
like
that
kind
scenario.
of the cliche, like big Southern construction worker man. So like, I feel like it
He
works for
definitely
him a
is.
lot.
It
Yeah,
definitely does, but, emotionally also, you get to see him
yeah,
express himself in a way that you get to see not only him repressing his loss of his daughter and the feelings he feels from that by even Ellie bringing her up is
yeah.
like an absolute no, right? And then towards the end of the game, you get to watch him grow to the point where she brings him up on or brings her up on accident, apologizes, and Joel's like, "No, that's cool. You can continue,"
Hmm.
which is like one of the coolest
Yeah.
growth moments of the game. And it's such a they don't bring any. This has become a Last of Us thing again, but anyways, I think if we wrote more characters like Joel, not so much who acted like Joel, but were believable for the person that they are, because
Yeah.
you could see a Southern construction worker
Mhm.
doing all the stuff that Joel does, caring about his daughter, coming across someone taking a surrogate father
Mhm.
figure role, all that stuff I could see coming. If we make more believable roles for men that makes sense,
Yeah.
it just makes sense for who they are and what they are, then we achieve this goal.
I think that's why I like Raiden so much in MGS2, because kind of at the time it was still pretty tough in the game space in terms of just believable characters. Period. But Raiden is a man, but he has a lot of feminine features, and he ends up because of it through that kind of justification at the time being like, okay, this is why he can be emotional. And so it's like one of the few early examples, like Heather is with good writing for women. I think Raiden is one of the good examples of good writing for men, ironically, because he's feminine.
I didn't think about that, but at Kojima, I would imagine that sounds like something he would think. He's like, okay, we can't have Snake cry.
Yeah.
So we have to invent a character.
Yeah, we need someone who is able to feel this, but like if I made Snake go from, like literally actual action hero in the first game who really doesn't have any emotion. He's kind of just the kind of gruff, almost like how I don't know why this came to my mind, but like how Sam Fisher looks on the boxes of Chaos of Splinter Cell games. So like this guy's the hero. Look at him. He's so cool and big and tough and manly or whatever. It would be a little weird to then have him break down, and have an identity crisis in the next game.
Even though when he did it in Metal Gear Solid 4, it ended up being everybody's favorite fucking thing.
Yeah. But yeah, like he I mean, the whole point of that game is basically Raiden is just Snake to a certain extent, but he has allowed it to be justified through this creation of new Snake that is not going or that ends up having this feeling of believability that you couldn't put on the cliche creation of a man. In most of these games, which I mean, Kojima, again, great writer. I feel like by the time Metal Gear 4 comes around, he's kind of just doing whatever comes into that little brain of his, which very interesting to play through and weird and fun, but like also unhinged and maybe get back on track here. But
there's a very good reason nobody's created a game like Metal Gear Solid 4 since Metal Gear Solid 4.
No, I really want to do Metal Gear at some point with you too, because because you're so lazy and dumb, you haven't done Metal Gear on your channel. So this is
which is weird because I have played through. Me and my wife went through a period where she just like she's not very like mechanically good at video games, but she loves video games.
Yeah.
So if she ever gets a storyline that she wants to know about in a game, she'll just have me play. We'll play it together, and we did that with Metal Gear Solid when we first started living together. And like you'd figure, just capture footage and then put the videos together. But there's something about Metal Gear that I enjoy, but I just don't ever see myself making content over, and I don't know why.
I don't think it works for your kind of video. Like
which is weird because I do like a lot of other different types of games, like JRPGs and stuff, but it's just like I don't know. I feel the same way. It just doesn't fit.
I think it's just this. I don't think even. I think Silent Hill works because in theme, like in setting, it works for your channel. But it's still like one of those kind of games that with your type of video and the things that you normally focus on, you couldn't kind of give the video Metal Gear deserves or give the video that Silent Hill 3 deserves without radically changing the kind of content that you'd be making for that video. And then no one would watch it because they're coming to you for something else completely. So like it's not fair to the audience, and it's going to be completely different for you to make that kind of video. So I think they both have that effect, but Silent Hill, you can still focus on the survival horror aspects and the ports and all that. It allows you to still kind of touch on aspects, but stay like I think in what one of the things you do best.
Speaking of which,
Mhm.
make sure whenever this is done to look up some sort of comparison between normal versus sharp mode
Okay, I'm
on
gonna add that
PS3
to my
or
web browser right now.
PS2. It is so different, dude. It's crazy.
Actually, you know what?
I,
We're gonna get a live reaction. I'm pulling it up right
yeah, dude,
now. Oh
this is
my
not like
god!
it's not like
What?
adjusted. Like I swear to God, I took the same image from I started a brand new game with both of them,
Hmm.
and then all I did is zoom them in 2 times. That's it.
It's like someone like the left one is like if someone smeared cream everywhere.
Yeah,
Um,
and
so
they just
the
wanted
right one
lines to look
is sharp,
smooth.
which
Yeah.
is what you would want me to play as, and the left one
Mhm.
is original. Damn.
Yeah, but it's labeled in the menu as normal, which
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
blurrier mode.
I think it looks better, from like a. It has that element to it where like you know if you're watching special effects on a movie, but in the movie it's like on a
Mm,
really fucked up television that's like really static and whatever. It's more believable then because it's so kind of like fucked up things do it. Or like the body cam games, you know, that are like they
mm,
look so realistic because it's in a
because
shitty
yeah.
looking environment.
Mhm.
Like it has that kind of feel where it looks better, like more realistic, but
Yeah.
it just destroys being
The
able to see
clarity.
anything, like any
Yes, yes.
edge. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's a very interesting difference, and the fact that it shipped with normal mode on. I'm obviously I've never gotten any confirmation, but you got to imagine that they put a lot of money into it, and they wanted this to look like next gen, like
Yeah.
great on a
Yeah.
CRT. And I remember even on a CRT, it does what it does really well.
Mhm.
But even when you're playing on a CRT and you switch over to the sharp mode, it is such a difference
It's
in clarity.
it's like the static that you talk about in your video with Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, yeah.
Or like, yeah, I think it looks better. Like if I'm watching it on YouTube or whatever, this looks way cooler,
Mhm.
but you know, I need to play the game and find these little objects
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, see where enemies are. So
Mhm.
it ends up kind of ruining that a little bit. Yeah.
I think that's the perfect thing to end on right there is the sharp versus normal
Yeah,
mode in Silent Hill 3.
basically the whole point of Silent Hill 3,
Yeah.
play on sharp mode. That is what you should have gotten from this episode of the podcast. But yeah, no, I think we've covered everything pretty well. Okay, before we go, sorry,
Mm,
one last thing I want to talk real quickly.
let's do it.
And this will be a good podcast ending discussion, I think.
Okay.
Very often in horror media, the protagonist is given a traumatic or how do I say this? A tragic is the word I'm looking for. A tragic ending. You know, like James in the first game, I think gets a pretty good ending, all things considered. But for
Mm,
most people, Sybil will die. Um,
mm,
you know, and also basically his child sort of died, and you know he's lost his wife, and you know he's gone through these very traumatic experiences in Silent Hill, and now all he's got out of this was this baby, you know, that
mm,
isn't even really his.
yeah.
Silent Hill 2 definitely much deeper in a sense. If you
Mm,
get the in water ending, it is his suicide that ends the game, and
yeah.
even leave has some very very bad implications as he
Mm,
leaves, and all the other endings are just horrible.
yes.
Not even just like horrible as in like badly written or whatever, but like the Maria ending is objectively
Yeah.
like the worst thing to happen to him, and the rebirth ending is like misses the point of this whole Silent Hill experience. Like
Mm,
tragic, traumatic.
mm,
Silent Hill 3 ends on almost a good note. You know, it's
mm,
she has experienced all these terrible things, but she's kind of been able to keep it together.
yeah.
Obviously, she's going to be depressed and miserable as she mourns the death of her father, but
Mhm,
in time, wounds will heal with time.
yeah.
And now she kind of has this, I don't want to say like partnership, but probably like sort of paternal or caring friendship with Douglas that will likely
Yeah. Mhm.
subsist after. Like they're not just gonna separate and never talk to each other again.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, it's a good ending for Heather. This is like the
Mhm.
best way. She has escaped all of the devils of her creation and her
Yeah.
past selves creation, and she's able to move on and stops the cycle and hopefully live a normal life after this. So
Yeah.
my question to you is that the ending that you think? One, is that the ending that Heather deserves? And
Mm.
two, is that the ending that a Silent Hill game deserves? Because I think those are two different questions, and I want to hear your
Yeah,
thoughts on
they
both.
definitely are. I will say that because I like Heather as a character, I am a little biased, but as somebody who would consume a story about Heather, it is a very satisfying story that not in the sense that everything worked out okay, because everything was awful, but everything could be okay.
Yeah.
Is the kind of that's the ending that Silent Hill 3 got. And I enjoyed that because it's not quite so unrealistic as and then they skipped off into the sunset, but
Hmm.
it's also not quite so Japanese or Korean cinema where it's like in the end, yeah, he also got stabbed, but he didn't get stabbed as much as he could have gotten stabbed. So
Yeah.
we'll take
Yeah.
that as the good part. So I think it is a good ending for Heather. It's a good mix of here's a person that now has a chance at living a normal life, but what the fuck do you do after all
Yeah.
this stuff that
Yeah.
happens to
Mhm.
you? Um, not not a good ending necessarily, but the best of a bunch of bad
Mhm.
options. Um, I like that, but I think if I was going to write the ending for her, there might be a honestly, I think it's perfect. There's the ending where she says, "Don't you think blondes have more fun?" to Douglas. I think I think for me that's the perfect ending because here's Heather. She went through this shit and it's terrible and it's going to affect her the rest of her
Yeah.
life. But she's still a teenage girl.
Hmm.
And
She hasn't lost that, which is like
yeah,
very important for her.
exactly. And and
Um,
and and she hasn't lost the part of her in becoming Alessa, becoming one with
yeah.
the part of her brain that was locked off to her. She hasn't lost Heather.
And to expand on that, like Alessa also kind of gets a good ending because of this. She gets the best of both worlds. Like she wanted the pain to end, it is
Yeah.
ended, but she still gets to live
Mhm.
on through Heather.
Through Heather, yeah.
And there's also the kind of religious context of like almost the like Heather is in a sense sinless, the mother of
Mhm.
God, like literally in the game, but
Yeah,
she
yeah.
has never sinned and she is the perfect being. I don't want to say, but like she did nothing wrong,
Mhm.
and yet she was still able to, or unfortunately she was forced through all these terrible things, but
Yeah.
it feels right that because she herself didn't commit anything wrong, that she would be able to find
Yeah.
a sort of peace at the end. Yeah.
And she didn't even end up being the one taking revenge on Claudia,
Hmm.
which is, that's good story writing because we want Heather to come out of this relatively clean in
Yeah.
the sense that she maintains herself being Heather. And I don't think a 16-year-old that murdered a grown woman probably ends up growing up
Hmm.
into a normal
Yeah.
situation,
No.
probably.
No. So
Yeah,
then,
no, I think Silent Hill 3's ending could potentially not be perfect in a storytelling sense, but perfect for that scenario and that context and those characters.
you're saying it's also not perfect, or is it perfect for a Silent Hill game? Then.
In the context that it's the end of that Silent Hill 1
Yeah.
storyline.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think so, because so far we haven't really seen a lot of finality. We've seen a lot of and then things continued. And I think the intention going into this game was to end. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it was the intention was to end the storyline, and that had to have played into that. And let's end on something that we haven't ended on, because this is the final point in the series, final
Yeah.
point in this storyline.
It's
So yeah, I think it makes sense as that.
it to me. It's like 1 and 3 are very clearly connected, but 2 is like the required side story,
Yeah, yeah.
for it. And so it does, even though the three games don't continue from one each other, they still tell this one kind of cohesive story as one game. Like I mentioned earlier, I think, 1, 3, 2, and then for gameplay and 2, 2, 3, 1 for kind of story and theme.
Yeah.
All together, that is like everything good and everything bad together, but you still get it balanced out. And so I think that's the same kind of with the ending here, is that, you don't have, it would be bad writing, I think, or poor taste to end on like sunshine and rainbows,
Yeah.
like everything is great, but you don't want an overly pessimistic view of humanity. And Heather kind of exemplifies being able to move past what has happened. And I think if you ended on a bad ending, that leads to not a requirement for more sequels, but a desire for more to this story. It needs to end good, but they instead end it on, let's say, peace. It is peaceful. It might not be a good ending, but it is definitely peaceful. And I think that's like the only way if you don't look at them as individual games, I think that is the only way to end this trilogy's story.
Yeah, I think so too. I can agree with that. Yeah, it feels really good. I would have to. I probably do not have what it takes to come up with a more satisfying end to that specific story.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it does it well. I think a theme of Silent Hill is like, my read of Silent Hill 2 especially is that like it is bringing you to peace. It's putting you to rest. It's not absolution, but it's not punishment. It's just you can die now without being internal pain or suffering or whatever. And that is basically the ending Heather gets. That's why I don't think Angela dies at the end of Silent Hill 2. I think it's too like simple, close-minded, almost like she doesn't have to die. She can live a good life still, and Heather can too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is Silent Hill 3. We have recorded for, do you want to guess how long? Don't look at the time.
6 hours and 12 minutes.
Oh, 6 hours and 22 minutes. You were one digit off.
One standard deviation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I don't want to say we've covered everything, because I don't think you could ever cover everything in the history of the world. But
everything that has happened in the last 10 years.
Basically, from 1990 until this moment, we have talked about everything you need to know. So you
don't worry about going to school. You pretty much just learned it all.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm thankful that I started this series. I think Silent Hill is, it's a beast. Definitely that, Alan Wake 2 is kind of like what we started on. It's a really good story, but I don't think it's a necessary story. It is Remedy creating a game for entertainment. It is still artful entertainment, but it is that. It is entertainment. I don't think Sam Lake was like, wow, this is powerful. He was like, damn, what will be interesting and say something. But Silent Hill is kind of the one of those things that's like, man, I'm improved as a human now, I think, after playing these games, which is weird to say after beating a video game, but I think it's definitely true.
Yeah, I think that can happen for sure. Media has, because
oh my God, I don't know if that'll come through once I add the voice denoising, but like,
okay, hopefully it
Rufus
doesn't, it sounds like we're abusing him
out there. Oh my God,
he needs attention so bad. My wife is asleep. So. Yeah, I think that through media, because we look at media as an approximation of real life. So we watch horror movies because we don't want to have a murder chase us, but we want to feel some approximation of fear in a controlled environment. And I think media does a lot of that. And you can do a lot of genuine and honest growth through experiencing things through media and then kind of running them through the filter of your own mind and
Mm-hmm.
letting that tell you a lot about who you are as a person, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's a I don't want to say necessary like piece of gaming, because like necessary is I can't decide that, you know, that's not on me. But I think if you have ever been like, man, Silent Hill looks cool, I think you will. It's one of the series that will actually improve you, not make you miserable or sad or, you know, whatever that most games seem to do to me and make me angry or whatever. But yeah, that is Silent Hill 3. We've talked. I think we've talked. We'll talk after about what we do next. But I think probably Silent Hill 4 is the way to go.
I think it would be an interesting. I would love to see your take on 4 and have a dialogue about it. 4 tends to have a very rabid fan base because it tends to be one of the more polarizing entries. But lately, it's become sort of the Final Fantasy IX of the series, where it's become the sleeper hit that everybody now loves.
And I feel bad because I feel like a lot of Silent Hill fans do the first 3 Silent Hill games so good. Don't play any of the others. When like 4 doesn't seem like it's as bad as like Book of Memories, you know?
No, it definitely isn't. It's a very unique and interesting scenario. I won't say anything to color your opinion on it for when you do play it, but it's unique, very interesting, and just in its existence, it's worth talking about and playing.
Okay, well, that is closing the book of memories on Silent Hill 3. Wow. Okay. This feels like the end of a series almost, this trilogy. We've talked for what? Silent Hill 2 was 2 hours?
Yeah.
What a baby episode. Actually, maybe it was less than 2 hours. Let me go check.
This mirrors the progression of my channel. My content has. I started off with like
10 minutes, I think, was your first video. Yeah. Let's see. Where's Silent Hill 1? 2 hours 15. We did get over the 2 hour mark. But yeah, 2 hours to 4 to 6.
Yeah.
So join us next time for our 8-hour episode on Silent Hill 4, The Room. This is Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Great guy. I described him last time as the biggest man on YouTube. And you know, it stands true still. This is Cross Circle Squared. I'm Benny Girkman. I guess it's time to roll the credits.